Yes, he just did. Okay, good evening. We're ready to begin. This planning mission is called to order. This meeting is being properly noticed and is posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We're live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, Tuesday at 5 a.m., and Thursday at 6 p.m. Would everyone please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Trowbridge.
Present.
Vice Chair Truesdale.
Present.
Commissioner Goins.
Present.
Commissioner Evans.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn.
Here.
Commissioner Ellsworth.
Here.
Commissioner Flangas.
Here.
Thank you.
I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate your adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Thank you. Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes of September 24th and October 8th, 2009?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be abstaining for the vote for the minutes of October 8th, 2009. I wasn't present at that meeting.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll abstain on minutes for the 24th September. I was absent.
And I'll have to abstain on October 8th because I was absent at that meeting also. So having done all that disclosure, we're ready for a motion.
Chairman, I'll make the motion for approval of the minutes for both of those meetings. Thank you.
Motion's made. Please cast your vote with recognition of the abstentions. Post. Motion carries. Let's move on to our housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull number 9 from the one motion, one vote, and have it heard in the public hearing items, please.
Staff?
Mr. Chairman, this site is the Floyd Lamb Park site.
Housekeeping.
Oh, housekeeping. Sorry. Mr. Chairman, items 11 and 12, the applicant has requested that these items be obeyed to the January 14th, 2010 Planning Commission meeting. Items 13 and 14, the applicant has requested that these items be obeyed to the November 19th Planning Commission meeting to allow the applicant time to address issues with neighbors. Item 15, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 49, the applicant has requested that this item be obeyed to the December 3rd Planning Commission meeting. Item 55, the applicant has requested that this item be obeyed to the November 19th Planning Commission meeting. And item 57, the applicant has requested that this item be obeyed to the December 3rd Planning Commission meeting.
Okay. Does anyone in attendance wish to speak on any of these items? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if they're not, I'll make a motion to bring these items forward and approve the abeyance as requested.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Thank you. And at this time, I would like to just alert everyone that item number 54, I'd like to move it up and let it be the first item after the consent items, first public hearing item. Okay. So now, do we vote? Okay. Please cast your votes then. We did already once, I believe. That's okay. Yeah, post it. There you go. Yeah, we need to go to consent. I know. We're going, hang on, boys and girls. Consent items are routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted in one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commission member or applicant so desires. We have item 6 and item 7 that are consent items. Let me read the titles on them. Item number 6 is TMP 36110. The applicant is JPL Engineering, Inc. Owner is Darcy Kathleen Hoagton. It's for a one-lot commercial subdivision at 8225 and 831 North Rancho Drive. And item number 7 is SOQ 36105. The applicant owner is Beezer Homes Holding Corporation, LLC. It's an extension of time previously approved for variance 9078, and is to allow a 13-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is the minimum required on 3 proposed lots within an approved 313-lot residential subdevelopment. We have a
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of consent items.
motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries.
Item 6 is final action unless appealed, and item 7 goes forward to City Council on December 2nd.
We now have one motion, one vote items. These following items may be considered by one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at the same time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. So under one motion, one vote, we have items 8 and 10. 9 will be held as a public hearing item. The following items, item number 8 is zoning 36092. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas. It's from residential estates to Civic at 5591 North Cimarron Road. And item number 10 is a vacation 36135. The applicant is Blue Marble Development. The owner is Chiron Development, LLC, to vacate an existing 20-foot wide drainage easement and public sewer easements generally located on the south side of Darling Road, 600 feet west of Tenaya Way. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on these matters? Now declare the public hearing open. Seeing no one, close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions on items 8 and 10.
Motion's been made. Please cast your vote. Post. Motion carries. And now as
Item 8 goes forward to City Council on 12/2,
Item 9.
and item 10 goes forward to Council on 12/2.
Okay, we'll now do item number 9. It's zoning 36093, rezoning, public hearing. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas. Request for a rezoning from RE Residential Estates, U Undeveloped, PF Public Facilities, General Plan Designation, and U Undeveloped, PROS, Parks, Recreation, and Open Space, General Plan Designation to CV Civic on 697.78 acres, generally located at 9200 Tule Springs Road. Staff report, please.
Chairman, staff would like to request that this item be obeyed till your December 17th hearing, please.
Thank you. Request has been made. We have a motion. We have a public hearing. Anyone would like to declare the public hearing open? Anyone in attendance want to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the abeyance requested by staff.
Motion has been made. Please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries. We now move to item number 54, which we have pulled up out of deference on the number of people in attendance that want to participate in this particular item. I would like to simply say that after an hour and 40-minute presentation at public hearing at a previous Planning Commission meeting, and after personally attending meetings away from the council chambers that were sponsored by the city, by the neighborhood association, and residents in the area in an honest attempt to educate myself as to the issues that were involved and the attitudes of the residents. I find myself now in the awkward position of having people feel that I have already made up my mind as to which way I'm going to vote. That's not the case, but as a matter of fact, out of a preponderance of caution in the matter, I will abstain from participating in the discussion and voting on the matter. So I'd now like to turn the matter over to the Vice Chairman, Truesdale, and he'll conduct the hearing on item 54.
Vice Chairman, may I say something for the record?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just for the record, thank you very much, Chairman. I think it's fair to say that this question was one of predetermination. There were some apparently that had felt that the Chairman had, like he said, made up his mind. I think it's important, though, for the public to understand that this allegation of predetermination would not be a violation of state law. It wouldn't be a violation of NRS 281A, the state ethics code, and it is completely within the Chairman's discretion to decide to abstain from this matter. Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Thank you. We're now going to go to item 54, abeyance DIR 35476, Director's Business Public Hearing, applicant Wesley Neighborhood Association, owner Pedro Flores et al. Request to designate the Wesley neighborhood as an historic district on the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register, as approved by the Historic Preservation Commission, HPC 35007, generally bounded by Public Alley, approximately 160 feet south of Charleston Boulevard on the north, Valley View Boulevard on the west, Oakey Boulevard on the south, and Cashman Drive on the east. It's R1. Staff?
Good evening, Vice Chair and Commission. Excuse me. I will give you a brief recap of what has happened until today. Starting with the very beginning, the Wesley Neighborhood Association approached us in May of 2005 and asked the Planning and Development Department to present some information to their at one of their regularly scheduled neighborhood meetings about historic designation, which we did. Between 2005 and January of 2009, there were approximately 6 meetings that were held at the regularly scheduled Neighborhood Association meeting times where the Historic Preservation Officer, which is myself, provided information about historic designation and updates on the process. In November of 2007, the Neighborhood Association president sent postcards to property owners to assess support for the designation. Results were tallied on January of 2008 in favor of designation. So seeing that, the Neighborhood Association made a request of the City of Las Vegas to hire a consultant to prepare an historic resource survey and inventory, which we did using Centennial City of Las Vegas Centennial Commission funds. We made the consultant made a determination of eligibility to the local historic property register. So seeing that, the City of Las Vegas went forward. We held 2 public meetings in May. One was held in the afternoon and one was in the evening, and we again provided information to property owners, or gave the opportunity to provide information to the property owners about historic designation, what the next steps were, and a timeline, etc. After that meeting, the nomination application was scheduled for review by the Historic Preservation Commission on June 24th of 2009. It was the application was approved at that time to move forward for scheduling a public hearing, which was then scheduled at the July 22nd, 2009 Historic Preservation Commission. The nomination was approved and recommended to be moved forward to Planning Commission, which it was at the September 24th, 2009 meeting. At that time, the Planning Commission requested that the Planning and Development staff host an additional neighborhood meeting, which we did in the vicinity of the neighborhood on October 22nd, which brings us to this evening.
Thank you. Before we go any further, I just This will be, we will open a public hearing on this item, and everybody is welcome to speak if you have something that you feel strongly about. Since this is an item that was brought forward by the association, we hope that you've got leaders that will speak, and so we don't spend a lot of time coming over the same information. We will have a timer of 2 minutes per speaker, and there are 2 microphones here. If there is a significant group in opposition or a significant group in support, either way, we can put you on each side. We'll alternate this because we want to make this an interactive meeting. We want your input. It's your neighborhood. Your opinions are important to us in trying to make a decision. And as we've gone through several of these in the past, they become very personal. They become filled with some misinformation, and we will try to, wherever possible, clarify that so everybody leaves here, no matter what the outcome is, leaves here with the most appropriate information with regards to this application. And there is in your minutes, talks about rules of conduct. We expect everybody to give everyone the same courtesy that they expect when they're speaking. And again, it's an important issue, and we want you to be able to present your concerns or support whatever it is. Anything else, staff?
Mr. Chairman, I would assume that we're going to incorporate the comments from the previous meeting into this one in making our decision.
Yes.
Thank you.
And there are 2 mics. This was advertised as a public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. And like I say, there's 2 mics. And you come down, line up along each side of the rails. That way we can move through this quickly and efficiently, and be able to get out of here before midnight, which you all are hoping to do.
My name is Bill Camp, and I'm a Wesley member for 43 years, and was opposed to it, still am opposed to it, but I have appreciated very much, and I want you to know that the extension of time was valuable because we had a chance to attend the meeting at Vegas Verdes on the 22nd, also a neighborhood meeting on the 31st at the neighborhood trailer in Melville and Ashby. We found out we had great neighbors, and maybe some difference of opinion, but it was well worth the time that we've had to spend. I have had, one of the things that my wife and I have done when we found out there was a historical designation pending for our area, is I called Ms. Mooney's office and asked for some information. Ms. Mooney wasn't there, but I was referred to someone who gave me this pamphlet, which most of you have seen, which was mailed to our neighbors, which called Frequently Asked Questions About a Historic Designation. So we went to make a petition to go to our neighbors and see if they knew anything about it, or if they supported or did not support this motion. We looked at the tax records, pulled them up to make sure that the people that we went to owned property in Wesley, and that they would speak for those people. We also found that there were Spanish people in our area, and we put the information in Spanish for them as well. We found that as we went around, that the people, there were many people on the records, property records, that did not live in this area. Some were in California, some were elsewhere, Indiana, elsewhere. And so we mailed them a letter and with a self-stamped envelope, and we have received most of those back. Our findings, you have a copy in front of you, and I display, I don't know which is the best way to display. Can you see that? Or you have one in front of you. It's a red one with red dots on it. We counted the families and homeowners that were opposed, and there was 165 families opposed. We counted also on the next chart. There's a blue chart, and there were 45 people in favor of it by our count. We went from there to Ms. Painter's designation of what was a contributing home in that area. These would be indicated in green.
And we are, in an effort to be consistent, we are going to have to move this on to a conclusion.
Well, it seems like, I'm trying to get through this fast as I can. 2 minutes.
Sir, are you saying that there are more people opposed than for?
Yes. I think I said 165 to 40. But also the people who had designated homes, over half of them don't want their homes. They want the right to make their homes as nice as the other people who are there. And so we're looking at like 80% of the votes that were taken. The other thing that was, if I'm through, I'm through, I guess. We got more time than this. I was 3 minutes last time and got through with it, as you remember. But many of the homes that were voting for it, a third of them don't qualify as contributing homes. They already have their homes fixed up. And so they're saying to the people who are next to them, whose homes are not fixed, that they want to stop that kind of expansion. We think it's unfair. We think that we like our neighbors, but we'd like to keep expanding. There's more than 50% of the homes are already remodeled. It's not a historic area.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, Tiffany Hesser, 1109 Melville. I have been representing the Wesley Neighborhood Association for the last few years. We as well did a lot of homework and a lot of reaching out to decide if this was even something we wanted to pursue. I shared with you at the last meeting over 20 meetings that we have had on this. It really has been just the last few meetings that this opposition has come out. Not that that's not valid, but we certainly entered this effort with a lot of support and a lot of people really pushing this. And I still have a lot of people asking me to continue to pursue it. Those of you who were at our meeting since the last commission meeting, I think, have a clear understanding. I don't think very many minds were changed. There is a general sentiment of the opposition that this is government intervention, that this is restricting people from being able to make improvements to their home. Those of us who have been in support of this and the folks that I talked to early on in these efforts over the last 3 years love our neighborhood. We like the unique nature of our neighborhood, the character of our neighborhood. We all live in a town that is known to be quite disposable, and we really want to hang on to that historic character and nature. And I know some people feel there's been lots of changes and that there's nothing historic about the neighborhood, but it is very different than lots of parts of this town. And there are plenty of two-storied stuccoed houses available throughout this town if that's really what folks want. I personally don't believe that this is something that is going to limit us and be a huge government imposition. I believe it will be preservation and protection, which is what we're seeking, and that's our side of it.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Steve McCoy. I'm a resident of Wesley, 1266 Douglas. I've been there 33 years. Spoke at the last meeting and appreciate the opportunity to do so again tonight. I'd like to thank the staff here for all their work. I know you've gone to a lot of work and really appreciated Ms. Wheeler and Ms. Mooney coming and meeting with us on October 22nd. I think many of us generally support state and national historic designated homes based on things like historical interest, famous people living there, great architects designing homes, and so on. Our neighborhood does not qualify for state or national designation, just this specific designation that the city of Las Vegas has. Our neighborhood is really made up of modest homes. Most of them were originally 1,000 to 1,100 square feet, built on large lots. Many of the people that have moved there over the years have moved there with the American dream really in their heart, wanting to own their own home, something they could afford, but something that had the potential of being added to, remodeled, and improved over time. Almost one half of the homes have already done that. At the October 22nd meeting, I asked the question of the city staff, what do you see as the advantages to our neighborhood for this? The answer was that it's another layer of government that might protect us from possible business encroachment or the expansion of Valley View Boulevard. I don't think those are significant issues that are of concern in the neighborhood or in the city at this time. Some residents had actually thought that by becoming historic, that maybe some of the people who do not keep up their homes could be forced to keep up their homes. This is not the case. It's certainly a city enforcement, code enforcement issue. We also asked what kind of remodeling would be allowed and so on and so forth. The answer was that the Historic Preservation Commission would make those decisions and that there are no specifics at this time. However, it would seem logical or reasonable that the report done by Dr. Painter, who you contracted with, would serve as a foundation for some of those decisions. And there are many things in there that are of concern, I think, to the community. For example, here are some of the things that she said should not be considered as acceptable in terms of improvements to the home. Additions to the front of the homes, and many of the properties have large fronts. Recladding the front facade with brick or stone. Replacing more than a few of the steel casement single pane windows. Adding new features such as bay windows. Double doors, French doors, doors with fan lights, and front porch.
Wrap up your presentation.
Yes, I'm almost through. Thank you. These are things that many people in the neighborhood already have. They're great examples of how this has beautified the neighborhood, made homes more livable, more attractive, and increased their market value. So in conclusion, those were issues that stuck out to me. I believe that the information Mr. Camp gave you shows that a majority of our neighborhood do not see the historic designation as benefiting the neighborhood, but rather impeding our ability to develop and improve our homes and our properties. So I would like to urge you to not recommend approval of this application, and I certainly thank you for your time. Thank you.
I'm Sean Spanier. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And I still think, Miss Wheeler, you have the skin of an armadillo. So, I was going over this survey once again. I'm Sean Spanier, 1330 Cashman Drive. In Miss Painter's survey, under the summary and evaluation page, it's the third page in. I don't want to bore you with a lot of it, but I'm going to hit some of the high points. She states that one of the criteria to be qualified as a local district is to qualify either for the state or the National Register. She goes on to say that the Westlake neighborhood is not known. There's A, B, C, and D. There's 4 criteria. One of them is that they're associated with the events that have made significant contributions to the broad patterns of our history here in Las Vegas. She states in her own survey, the Westlake neighborhood is not known to have made any significant contribution to the broad patterns of local history. The second one is B, which states that they're associated with the lives of significant persons in our past. She states the Westlake neighborhood is not known to be associated with lives of persons of significance in our past. C is the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, and method of construction, or that represent the work of a master. I don't know if you've driven Westlake, but there's no master's work there. Those were cheap homes when they were built. Or that possess high artistic value, which is not in our neighborhood. Or that represent the significant distinguishable entity whose components may lack individual characteristics. She states in here the homes in Westlake neighborhood represent a transition between the minimal transitional style of the 1940s and the ranch style of the 50s and 60s. The design of the subdivision itself represents a transition between the earlier subdivision style associated with pre-World War II years and the post-war curvilinear subdivision style with no alleys. Well, we have alleys in our subdivision. Although the homes are attractive and the subdivision is very functional, it is not distinctive in a way that would qualify for it to be listed on the National Register of Historic Places. This is then it goes on to talk about the city criterion. There's 3. They have to be over 50 years old. Okay, you win. And the second one is reflective of the city's cultural, social, political, and economic past. I would refer back to B on the National Register. There's nothing there that gives us that at all, period. Small houses, big lots, so people could build on and expand. The third one, it represents an established and familiar visual feature of an area of the city because of its location or singular physical appearance. I live there, and I know how to get there because I live there. Nobody's driven into my neighborhood because they want to come see it, unless you were looking for a home to buy. So, I mean, that's enough. There's a lot in here. At minimum, this survey is like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. She did exactly what she was tasked to do, squeak it in, make it look like it actually qualifies, when in fact it does not.
Thank you.
If we go on, I'm just going to close with simple opposition. Right now we're standing 4 to 6 to 1 in opposition. If a historic neighborhood is good, clearly good for a neighborhood in which there shouldn't be a problem getting a supermajority of 75-80% in favor of. In this particular case, it's flipped. We have 75-80% against or more. And I would ask at this time respectfully, so these good folks in this neighborhood don't have to continue to come to these meetings, that our Wesley Neighborhood Association and or Ms. Mooney withdraw their application for historic status in the Wesley neighborhood.
Okay. At this point, we don't need this. Let's just take the time to focus on providing the information you want.
Well, the information is the neighborhood does not qualify. The survey was not put out on an RFP. She was picked to do the survey without having that put out to a third party or out for a bid. She was just picked because she had done a couple before and brought them in as well. I don't believe she's ever done one that hasn't come in the way the city or county wanted it to come in, wherever she does it.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for letting me speak. I don't have any surveys. I just want to say that I live in the neighborhood for 7 years.
Can we have your name and address?
My name is Malin, 1141 Douglas. My husband and I moved here 7 years ago. We moved here to have the privacy of the neighborhood. We enjoyed the quiet of the neighborhood. We like it as it is. We basically don't want this. And it seems to me a majority of people don't want it. It seems like it's being forced on us. A few people put this together. I don't mind if a neighborhood group wants to keep graffiti off our walls or get more policemen for protection. But when you say we're comparing us to a neighborhood where porno shops are coming in, that's not the truth. It's not coming into our neighborhood. And when you said that all we're getting out of this, like the other gentleman said, is another layer of protection, we're also getting more layers of red tape in our lives. Our lives are tough and stressful enough, and we don't need any more red tape, any more people to ask permission in our own homes that we bought and paid for with our monies. We want to live there quietly. You people may not live in our neighborhood. We would like it to stay as it is. We don't know why everybody keeps pushing this when the majority is saying no.
Harry Pappas, 1916 Diosma Street. I'm here representing my recently deceased mother, who lived in her home in this area for 59 years, I believe it was, or moved into the neighborhood in 1959. My brother currently lives in that neighborhood, and I hope to move in that neighborhood, hopefully if this doesn't pass. Miss Moon, not Miss Mooney, I think it was Hesser, she keeps repeating that we're going to be able to make all these changes to our homes. Nothing's going to change. I hear constantly, nothing's really going to change. We're going to be able to make these changes. Yeah, if that's true, then why do we need this designation? But in the Wesley Neighborhood Historic Survey, there's about 3 pages of what you can and can't do. And I'd like to show this to the commission. There's words in here, by the way, that I've asked people to define, and nobody's been able to define them for me. For example, there's words like should be, meaning here we're talking about building form. The building to convey its historic modest size and somewhat cubic form. These would include changes that make the building footprint appear as a long rectangle as viewed from the street, such as adding an enclosed garage at the end of the structure. And that's a should be. Now, if I go in front of the Historic Planning Commission, which we're going to have to make any of these changes, does should be mean I should do it or I shouldn't do it? What is it going to be the definition for that word? Secondly, we've got words like preferable. Changes, this is on porches. Changes to porches that occurred 50 years ago may be considered acceptable. 50 years ago you made a change, might be all right. But it says preferable. Can somebody tell me what define that word preferable? What it means when I go in front of the Historic Commission, I want to do it. They tell me it's preferable that I don't change my porch. Does that mean no or does that mean yes? Same thing with should be retained. This is on windows. The size and proportion, shape of the windows should be retained. Now, does that mean, again, when I go in front of the kids, I can retain those windows or I can't retain those windows? There's no yes or no here. There's no affirmative answer. It is desirable. What does desirable mean? I can do it or I can't do it, again, in front of the commission. These are a lot of open ends, and these are going to be defined by Historic Commission. They need to be defined prior to anybody voting this thing up or down. Tell me what these words mean before we do this. I'd like to show you some houses in this neighborhood. I'd like to show you this house. According to these 3 pages of rules and regulation, most everything about this home would not be allowed. It's got an enclosed garage on the front structure. Looks like another room addition's put on the other side of this home. Looks like the roof line has been changed. There's a fan-like door. The landscaping is totally designed. This is, by the way, listed as a non-conforming. Yet this person here wants this historic district home. Next door to this person is that home. Okay? That's conforming. That's what the other home used to look like, or very similar. Now, this gentleman, this family's got their remodel and restyling does. They've upped their property values. That home is worth significantly more than, I'd say, this home. Yet, in effect, he's telling his neighbor and everyone else on the street, your home is never going to look like mine. You're not going to get the same right or privilege.
We're not.
Mr. Pappas, excuse me, Mr. Chair, can you make your point? I know you don't want this, but can you please make your point?
Well, I think the point's obvious. These people that are supporting this have changed their homes dramatically. They've upgraded them. They've added value to them. They've been put in closed garages. Yet they're telling now, and they're the ones pushing this. They're the most vocal supporters of this. Yet they're telling the rest of us, homes like this, and my mother's home, you won't get the same opportunity this past that we've got. We upped our value. You won't be able to. We've got ours. You can't have yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Judy Benstein. I'm at 1348 Melville Drive. My parents bought this home in 1954. I was raised there. I've moved back there after living at the Gilcrease Ranch. All open yards. People that are moving into this neighborhood want the yards. They want their kids to be able to play in them. But they also want to add on, because as these kids grow, the house needs to grow. I don't know if you've been in any of these homes. They have one bathroom. If we don't expand to the left the way this plumbing is built, we don't expand, because the plumbing was built by a person that just basically had the plumbing to go to the left. There's a person down the street from me, 3 houses down. He's got 3 roofs in his backyard. He's got it all fenced in. He's built all the way over to the gate, to the fencing line. These are the people that these people are talking about. We're telling our young couples that come in there with 3 kids, you can't do any. You can't do what our parents did. You can't add on. And that's what we're doing with these people. And it's not fair. This isn't really historic. If it's historic, I'm 62, and I'm historic. Because we moved there in 1954. And that's where I grew up. I'm back there because of the yards. I back up to Valley View, and I'm really like a ho-hum because I do want to be protected. But I'm going to have to go along with everybody else that I've seen move in the neighborhood with the young ones. You have to build on. You have to do it for your family's sake. And those kids that are coming in and everyone that's built lately and moved into those homes and improved it, they've really improved the neighborhood. The rentals are about the only ones you're going to see going down. But I know there's a lot of people that own these rentals, and they're speaking up. We don't want it historic. Mine's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's John Davis, and I live at 1212 Bernard Drive in the Wesley neighborhood. And I like coming here about as much as I like going to the dentist to get a tooth pulled. And so I kind of avoided all these other meetings. I just figured it would go away and I wouldn't have to be bothered. But I have owned property in an historic district, and I know what it's like. I mean, you can't even change the color of your paint. I mean, the little town I grew up in, Northern California, there was a bar that was opened right after a prohibition, so they made that a historic building. Well, they wanted the color was blue, and they wanted to match the tile. It took them 3 years, and they never did get the building painted, just because no one could make a decision on what color it should be painted. And I don't really want to live like that. I've lived. Me and my sister have lived in this house since 1980, and I just like it. And why should I have to come here and fight with a bunch of people about my house? I mean, you can't. There's already tons of zoning regulations and parking regulations, and you can't have trash in your house or you'll get it a nuisance. I don't see where this would do any good except add another layer of government to we already have plenty of laws already, and I just would urge you to vote it down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nicholas Bennett, 2116 Kirkland. I grew up in the McNeil neighborhood and lived in Wesley for 3 years, and I am in support of the historic designation. And during the time I lived there, I was involved with all the meetings that we had to support this designation. And I think that there's a lot of misinformation out there with the Planning Commission, or with the Historic Commission. Courtney Mooney I sent her an email asking her how many times the Historic Commission had meetings for changes to houses. 6 times in 6 years. So that's for 358 homes in the John S. Park neighborhood. They met 6 times, and every time they approved.
Please.
Every time. It doesn't matter if I live in the neighborhood.
Hey, we're not going to be talking to the audience. If you want to stay. One more outburst, and you can be leaving the meeting.
So, although I do not live in the neighborhood. I understand that. But the mayor of our city wants Las Vegas to be a world-class city. And without preserving and protecting the past, you cannot become a world-class city. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Reitz. I live at 1331 Melville Drive. I live in the house that gentleman put up here and said that it was non-conformant. It was overbuilt, and all of the other lies that he said about that house. That house is non-conformant. It is built within 3 feet of the property lines on either side. But I applied for all permits and come in front of this board twice to get variances. I went through the processes to get those variances, and I got them. I do not see that man has a right to say something about my house. Second thing is, the house that he showed you that was still conformant is right to the north of me, And it isn't conformant. It is added on the north side of the house. It has a room, two-room addition on this side of the house that shows from the front of the street. That man doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, that said, I'll tell you, I didn't plan on getting up here. But with the lies that that man told, I thought I should. The only other thing I have to say is we have had meetings for 2 years steady, 20 meetings. Every one of them, flyers have been put out that said that there would be discussions on this particular topic. None of these people that have spoke attended very many of those meetings. I won't say they didn't attend any, but one here, one there, one here, one there, and very little was said by them at our meetings in opposition or for. So I think you should really take into account, that for 2 years we have fought for this, asked the people to put their input into it, and nobody did because, as one woman told you people, she thought it would go away. It wouldn't be here. It would just stick your head in the sand, my dad used to say, like an ostrich, and it'll go away. Well, it hasn't gone away. And I hope you people take an account that that's what we're dealing with here.
Thank you.
So many lies and unattendance, and as I said at the prior meeting, uneducated people as pertaining to this meeting.
That's enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dana Russell. I live at 3606 Wesley. I am the Wesley Neighborhood Association Secretary as well, and thank you for bringing this forward. Didn't want it to be too late of a night. I had to come up here to address Mr. Camp's map that he showed with all the pink dots, and I think if I remember him correctly stating that those pink dots were oppositions, and if I read that map correctly, my home had a pink dot, and I'm actually for the designation, as is my neighbor to the west of me. So either I'm reading that map correctly, or he doesn't have his oppositions right or configured right. We have had meetings to bring the neighborhood together. We had the October 22nd meeting, and then the neighborhood porch came in on the 31st. And it was a great meeting. We had the neighbors that came equally to show support or not. I think the thrust of it comes down to they don't want government control, and they want to know what the historic designation is going to do. We can't tell them. We only have John S. Park as a guideline for the city of Las Vegas. We can't look at Boston or Massachusetts or other, eastern states because they've been around so much longer. So they want to know what they can and can't do. And we can't tell them without being designated and what those rules are. We are going to be able to remodel, but to what extent, we don't know. So I think their main thrust is not being told what to do and not knowing what they can and cannot do. And I think that's the whole gist of their opposition. Thank you.
Joseph Thomas. I'm a resident of 3400 Wesley Avenue. And I'd just like to go on the record and say that I know I'm not the only one, but I do take offense to anyone saying that individuals did not participate. I, for one, was dealing with a life-threatening illness. I'm a cancer survivor now for 2 years. I did not have the opportunity to be coming out and going to these meetings. One of the things that I've done is I've gone back and looked through all of the minutes of the quote-unquote Wesley Neighborhood Association, and I think this is very telling. One of the things, and I'll give it to you date by date, and I'm quoting from their website, March 28, 2007, Historic Preservation Update Designation requires an active association, which was reactivated by Franklin Simpson. reactivated by St. Franklin Simpson. It wasn't reactivated by the neighborhood or by the wishes of the neighborhood, number one. Then they, the people that were present that day, selected an interim leadership that was not representative, again, of the neighborhood association, which are still in today. And that's President Tiffany Hesser, Vice President John Paul McCahey, and Secretary Dana Russell. Then, on January 29, 2008, the final unofficial historic designation survey results, 21% responded. Again, only 21%. I'm not sure what that 21% is because it doesn't identify if they are residents or living in that neighborhood. 87% were in favor, 7 not in favor, and 6 undecided. Then we jump to March 31st, 2009. Dana's report needs to pass through the Historic Preservation Commission. Her report identified that it did not qualify under national registers, but only under a local designation. And it goes through and identifies all the meetings that would have to be gone to in order for that to take place. But what it does say, it says, it would benefit Wesley greatly if homeowners' representatives were present at each commission council meeting to show support and desire for the designation. Again, they're only showing support. It requires community involvement. The process should be...
Sir, you don't expect that the report would say people should be present to show their non-support for a report that is advocating a historic
I'm getting to my point.
Okay.
If you'll get... Okay, potential roadblocks. 20% or more of the homeowners reject designation requests. Businesses along Charleston oppose but can be excluded by redrawing the tract. So again, they're manipulating this to try and show overwhelming support. Then on July 24, 2009, discussion of adding Westlake to the historic register had gone on for several years, but the push gathered steam a couple of years ago when Neighborhood Association decided to organize a push for the designation. Again, you go back. Who is that people, or who are those individuals? You're going back to those same individuals from that very first meeting. And again, on October 31st, at the neighborhood meeting at the corner of Ashby, there was only a sign-in sheet for support. There was not one for opposition. Again, I couldn't agree with Commissioner Quinn Moore in what she stated at the last planning meeting. She didn't want what happened along Alta to happen to us. And when you've got these type of biased presentations that are being presented and representing themselves as if they're the representative voice for the neighborhood, which we know is not true because we have a 4-to-1 documented, signed signature of every homeowner that is in opposition.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay, my name is William Seffel. I live at 1355 Barnard Drive. I've lived there since 1966. When my wife and I and our children moved in, we had dusty alleys and everything else, but every time we'd ask the city to come by and do something, they ignored us. They said, we can't do it. We don't have it on the budget. Everything was denied. Nothing was done to those alleys until the federal government came in and used dust abatement and paved those alleyways, which is just recently. In 1997, there was supposed to be a 10-year plan for putting in handicap sidewalks and everything else. That money was allocated, and only a small portion of it has been done, especially down in the area where these neighbors, that is a gathering, not an association, because the whole group in that area never voted as we want an association or not. My house, I've done improvements onto it as I can. As I can financially do. I'm on Social Security now. We have other people in our neighborhood is the same way on Social Security. There's certain things they can do and can't do. Some of us physically can't do it. But right now, for my house and what I want to do to my house, either interior-wise, paint it any color that I want, fix it up, I'm not going to go ahead and build something that's going to lose value. I want to make it increase value, so I'm going to put everything I've got in there to do that. To take away that privilege of me and have to go to a committee or something, that is taking a freedom away from me that it's guaranteed to me. We've got too many people in Iraq and Afghanistan right now that are defending our rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name's Leanne Collette. I live at 1127 Melville. Have lived at 1127 Melville for the last 20 years. My husband's been there almost 30 in that house. We like the neighborhood. To quote Ms. Hesser, our neighborhood is unique. It is unique because it isn't cookie cutter. It is unique because we still have the colors of the houses that we want, whether they're pink, yellow, green, blue, or tan. The historic preservation, and I want you to go on record to say that I was in those initial meetings and I wanted them to look at it and see whether we could, and initially I was for the preservation. I have since changed my mind, mostly because of the ambiguity and because of the fact that it puts a layer in that I can't do. Again, I have a 2-bedroom, single-bath house. It can't grow. I can't sell it to somebody who has a growing family if it can't grow. The neighborhood is unique. It is a community. We know our neighbors. We talk to our neighbors. We share with our neighbors. We protect our neighbors. We don't need the historic preservation to change that. It has been that way for 30, 40, 50 years. We don't need it to make that a community and make it unique and make it preserved. It already is by the fact of who lives and owns and grows in that home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Dunham, 1244 Barnard Drive. I apologize for bursting out earlier. It just upsets me that there's somebody here talking about our neighborhood, doesn't live there anymore, and moved away and wants to, contribute. That's all I got to say on that. I've lived in the neighborhood for 15 years. I purchased this for $118,000. I've done a lot of changes on my home within the guidelines of the city laws, and did a lot of it myself. I have a young family. I had 1 child when I first moved in. I have 3 now. 1 who's autistic, which requires 24/7 care. I looked at this neighborhood for security for my family. I built my house to be that. I've also did it to bring the price of my home and value up as I was doing all these things. Having an autistic child, my child would like to try to escape out of the home at night while we were sleeping. I needed that second front fence yard. That I have a block wall that's 2.5 feet around my whole front yard. I'm one of very few homes that have that. And for me, for security for my children, being in that yard and having that barrier, which won't probably be designated from this historic thing because it looks like it's wishy-washy what you can and can't do to the house. I've put thousands of dollars in my home. My home at the highest value, appraised almost at $400,000, which helped all the other homes that didn't do anything. It helped them immensely, and many people did all this work on their homes. I have a secured home. I feel safe. The neighborhood is safe. The people are wonderful. This is the biggest negative thing that's happened in our neighborhood that has divided a lot of us, too, and I don't like it. I'd rather have had a committee saying, hey, let's get together and see what we can do and help out the elderly, fix up their homes at least attractively, what they physically can't do. But to have this and tell us what we can and can't do, I'm not for it. So thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Wayne Tousley. I live at 3601 Wesley. About 5 or 6 years ago, they closed off a street between my neighbor and I. They closed off Darmac, where it used to go through for flood control. My neighbor built onto his house. What I've got there now is I've got a big vacant space between my house and the house where my neighbor built on. I question whether I'll be able to add on if it's designated historic. That's one of my concerns. Do you want it looking the way it is? Now, granted, we haven't done anything with it. The reason we haven't, we just haven't had funds. We've had a lot of medical expense and other things going on. My second biggest concern is I have a handicapped daughter. What am I going to do with their house? Have you looked at the houses there? They all have high front porches, right? At the meeting over on Vegas Verdi's school, I says, can I put in a ramp so my daughter can get into our house? Furthermore, if you look at the houses,
You come in through the front door and you run into the closet. You got to make a sharp left-hand turn. We can barely get her in with her wheelchair without lifting her up, moving it around. What I need double front doors on the front of my house. And from what I understand, these people are going to have the right to say no to my double front doors. Are you going to deny my daughter the privilege of coming into my house because she's handicapped? If the Preservation Committee can't give us more definite terms of what's allowed and what's not allowable, and it's going to be an arbitrary and capricious thing based on how they feel that day, whether they've had fun with their spouse or not, or whatever's gone on, if they're going to base their decision on that, then I'm hung out to dry. So I believe in life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and I'm with the other gentleman. This isn't happiness for me. I'd rather be anywhere else than here tonight. But we're here, all of us, and it's because we object to this. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go to the center, and those mics will pick up your comments.
My name is Kimberly Dyring. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Kimberly Dyring. This is my father, Wayne Towsley. I actually we just moved from his house about 2 months ago. We were living with them because of financial situations, and so even though I don't live in the neighborhood this second, I feel like I had to come here tonight and let you know how important this is to me. As far as I'm concerned, this is all about me. I know it might sound selfish. I was hurt 2 years ago, 27 years old. I worked for the school district with special ed children. And when I was hurt, I was devastated. I was stuck in bed for 5 months, and honestly, it is horribly painful for me to get up right now. My back has got 2 screws that are completely broken off, and the only time, honestly, most of the time I spend about 20 hours a day in bed. The only time that I really get out is on the weekends when I go to my dad's house, my mom and dad's house, to play cards. And my husband, he has to pick me up in that tiny little square to get me in through the door. And pick me up, he sprained his wrist, because I'm not a light girl, I'm kind of a big girl. And the thought that there might be a chance someday, if this becomes a historical society, of somebody saying, no, you can't put that in. And I know, since I've become handicapped and also working with handicapped children in the past, that they have laws, the American Association for Disabilities, that requires that handicap ramps are put in. But I've got to tell you the red tape that is added with something like this. One of the students that I worked with was severely handicapped, and he was in a wheelchair. I was working at Las Vegas Academy, actually, when I got hurt, and he was multiply handicapped. The library was on the 2nd floor, and Las Vegas Academy, as I'm sure you all know, is historically protected. And for 4 years, this student, not once did he ever go to the library. I had to toilet the student, I had to take care of him, but I could not lift him up the stairs, his wheelchair. They did not have an elevator, they did not provide that for him. Now, I did find out that one of the reasons was because of the Historical Society, that it was too complicated, that the money, that it was going to be so expensive to fix Las Vegas Academy and make it accessible for him to go to the library. Now, don't get me wrong, if they are willing to make it so difficult, if becoming historical makes it so difficult that a high school student cannot even get to the library, what gives them the opportunity to tell my dad no, or to make it harder on my dad to put that ramp in, to go to before a historical society and have them say, well, it has to be fuchsia, it has to be gold-plated. I know this is ridiculous, but, just the requests that might be made of him that would put more pressure on him. Life is already hard enough, especially right now, and if it counts for anything, I'd like to be put on the record that I'm not for this, and I ask you, please, please, seriously consider this and listen to the people and what they have to say. I beg you.
Thank you.
My name is Andrea Takis, and I currently live at 1343 Jarmac Drive.
I did grow up in the neighborhood at 1225 Darmac Drive and lived there with my parents till they sold the house in '78. That house has 3 bathrooms, and you wouldn't know, and it's a very big house. You can't tell from the front. And I just want you to know that I am for this because I think that Las Vegas has to preserve some of its history when they're imploding everything around us. And they happen to have imploded a house on Darmac near Charleston. And I'm wondering, how long does this guy get to leave his lot empty? And he owns like 4 houses right in that corner. So that makes me a little concerned that we don't have the extra layer of protection right now, that he could implode this property and leave it empty for as long as he wants. That's what I'm told. And anyway, it is a nice neighborhood. It's quiet. And one thing we all have in common is that we love the neighborhood and we want to keep it nice and quiet. But we do need this historic preservation simply because of the surrounding areas. When you have a historic preservation, from what I understand, it helps protect the neighborhood. Like the grocery stores and things like that can stay, up. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
This is going to be the last speaker.
My name is Corinne Clark.
I mean, if you're down here in line, we'll address it. But when I see one speaker, we're going to bring this to a close.
I'll just take 1 minute.
She is next.
My name is Corinne Clark, and I live at 3512 Westlake. And I attended several of the initial meetings a few years ago and was interested in seeing if we'd even qualify, and figured we would not because there have been so many changes to the neighborhood. And when you look at Ms. Painter's report, only 56% of the houses even qualify, so we're at a very bare majority as it is. Now, in those initial meetings, what was explained to us is that there would be a time for public comment and that the neighbors would get a say whether or not they approved or disapproved. And I think that it's very harsh on some of these people to say, well, you didn't attend or you didn't do this or that or whatever. This is the point for public comment, and whether people attended meetings for 4 years or not, we're here now. And what we're saying is we don't want it. And I hope that you'll respect the wishes of the majority and oppose the historic designation.
My name is Romaline Camp, and I live at 1219 Douglas. And when this first came out and I got the bulletin, I put a petition together and went out to see what my neighbors wanted. In 2.5 days, I had 50 signatures, and I came home to my husband and I said, I am not one of these people who does this. Now what am I going to do? And I figured, okay, now I have 50 people who told me that no, they don't want to be a designated area, so now what do I do? So I went around to the rest of my neighbors, and soon I had 7 other people who also helped with petitions. I want you to know that a lot of people are here, and you already know that, but there are lots of people who couldn't be here. And I went to more than half of those 165 people, and personally, when I went to their doors, many of them had already made up their mind and wanted to sign. A lot of them said, please come back, I want to talk it over with my mate or my neighbors, and I want to investigate it more. When we went back, they signed it because they already had investigated, so it's not a matter of no knowledge. Also, many of them even came to our homes because they were afraid that we weren't going to come back. A lot of them are really worried because the way government is now, the majority of us aren't heard. And their concern is, will my vote count and will it help? And I genuinely want you to know that the signatures that we obtained are people who did know what they were doing. They're not just a bunch of writings on a piece of paper. They're truly people, and we know, and you know, that no matter, even if the whole neighborhood voted against it, you can overturn that. That's your choice. And you're going to make a decision now that's going to affect everybody's whole investment in their home. And we just hope that maybe you'll listen to the majority of us, because most of us really don't want it, and for the sole reason of, one more place to go to, and we just feel like that we have wonderful codes now for the city. That's all we really need. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to Dana.
No, we're not going to, ma'am.
Your home is not on here.
You can speak to us.
Thank you. I just want Dana to know our house wasn't on here. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Kathy Tousley, and my daughter and my husband spoke, but they forgot to say a couple things that I really think are important for you to know. And that at the last meeting that we were here, we were told, even though there was a high majority of us that did not want this to happen, we were told that we needed to educate ourselves. We needed to find out about what was good, what was bad, and we have taken that time. We have had a lot of meetings. A lot of us have looked on the internet and everything that we could do to find out what this was. And we still say we don't want this. One of the other concerns that I had is I was at one of the meetings. I was talking to the gentleman whose home that we were in, and he was talking about his great big front window, and he had said that he had just replaced it and that it had cost him about $400. And then another lady talked and said that she had replaced the little tiny windows, which are not even code anymore because in a fire nobody could get out of them. But she had replaced those windows the same size that they had been before, those two little tiny windows, and it had cost her $1,300. And when I think about Kimberly and the fact that it's so hard, we thought when this started that she, things might get better for her, but it looks like it's going to be this way now. And to have to lift her in her wheelchair is in that little tiny space is almost impossible. And so what we're going to have to do, if we can, when we can do it, is knock out our front window, this characteristic, wonderful thing that makes it, be considered to be historic, but to be able to get her in the front doors, I'm going to have to be able to just, we need the ramp first.
And I appreciate that. And we do understand that, and I think we appreciate your comments deeply.
I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm just saying, please.
Thank you.
Please.
And at this point, we are going to close the public hearing. Commissioners' comments? I will give... No, we're good. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Commissioner Keene? Or Ellsworth?
Keene is good, too. I've been called Mr. Keene, but not Commissioner Keene. I want to just make a few comments. One is I love to see the community or the activity. I think it's good. Even though some of you are angered by the efforts, don't let it get under your skin. That's what this system is about. I'm glad to see you get involved and care about your communities. That's what we need. I love it. I love to see it. So regardless of what the outcome may be, let's turn it to a positive. And that positive being you know each other better, your neighbors, you're coming out, you're being active, and I love it. I love to see it. As a general rule, I like historic districts. I think they're a positive thing because they do preserve history, culture, and I like that. However, as I look at your development, please don't take offense to any of those who have been there forever. I don't think this qualifies. I don't see this as being...
Okay, at this point, he doesn't need the praise. He can make the comments, so please, No further clapping outburst.
Again, I don't mean this to be offensive, but I don't find this to be an exceptional, or this community to be one of exceptional importance. I mean, they're all exceptionally important, don't get me wrong, but as I'm looking at the definitions, I don't see that this qualifies. Plus, I see an overwhelming opposition. I feel bad that so much time and energy apparently has gone into this effort, but I look at the overwhelming opposition and I just can't support something like this, especially when I don't think it qualifies under the rules. And that's my position. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'd like to make a couple comments on this as well. I agree with Commissioner Ellsworth over there that I don't really believe that this neighborhood qualifies as a historical district, number one. I'm very pleased to see the amount of emotion involved in this issue because it does mean you are a neighborhood. At the last meeting, I told you all I grew up in the neighborhood. I played in that neighborhood. I grew up right next to Vegas Verdes Elementary School. And that neighborhood has stayed intact for 50-plus years, and it's a great community. It's very clean. It's really a pleasure to drive through that and see the integrity of that neighborhood. But my biggest concern is we are to designate this or give it a historical designation. I think you're creating a different class of neighbor in here. You're going to have the neighbors who have already been here, got their house improved, increased the value of their property, put the house the way they wanted it, and then you're going to have the folks that came in there with the intent of doing it but didn't get it done in time, and they're never going to, well, shouldn't say never, but it's going to be more difficult for them to make the changes and to grow their house and increase the value of their property. This is an historic designation affects your property rights very strongly. And what I'm seeing here, both with the maps that have been put up here showing who voted for and who voted against, the surveys, the vast majority of the neighborhood is against this, which I am kind of loath to try to force something like this on somebody's neighborhood to affect their property rights when they are so strongly opposed to it. So with that said, I don't think that this should pass. I don't think it's appropriate for the Westlake neighborhood to come under a historic designation.
Mr. Chairman, yes, thank you. I, too, appreciate everyone coming out. I will say, though, when this goes to the City Council, you might want to act more with a sense of decorum, because I don't think the mayor will put up with the soccer match type mentality. I appreciate there's a lot of passion on both sides of the aisle on this, but I think everybody needs to understand we're not a reality TV type situation. There is a certain process that goes here, and basically I think we all want to hear the facts, and we want to hear how you were all affected by this. As I listened to the comments this evening and those a few weeks ago, I'm always a little bit amazed at the misinformation and the feeling that people's rights are being taken away, or that there are absolute things that can or cannot be done under these designations. Of course you can put in a handicap ramp. Of course you can provide ADA access. And you can paint your house any color. There are a lot of things under this historic designation that really just allows an additional level for when you go in already to get a building permit. There's an additional set of eyes. But I do understand the feelings of those who say that they don't want that. And I'm very disappointed that those who began this process in earnest, and I think with the best of intentions, lost their momentum. And it's real clear that that momentum has been lost. It sounds like the overwhelming number of the people that live in that neighborhood are very much opposed to this. I think many of you are opposed for the very wrong reasons. But that having been said, I respect your wishes. I would say also with regard to historic preservation, there's tremendous value in that. There can be tremendous value, I think, economically and in the long term. We, as a community, for the longest time, imploded our past. And if you ask anybody who's lived here for a long time, and I've been here for 55 years, I will tell you there are things that are gone that I wish weren't. It's a part of who we are. Whether or not this neighborhood qualifies for historic designation, I guess is another matter. But if it does or doesn't, the reality is that it sounds like the majority of you who live there, who are the stakeholders, absolutely don't want it. So I'm going to reserve my judgment at this point. I am a major proponent of historic preservation, but for whatever reason, I think the battle of public opinion has been lost in this. And I'm very disappointed that this matter has even come to our attention for a vote. I don't think it should ever have gotten to this point. And I hope that it doesn't torpedo future action with regard to historic preservation for other neighborhoods that may indeed qualify and hopefully will have an overwhelming level of support. So I'll withhold my judgment at this point. I too thank you for all for coming down. Obviously you feel strongly about this, but I would urge you to look at the facts and not the hysteria that can come with situations like these. So I applaud your passion and I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn or Goins.
I'll say a couple things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. When I first saw this item and had a couple of calls from people in the area, I really thought it was a good idea. But I tell you what, when I attended the neighborhood meeting at the school, that in itself showed that there was a lot of opposition to this. And as the pendulum started to swing on this, even tonight, I would have thought that those that were in support would have just as many people here tonight as those that are in opposition, because this is when you're supposed to show the best of the best. And so if I had to look at it in the context of sporting, it's kind of like what Oregon did to USC for those that are opposed. And so, and with that, I at that neighborhood meeting, I just think when we talk about getting information out, I still and still don't think that we're doing, and when I say we, I mean the city, that we're doing a good enough job of getting the information specifics out to people. At that meeting that night, a lot of people had some concerns because they were in the process or thinking about doing expansions to their home, and they just didn't feel that they got the answer that they wanted. A lot of folks at that meeting were very specific. We've heard about the accessibility ramp. We heard about rooms. And I just don't think we gave them a clear enough answer to give them that comfort level that they could support going to a historic district. So I think moving forward, and to be able to preserve neighborhoods in the future, is I think we need to get more specific information out about the role of the Historic Preservation Board and how it's now being called another overlay of bureaucracy. You've got to get people to a comfort level where they'll be able to accept that overlay, or they will be opposed to you every time. So I think we've got to do a little bit better job of getting the information out, making clear and representation that this board is not going to govern people's lives. It's not going to act as a homeowners association and tell people what to do. With that, I will not be supporting this tonight. I will not support it because it's plain and it's right in front of my eyes. If I ask people who are opposed to raise your hands, would you? Thank you. Those in support, would you raise your hands? I'll rest my case right there. Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn. Or then I'll make some comments. I'll go for it. I appreciate everybody coming here. You guys put in a lot of effort. The people that were in favor of this, that did the heavy lifting in the beginning, should be commended. I have supported almost every historical process that's come through here because I believe that what we do in preserving elements of our city that present our cultural history and architectural history and really our pioneering spirit in some regards because we're not as old as a lot of cities in this country. And we don't have typical 300-year-old neighborhoods like some, or 200-year-old neighborhoods like some of the East Coast cities do. But for those people that grew up in this neighborhood, that this is their history and it's important to them. I was amazed tonight by a lot of the people that spoke for and against lived there 20 years, lived there 30 years. There are not many neighborhoods in southern Nevada that have a clustering of consistent ownership. We're in a very transient society of, buy the house across the block or across town. So there is a historical flavor to your neighborhood. But like Commissioner Ellsworth said, there's nothing remarkable about your homes. And that's not a criticism. It's just they are homes that were built in a period of time in Las Vegas. I probably wasn't going to do this, but I found real opposition. I wasn't here at the last meeting, but Ms. Painter's report was a lot of report for a lot of little. It shouldn't have gone this far. We've had the Las Vegas neighborhood that has come before us, Las Vegas High School neighborhood, where it was 50-50. The people did the hard work in the beginning, and then the opposition showed up, and we're able to say, well, all these things are bad, and the world's going to be a bad place. I'll lose all my property rights. Uninformed, but with a little bit of hysteria, it wins. It's easy to fight some of these things, but I think if there is truly a credible historical story to a neighborhood, it's much easier for those people in support to move this process along and to give us something to truly understand whether a group may or may not support it. But I have a lot of fond memories about this neighborhood. A lot of close friends of my wife's grew up there, and I can tell you about a house on Wesley that for 30 years was painted lemon yellow because the people that lived there were named the Lemons. And they had a big tree in their front yard, and they wrap it with Christmas lights every year. You can see that thing from all over the valley. Those are good stories for a neighborhood to remember, but I don't believe they drive the level of making this historical. And I think by the number of people that showed up tonight in opposition and reasonable opposition, really this was probably one of the more cordial neighborhood meetings when it came to historic preservation I've seen yet. So in that regard, like I say, I commend you this evening, and I will wait to see what the motion is, but I'm not sure this really gets us there as far as a historical district.
Thank you, Commissioner Truesdale. I just want to say that it doesn't go unnoticed, the work that Courtney and the staff and the City of Las Vegas has put into this, and in this economic time, the money. And that's what was holding me back from making the motion, because I know how hard all of you worked, and you're my peer, and I feel like I work with you guys, and I know the tax dollars that was spent on this. But I have to look at this through the eyes of my neighbors. And I also want to make a comment that when a young man like Nick Bennett comes out here tonight, who doesn't even live in this neighborhood, but he wants to be a voice for our city, I don't think anybody should boo him or hiss him, but we should commend that young people care enough to come out to speak on something that meant a lot to him. I'm going to make the motion for denial, and I'm going to make that motion with a lot of thought. I drove the neighborhood, and the one thing I will say about your neighborhood is it seemed to me that everybody was following the historical feel even when they did remodel. I tried to find one house that didn't look like it belonged there, but you guys all belong there. And it looks like you all followed suit to make it look like it was historical, and you're kind of doing it without being historical. And it's with a lot of emotion that I put into this vote, but I'm going to make the motion for denial of this request.
There is a motion for denial. Is there no further comments? Please cast your vote. And that motion did pass for denial with the abstention of Chairman Stonebridge. This item will go on to City Council on December 2nd, and you really all need to stay together and show your support and be at that meeting, because the council, it's important for them to see what the neighbors really are concerned with. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to declare a brief recess just to clear the room. Those who would like to leave, keep it short.
Very bad, buddy. Oh, man. That's campaign. Started it. Really seriously pondering. I was really serious pondering running this time, but I just.
me. All right. All right. OJ. What's going on now? Hey. Let me get your money. Let me give you your money, man. I'm glad you're so. Look, you know what? Did I leave that picture? I dropped it, didn't I? Why? My mother all looking for it. Can you make another one? Oh, man. Oh. See, it was one for her and one for me. Oh. Oh, and you made two. My God. What you can do for me? Well, I'm parked in this side of the garage. Get the ones in there. I'll park this side of the garage and then upstairs now. We're here. Let's do it. In the garage. Are those guys work at night? At night? You gotta be kidding. What's going on, man? You fix my refrigerator. Mechanic is you. You're just tired. You ain't reading. You're just tired. You ain't reading. I want to fix my refrigerator. Don't do it. You fix my refrigerator. It ain't doing nothing. That's a serious one. See, I ain't doing the serious. See, I had that. No. Give me my HARP. I'm on the basketball this house, man. Think everybody next to you. Hey, Preacher, how you doing, man? Bless. Good. Looking good. Somebody might like my mother. I'm going to give it to my mother. Hey.
Okay, we'll be starting up again in about 3 minutes. I'm gonna be there. Butterbag. Butterbag. You gonna be there? Huh? Yeah. But I tell you, blessed are they that die in the Lord. You just cease from their labor, but their works do follow them. Don't forget that, brother. Jesus died too. You talking about Paul died? John died? You recognize them? Okay, we'd like to start the meeting again. Meeting's reconvened. We'll go to item number 45 out of sequence, just in deference to the large group of people that are in attendance. Item number 45 is special use permit 33136. It's a special use permit. I know. Let me get to the right page. It's for proposed church or house of worship at 545 Madison Avenue. Companion item is 46, is site development review 36124. Is for proposed 48,816 square foot addition to an existing 8,000 square foot church house of worship with a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 10-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the west perimeter where 15 feet is required. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed addition will extend onto an undeveloped lot to the south and will provide a new sanctuary and associated facilities for the existing Unity Baptist Church. The applicant has requested a waiver of Title 19.12 landscape and buffer standards. The addition substantially complies with Title 19 requirements except for the requested waiver. Staff supports the waiver as it's minor in nature and is mitigated by the additional landscaping added around the perimeter of the site. As such, staff recommends approval of both requests. Please note we have received additional protests and letters of support after publication.
Thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. State your case.
Good evening. John Lotman, 8965, representing the applicant. We've read the staff report, agree with all the conditions, and here happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible motion.
If there's no discussion, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
On agenda item number 45, the SUP, the special use permit, the staff is recommending approval, I believe, and I'm in agreement with their recommendation. My motion would be for approval.
Motion has been made. Please cast your vote. Post. Motion carries.
With regard to item number 46, the site development review, again, I believe the recommendation is for approval. My review of the backup leads me to agree with the staff, and once again, I would make a motion for approval of agenda item number 46.
Motion has been made. Please cast your votes.
If I may, please.
Please.
On condition number 14, I would like to add the language that no structure shall be allowed to be built over a property line, and all required parking must be on the same lot as the primary structure.
You in agreement with that?
We're in agreement with that language.
Thank you.
My motion would be with the amendment or the addition as read into the record by Director Wheeler.
Okay. Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Post. Carries.
And both matters go forward to council on December 2nd.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we now move to item number 16, General Plan Amendment 36056, public hearing. The applicant notice the City of Las Vegas is to amend the downtown North land use plan on 772 acres. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the master plan for the City of Las Vegas referenced language with regard to the current homeless, the corridor of hope, which is within the downtown North land use plan area. There is, as we do periodically, we review the general plan and the area plans to ensure compatibility. And in this case, we are proposing adding language to the downtown North plan so as to state clearly that the planning and development staff will be working with neighborhood services and with the Regional Homeless Coalition to ensure that we have the right land uses and the right development standards with regard to these types of uses in the downtown North area, and that is the requested addition that we have before you this evening.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on this matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to staff for discussion, or turn it over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Chair, with no discussion, I'll move for approval of item 16 GPA 36056, subject to all staff's recommendation conditions.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries.
Also goes forward to council on December 2nd.
Item number 17 is modification 35911. The applicant owner is Anthony M. Garland and Renee Marlin, Family Protection Trust, and Ludwicki A. Van Gimmett. A major modification to the Summerlin Master Plan development to amend the existing land use designation from COS, Community Open Space, to SF1, Single Family Detached, on a portion of 9021 and 9025 Greenboro Lane. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the transfer of land from the adjacent golf course to two residential lots has created split land use designations on the subject lots where a single designation is required. Approval of this modification would make the land use designation consistent for each lot. If this request is denied, the land use designation for each of the two residential lots would remain split. Please note that there are additional letters of approval for this item.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Terry Pastorelli, Horizon Surveys, 9901 Covington Cross Drive, and we concur with staff recommendations.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Just a question for staff. These two remnant parcels, I guess they're outside the current fence of the Marlin Homes. Were they always considered to be part of the housing property, or was it some recent transaction?
It was a recent transaction. They purchased a portion of the golf course.
Okay. So by incorporating this property, these lands will now be assessed at the higher residential rate,
Yes.
as opposed to the unimproved,
Yes.
or what the golf course rate is.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, are they going to move the fences out to this property line, or is it just going to remain?
I believe they were moving the fences, but they wouldn't impact anything.
Okay. And they'll merge the maps, right, Margo? Is that one of the conditions?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. If there's no other, I'll make a motion for approval.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Please post. Motion carries.
Goes forward to council December 2nd.
Thank you.
Thank you very
We
much.
now move to item number 18, which
Have a
is
good evening.
variance 35778. The applicant owner is Carr Living Trust, UA, to allow a 5-foot rear yard setback where 15 feet is required for an existing 567 square foot addition to a single-family dwelling at 6017 Cottontail Cove Street. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant enclosed a patio cover at the rear of the residence without obtaining the required building permits, resulting in a room addition that encroaches 10 feet into the required 15-foot rear yard setback area of the property. Since the addition to the principal dwelling along the western property line was constructed before consulting Title 19 standards and without building permits, it was determined that the request is a result of a self-imposed hardship, and staff is recommending denial of this request. If denied, the addition will have to be removed or redesigned to meet the requirements of Title 19 prior to obtaining the necessary building permits.
Thank you. I'd now like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please approach the mic and give your name for the record.
Larry Sanchez, 7844 Soaringbrook Street, representing the client, Hubert Carr. Staff, on the engineer record, I originally tried to legalize this enclosed patio cover. What happened was the owner of this property enclosed it without a permit, thus encroaching into the setback. Currently, the rear, behind the rear property, is a park, which I don't think obstructs to any public safety or fire hazards. Secondly, there is an HOA involved in this property, and they said they would give verbal approval. Upon verbal approval from the city, they would approve any sort of enclosed structure. I went to the building safety department and I tried to pull a permit for the client, and they approved everything, but we're here to get the variance for a 5-foot setback in lieu of 15. But again, we understand there's a physical park behind the rear property, so the client is well aware, as well as the neighbors, that there's no encroachment upon their property at that point.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak in this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Please.
I have a few questions for the applicant. I've looked at this property, and if I understand it correctly, I did not get out to walk the backyard area. I just looked at it from various angles. But that is a park that's in the right behind it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I mean, you know, as a matter of practice, I don't like to see someone come in and asking for forgiveness when they should have asked for permission beforehand. I don't appreciate that approach. I don't care if it's innocent, an innocent mistake. That really doesn't fly well with me. But I've looked this over, and I don't see any difficulty with it. I think you're right. I think the park is there. The walls are made with those are cinder block walls, right, in the back, and so they're fire retardant, and I think I don't think this is going to cause much of a difficulty. But all right, you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions,
Please.
if you may. Is it the garage area that we're showing on our in our draft backup materials? Is that what was enclosed?
No, it's a rear. It was a rear existing patio cover that was closed, and the rear patio cover is facing the rear property line, and just behind the rear property line is a park.
Okay. And I had information, and maybe you can tell me whether or not it's accurate or not, but that enclosed space that was constructed illegally was being rented out to another party. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. It is an exercise room. Again, I'm representing the client, and the client is here to speak on their behalf.
So code enforcement came out and cited, et cetera?
Yes, and a notice of violation.
Are there HOA rules with regard to that, whether or not they could be rented or?
It's not going to get rented. That's my home.
Is that something that we...
My name is Hubert Carr.
Thank you.
And that's my home.
Okay. Is that something that we could condition, Ms. Wheeler? Or?
If I may, Chairman and Commissioner, condition number 1 requires direct interior access between the addition and the existing residence that will have to be provided when they come in for their building permits and for their final inspection, so that this is not a separate unit completely divided from the main house. There will need to be a door from somewhere along that wall from the main house into the exercise
There is a door
room.
there.
Okay, well, it's not shown on the plans,
Well,
so.
there's 2 doors, one at the back and one on the side.
No, a door from the interior of the home into the exercise room, which is not shown on your plans.
No, it's not a door there.
Well, there's going to need to be one, as our conditions are proposed, so that this is part of the main house and not a separate unit.
In principle, I'm not opposed to like a mother-in-law unit, but what we're seeing, and a lot of people are talking about the economy, or that people are illegally enclosing patios and garages, and then they're renting them out to people, and in some cases, lots of people. They don't necessarily meet, those that aren't permitted don't necessarily always meet safety standards. And so we've had situations where you have fires or, the wiring is faulty. And then the other issue, and that's why I asked about whether it was the garage, because you were talking about a patio enclosure. We're finding that these garages are being enclosed, and then for whatever reason, people have 6 or 7 cars, and those cars end up being parked on the street, in the yard, on the grass, and you get a beautiful neighborhood. This looks like a beautiful home. And those are the kinds of things we want to deter. So
just for the record,
I'll defer to Commissioner Ellsworth on this.
Just for the record, the use of this room, if I can show it here on the screen. The use of the room is an exercise room for my client. It is not in any use to be rented out. But again, for the record, it was an existing patio cover that got enclosed, and once it enclosed, the setback requirement changed, and he was unaware of that. And typically, residents just think they can close it without further verifying.
Was there a licensed contractor who did the work?
Yes.
Okay.
It was just a patio cover in the beginning. And I had gym equipment. I got all kinds of gym equipment back there. And it was just too dirty. I couldn't hang with that. So out of ignorance, I put windows in it, not knowing any better. And now it's much more usable.
Mr. Carr, I do see what you've done, and I hope you understand that you're going to have to put a door in to go from the interior of your addition there into the interior of your home. That's one of the conditions, and that's requirement of code. Are you comfortable with that? Are you willing to put a door in there?
If I have to, but if I don't have to, I won't do it.
No, but you're going to have to. That's one of the conditions. Are you willing to accept that?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, and I see what you did. I can see how you made it so that you can access your pool or your jacuzzi or whatever that area is there right from your room, and I see what you're doing there. But to be in conformance with the code, you need to put a door on the interior, as Director Wheeler had mentioned. And if you're accepting that, then at this point, I'd like to move for approval of item. What item number is this?
18.
No, item number 18, subject to the conditions of staff.
Motion's been made. Please cast your vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
That goes forward to City Council on December 2nd.
Thank you. We now move to item number 19, variance 35-857. The applicant is Benicio Garcia. The owner is Weatherby Properties, LLC, to allow 105 parking spaces where 113 spaces are required for a proposed 800-square-foot restaurant expansion at 941 North Pecos Road. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to expand the existing dining facility into an adjacent tenant space, increasing the total floor area of the restaurant by 800 square feet. The expansion requires additional parking for the subject site by 8 spaces. The applicant has created a self-imposed hardship that can be eliminated through an alternative site location. Staff is recommending approval. Please note we have received additional protests and letters of support after posting.
You said staff is recommending approval?
Denial, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'd like to declare the public hearing open, and anyone in attendance wishing to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
My name is Fidencio Garcia.
Very good.
I live in 3702 West Fisher Avenue, North Las Vegas.
Very good. And what's going on here that you need to add 800 square feet?
Well, because I just want to put my a dining table and the next suite. I'm not going to make any big, I don't want to put more tables, just the same that I have. I just want to make it comfortable with my customers. That's because I got like 80%, 85% of my customers is take out. But sometimes when the people is sitting on the tables, the people, they don't want to wait. So I lost a customer. That's why I want to put it on my table in the next suite. That's what I want to make it bigger.
Business is good?
Well, I think so, yeah.
Very good. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the Planning Commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. I would probably be supportive of this, but I'm reading an email from, looks like the gentleman who has the Point After Lounge. I'm assuming that's in the same center.
I don't understand the question.
One of your neighbors, one of your neighboring businesses, objecting to the expansion, talking about. It says the applicant came into the center as a sandwich shop and was granted the exemption of needing a grease trap. They have overburdened the sewer system several times, and expansion will make the matters worse. In October of '96, a parking variance was granted for Las Istas Mexican restaurant. Since that time, a church has moved to the center and all store are occupied. The granting of this variance will have a detrimental effect on the other businesses in the center. Can you respond to that, please?
I don't know nothing about that business. Las Islitas is the other side of the other corner of the shop here. So I don't know.
But if there's an issue with sewer, this restaurant operation will have to increase their sewer capacity or grease interceptor capacity as part of their building plan. So that's really not, to me, a land use issue.
I'm just concerned because he says it was an exemption for a grease trap in the past, but I'm assuming that's a whole other matter for another day. Well,
any further discussion?
I'm prepared to make a motion for approval with all the conditions.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries.
And that goes forward to the City Council on December 2nd.
Okay. Thank you.
We now move to item number 20, RQR 35792. The applicant is Las Vegas Billboards, LLC. The owner is Jonathan Park, LLC. It's a required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 3319 Meade Avenue. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is the first required review of the subject sign. The applicant has obtained building permits, paid required fees, and received a final building inspection approval. The existing sign is in good condition, and there is no adverse impact on adjacent sites regarding the continued use of the sign. Therefore, approval of the request is recommended. If denied, the existing sign would have to be removed. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item.
Thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open now. Anyone in attendance wishing to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. Sir?
Good evening. Mark Sabra, 8610 Southeastern Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. Concur with staff's report and would ask your approval.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn the matter over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Sproul, question. What kind of market does this board have? I mean, this is the first board, this is one of the few boards I've seen that it's on a street that's got about 10,000 cars, as opposed to half the streets that have reasonable traffic flow. So I'm just curious the benefit of the board.
They're generally, they have been the half-size billboards. It's a 24-footer, and basically, like on Sirius Avenue, it's been for construction. Obviously, you can see there's an advertisement up there from the billboard company itself.
Mm-hmm.
But in the past, there's been Concrete Accessories Company, local advertising within that corridor itself. That's the same street, or if it isn't this one, it's the next billboard that I'm here for. You're looking at the construction notebook, industrial usage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ready for a motion if there's no further discussion.
I'd like to make the motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of RQR 35792. Thank you.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries.
Goes forward to council December 2nd.
We now move to item number 21, which is required review 35793. The applicant is Las Vegas Billboards, LLC. The owner is Jonathan Park, LLC. It's required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 12 feet by 24-foot off-premise sign at 3542 Sirius Avenue. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is also the first required review of the subject sign. The applicant has obtained building permits, paid required fees, and received a final building inspection approval. The existing sign is in good condition, and there is no adverse impact on adjacent sites regarding the continued use of the sign. Therefore, approval of the request is recommended. If denied, the existing sign would have to be removed. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item.
Thank you. Now to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. Sir?
Mark Sabra, 8610 Southeastern Avenue, Las Vegas Billboard. This particular billboard is in the same area as the previous billboard, and with staff's approval, we would also ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing is open. Anyone in attendance wishing to speak on this matter, please come up. Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed and turn over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
If there's no discussion, I'd like to make a motion to follow staff's recommendation of approval for number RQR 35793 with all staff's recommendations. Thank you.
Motion's been made for approval. Please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries.
Council on 12-2.
Council on 12-2. We now move to item number 22. Required review 35930. The applicant is Mountain View Estates. The owner is John Hirda. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 10-foot by 40-foot off-premise sign at 2744 Highland Drive. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is the first required review of the subject sign. The sign and supporting structure are in good condition, and there has been no significant change in development or land use since the original approval. The subject sign has not received a building or a final building inspection, and the original building permit expired. However, a new permit application was submitted on 10/27/09 and is pending review and approval. With the submittal of the permit application and the existing condition of approval for a final inspection within 30 days, staff is revising its recommendation to approval for the subject required review. If denied, the existing sign would have to be removed. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and approval for this item.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wishing to speak, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir. Michael McDonald, 48 Carmen Boulevard. On behalf of the applicant, we agree with staff's report. We thank them for that, and we respectfully request your approval, please.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion. Any discussion? We're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, if no discussion, we'll move for approval of item 22, RQR 35930, subject to all staff's recommendations and condition.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Opposed? Motion carries.
City Council on December 2nd.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman?
Sir.
Through you to Commissioner Goins. Commissioner, I didn't quite understand. What was the score of the Oregon-USC game? Thank you very much. Next. We'll now deal with item number 20.
It wasn't even close.
I know the Notre Dame USC score.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Item number 23 is a special use permit, 35891. The applicant is Lee's Discount Liquor. The owner is Thompson Summerlin Holdings, LLC, for proposed 10,565 square foot packaged liquor off-sale establishment at 780 South Rampart Boulevard. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, currently the site consists of a vacant building within a large commercial center. The addition of the proposed use will contribute to an oversaturation of packaged liquor use off-sale within the Boca Park development, and as such, staff is recommending denial. Please note we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open now. Anyone wishing to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, John Vorensen, 2657 Windmill Parkway, Henderson, representing the application. We're requesting a use permit to establish a packaged liquor store within a soon-to-be vacant building on the Rampart frontage in Boca Park. Mr. Lee is in the process of purchasing the building. As you know, Lee's Discount Liquors has been operating in the Las Vegas area for the past 28 years. They employ over 150 people. If approved, the store will have approximately 8 employees, and the store hours, for the record, will be from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays and 9 a.m. till 11 on Fridays and Saturdays. Staff has recommended against this application, stating that they feel this will contribute to an oversaturation of the use within Boca Park. This is apparently based on the recent approval of another packaged liquor store in Boca Park by the City Council 2 weeks ago, which staff supported for Total Wine and More. With all due respect to staff, we disagree that the addition of this store to Boca Park would be a detriment to the area. There are no separations requirements between packaged liquor licenses, as is the case with taverns. Packaged liquor sales are permitted in grocery stores, as well as freestanding establishments such as proposed, and packaged beer and wine is also allowed in all convenience markets in the city. According to the staff report, there is no detriment to the public health, safety, and welfare by permitting another store in Boca Park. Allowing this use would help promote healthy competition in the area, benefiting the consumer. Zoning should not be used as a tool to limit competition. Rather, competition should be a function of the free market system. Mr. Lee does welcome the competition. Our request meets all Title 19 standards for a packaged liquor off-sale establishment use. We feel that the proposed use will be harmonious and compatible with the existing land uses in the area, as this is a predominantly commercial area. This use will benefit the center by occupying an otherwise soon-to-be vacant building. The proposed use will not compromise the health, safety, or welfare of the general public, such as an oversaturations of taverns would, which is why there are separation rules in regards to taverns and not packaged liquor stores. Other types of competitive retail uses do exist within the center, such as the large amount of restaurants that serve alcohol within Boca Park. That concentration of competing businesses is not detrimental to the public, but actually serves to create a healthy competitive atmosphere. That saturation of competitive restaurants also help keep Boca Park vibrant, especially in the evening hours. Insofar as the postcards that were sent in support and objection to this application, 21 of those postcards were from residents of the Queensridge Towers to the northwest supporting this request. There were no protests from those who reside in the towers, at least as far as the postcards are concerned. They apparently feel that the addition of a Lee's Discount Liquor Store to their neighborhood would be beneficial. We'd respectfully request your approval of this application. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing Boca Park. With me is James Grindstaff, also with Boca Park. Approximately 6 months ago, maybe a little longer ago than that, the City Council articulated a new policy, and that is regarding oversaturation of alcohol establishments in particular neighborhoods. I know because I was presenting that application. The staff report that you have in front of you tonight very clearly articulates what that new policy is, and we would ask that that policy be applied uniformly, not only in the Nellis area, but in the Boca Park area. There are several existing packaged liquor stores, or liquor providers within Boca Park. There's the Vons, there's the Total Wine, there's a unexpired use permit for the Long's Drugs, and that is more than sufficient. And in fact, most of those border the same exact parking lot. So if the city has adopted that policy, which they have, then we would ask that that policy be applied uniformly to this particular location. With that, I would like to turn the microphone over to Mr. Grindstaff.
Please.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. James Grindstaff, 9440, representing Boca Park. The site plan that we currently have before you, just to show the perspective that Mr. Larson had mentioned about the packaged liquor. The Long's Drugs is currently located right there. Of course, their permit will expire at some point in the future because they're currently closed. But currently active, we still have the Vons Supermarket and the recently approved Total Wine & More. Adding a fourth one where the Milton Homer Furniture Store currently resides would have 4 packaged liquor stores within about 300 or 400 feet. From our perspective of Boca Park, we don't necessarily object to alcohol uses. As you know, we have lots of restaurants there. But that's more of a walk into the restaurant, you sit down, the alcohol is consumed as part of your meal. Packaged liquor is about driving up, grabbing it, and taking it home. We think 2 is plenty, 3 was enough, and 4 would just be too many. We also are concerned, as the landlord at Boca Park, about the high, what we would consider the high-end nature of Boca Park. We've tried to do the best we can, even in these economic times, to try to maintain a level that the people who shop at Boca Park are used to, and we would like to continue that. We really think that we've had discount jewelry stores that wanted to go there and discount this and discount that, and we've always rejected them. If you'll notice, you don't see anybody's name with discount anything in Boca Park. We'd like to continue that tradition at Boca Park and not bring in anything discount, and especially another packaged liquor store. The oversaturation that staff mentioned, I think, is very appropriate, and this is one of those situations where when you've got that many within walking distance in one shopping center, I think oversaturation probably properly describes our situation here. The last thing I'd like to mention is that Milton Homer, although we do have a cross-parking access agreement there, only has 19 parking spaces as part of their building. And I would also wanted to just bring that fact up, that people will be crossing all over the parking lot and over parking in front of Vons and all the other areas just to get over to Milton Homer when they're at some of their higher volume times. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you might ask Mr. Larson before they...
Yes, sir.
Let me finish the public hearing, then you can ask questions to your heart's content.
Well stated.
Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on the matter?
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Richard Patero, 8656 Grand Bank Drive. I've been involved with the Boca Park project for as long as it's been in existence. We worked real hard as a community with the owners to make sure the integrity of that complex has maintained itself, and they've done a great job. I think the issue here is that they sold the pad. Somebody's coming in and wants to do a use that we would probably not be comfortable with. I know that there's some objections, some pro. But the integrity, I'm a commercial realtor as well, and the integrity of this area right there looks like you start doing that, maybe a 99-cent store comes next. Who knows? But Boca Park has been a transitional, if you go all the way to the south, where Target and Office Max are, and as you move further north, it's gotten to be a higher end, and that Milton Homer, that's about as nice a furniture store as you're going to find, and now we're going to put a liquor, Lee's Liquor, and it just doesn't seem appropriate to me at all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on the matter? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed and turn the matter over to Commissioner Evans for discussion.
Yes, Mr. Larson, I just want to ask the question. You're the representative for Boca Park, the landlord of what would be Lee's, right?
No. Lee's is actually a separate parcel that, as Mr. Bornstein indicated, Mr. Lee is attempting to purchase. It's not part of the Boca Park. It's part of the Boca Park overall center, but it's not owned by Boca Park.
So you
management.
can't restrict your own tenants, or some of them are landowners within the overall master development?
That ship has sailed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? Yes. Please.
Just to clarify one thing, there was a statement made that there was some new policy with regard to liquor uses. There is no such policy. Staff's recommendation is based on this one instance in this specific location, and it is not reflective of any change of policy. There is no such thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Forsythe, you're looking to put in a 10,000, square foot liquor store.
That's correct.
The, wine-only store, or what's it called?
Total Wine?
The other wine store.
Total Wine and More.
Okay. Is how?
About 20,000, I believe it's 20,000 square feet.
And
it's about double the size.
Yes, John.
Okay. Thank you.
And when you look at the Vons, which has 2 carousels plus display counters filled with liquor, I typically don't look at these restrictions or this in this light, but I was rather interested in seeing when I watched City Council, and because I missed the meeting when the wine store came through here, but I thought, what a great enhancement for that center. But I know the competitive nature of a discount liquor store, and this really is a lot of floor space. And I know it's an affluent area, but I know most of my neighbors up there aren't boozed up 24/7. So I'm really trying to appreciate, and I know the Queensridge Towers has wine lockers for their fine residents. So there's plenty of access to wine and spirits here, and this just, I think we're going to see Boca Park, whether it's as gloriously successful as the developers, anticipated, or the market, but these are almost right next door to each other.
And I think each one of these uses has a slightly different market. Vons their liquor department, they mainly aim at the grocery shopper. The people who are in there for groceries are picking up a six-pack of beer and maybe a loaf of bread or whatever, just like a convenience market would. They also happen to sell hard liquor and a better variety of beers than the convenience markets. The Lee's Liquor feels they have a different market than perhaps the Total Wine. Total Wine has their own brand of wine. They have a different way of marketing it, and they have a different target market, I believe, than Lee's Liquor would have. Lee's Liquor is not a 99-cent store. They have a wide variety of wines. If you've been into one of their stores, a wide variety of wines, wide variety of liquors and beers. And they feel that this is an excellent location for them. Apparently a lot of the residents of Queensridge also agree. But again, I think it's a slightly different target market for each one. The Vons is a different market than Lee's, which is a different market than Total Wine.
And I forgot Whole Foods. It has a huge wine, which is less than a minute's drive from there. I mean, it just seems like this is the last stop in town where we can get some liquor.
Well, as in the case of taverns, yes, there are limits depending on populations. There are limits depending on the separations between them. That's not so with liquor stores. We don't have separation requirements. Basically, as I indicated before, zoning should not be utilized as a tool to control competition. If a person wants to go in and feels they can be competitive in the market, they should be allowed to do that and let the free market reign.
But I agree with you. But when you take that argument one step further to look at a planned development like this, or regional development, that tenant mix is critical to the success of that development. And a lot of the approvals that were made as it reflects, with respect to Boca Park, were based on having this very well-defined tenant mix that helps businesses promote off each other for the success of the center, so we have a vibrant development as opposed to Mr. Lee's success, and we can have the other box closed up, boarded up, like half the Smith's stores here in town with, and we can say that's great competition, but we have blighted shopping centers that are really letting neighborhoods decay because you can't go back in there with grocery stores because Smith's will maintains their restrictions. We approved the Boca Park plan based on having this very integrated development, and I know when I looked at it, and as these have come before us, it's really been a matter of keeping that, even in bad economic times, trying to still keep a tenant mix or a matrix that promotes the overall success of the development, and it's not for the benefit of the developer. This is a very good neighborhood right here. The housing is strong, and I think if we're just going to say, well, 10,000-foot store, if they're stronger, then the other one can be boarded up, I don't think that's what's meant. In fact, I know that's not what the shopping center industry looks at when they're trying to create a tenant mix on an urban village like here, the Tivoli project just south, and how they all interact. So this is difficult because, in one regard, I agree. We're not zoning competition away. But in these type of developments, you wouldn't put 5 steakhouses right next to each other because it would be a mistake. They may all have great food. They may all have great brands, but it will be a mistake. There's only so much steak market in steak buying customers during that dinner hour.
So I understand, but where is the line drawn? Total Wine and More was supported. It went through with no problem. There was a Vons liquor store. Their liquor was still there. Long's was still there. So that was 3 within the center. Now Long's is gone. We'll be adding the 3rd back into that center, back into that mix.
Mr. Chairman, when I may, or if I may, I just want to make the record clear here. The question of saturation is not a question of limiting competition or not. The fact of the matter is the City Council has chosen to make liquor uses of this nature a special use permit, not a permitted use. So it's a fine argument the applicant makes, which is that that applicants can come in and ask for they can ask for these uses, and there are no distance separation requirements. But the fact of the matter is, this is a special use permit, and this commission and our council will be asked to do a few things. One, is it compatible in the area? And two, is there enough of these uses in this area for this area? And that's a saturation argument. It really doesn't have to do with competition. Anyway, I just needed to make that clear for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Please.
Just a couple of comments. I visited the site many times. I don't find that your application is harmonious and compatible with existing and surrounding land uses, so it won't find my support at this time. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to make a comment? If not, we're ready for a motion. Make a comment? Go ahead.
Just a quick comment on the applicant. I find that when I heard Mr. Grindstaff say that we don't want this type, or we don't want it because it has a discount on it, it's almost like this is us and that's them, and we don't want that up here. So I kind of find that to be a little bit interesting. But one thing I would say with this applicant, Lee's Discount Liquor, even through this hard recession, I've never seen one of his stores close in any location to date. And I think he's an upstanding operator in the community, and I don't think it's an oversaturation in this shopping center. I think there's enough in this area of diverse liquor establishments that this one would sustain. I just think the issue is the fact that it's got a discount on it.
Very good. No further comments. I think we're ready for a motion.
And this is a tough issue because I really do understand your applicant, but in trying to look at the impact of this development and the success of that whole neighborhood and community, since it's such a large impact, I'm going to make a motion for denial. Follow staff's.
The motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Please post.
And that denial is a final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Okay, thank you for your consideration.
We now move to item number 24, which is a special use permit, 35909. The applicant is Second Chances Boutique. The owner is Trailwood Center, LLC. It's for a proposed 1,549 square foot thrift shop at 9691 Trailwood Drive, Suite 101. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the use to be compatible with the surrounding area and meets the minimum special use requirements for a thrift shop set forth by Title 19 and Summerlin Development Standards. As such, staff recommends approval. Please note we have received additional protests and letters of support after publication.
Thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open now, and anyone wish to speak on this matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
I'm Nicole Sorrentino, the owner of Second Chances, and I would like your approval on
accept all the conditions. There are no conditions. Yes, there are two. Would you accept the conditions that are included in the staff report?
One of the staff reports was against me.
Well, the one I'm dealing with is support of you.
The support of me is good. I know that there was one that wasn't. So
always look for the ones that are in support.
I'm going to go for the one that supports me.
Do you know what the conditions are?
The conditions are simply that you need to meet all code standards of the city and that you need to obtain your business license within 1 year.
Yes.
Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn over to the commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Just not going to make the motion, but it's my understanding this is the first thrift store in Summerlin. So I guess that's a barometer of our economy.
It's not in Boca Park, is it?
Better not put discount on it.
Not in Boca Park.
Welcome to the hood.
Okay. Anyone else have a comment? If not, I think we're ready for the motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. It's surprising. When I saw this, before you got the packet, I saw the notice on this space because I'm in this center on a regular basis, and I figured maybe most of the tenants didn't know what it was or would be an opposite. And I talked to a couple of tenants, and they actually said that they thought it would be a great opportunity to bring this business into their center. So shows what I know at times. But I'm going to make a motion to approve follow, I think, staff's recommendation for approval.
Yes.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Opposed? Motion carries.
Will go forward to the City Council on December 2nd.
We now move to item number 25 and companion item number 26. 25 is a special use permit 35932. The applicant owner is Forston Jordan for proposed church, house of worship at 1230 West Adams Avenue. And item number 26 is site development 35931. It's for the conversion of an existing 2,871 square foot residence to a church house of worship with waivers of the perimeter landscaping buffer requirements to allow buffer widths of 5 feet, 2 feet, and 7 feet along the east, west, and north perimeters respectively, where 8 feet is required, and 6 feet along the front perimeter where 15 feet is required. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, these requests are for the conversion of a single-family residence to a church house of worship use. The residence was previously remodeled under a residential building permit, which has since been voided. If approved, a condition has been added to require that all necessary building permits and final inspections be obtained prior to occupancy of the site for a church house of worship use. The subject site is located within an area that is oversaturated with church house of worship uses, as there are existing churches to either side of the subject property. This oversaturation negatively impacts the residential area by generating a large influx of traffic and noise during worship hours, and will be further exacerbated by the addition of another church. Furthermore, the request for waivers and exceptions indicate that the site in its current configuration is not physically suitable for the increased intensity of the proposed use and will not be compatible with the adjacent residential property to the north. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of this request. If this application is denied, the subject site shall remain as a single-family residence. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for these items.
Thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open now. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
My name is Joey DeBlanco, 2251 North Rampart, here on behalf of the applicant. This property was previously before you and was denied under a separate application. This application is new and improved and hopefully deserves your approval. This application meets all the applicable standards except Title 19-1240, the landscape standard. The deviation from the landscape standard occurs along the west property line and along the east property line. In total, roughly 5,500 square feet of landscape is required. 4,900 square feet of landscape is proposed. Staff had a couple of additional concerns. I'd like to briefly paraphrase those, if I may. Traffic congestion during the hours of worship due to an oversaturation of church use in a residential area, and the traffic generated will negatively impact the adjacent roadways. Regarding the oversaturation concern, I agree with staff and would just argue that the West Las Vegas Bible Belt is one of the most recognizable and greatest oversaturations of use in Las Vegas. This particular community embraces religious and spiritual activities and has since the beginning. The ceremonious structure obviously appeals to the constituents, which are evidenced by the community's historic approval trends. For example, there are an additional 20 churches within 2,500 lineal feet of this site. One was just approved tonight.
Can you say that again?
One was just approved tonight.
No, the number of churches within 2,500 feet?
20 churches within 2,500 lineal feet. Not to mention, the neighboring sites are churches as well. In short, Ward 5 is debatably the historic epicenter of Las Vegas churches. Regarding the traffic congestion concern, I submit the city traffic engineer's breakdown. It was included in your workups, but if I may direct your attention to the conclusion page, where he identifies the net project impact to be about 1%. 1%. That's not much. However, if you determine that that 1% is significant, we wouldn't oppose a traffic study condition of approval. Unless you have questions, my portion is concluded.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on this matter?
Yes, my name is Reverend Jordan Forston. I live at 4044 Bowler Drive, North Las Vegas, Nevada. Councilman Barlow submitted a grant that had N Street open a couple of months ago. Also, the traffic impact in that neighborhood would be so minor. It was small church, and therefore we could always adjust our services accordingly. And therefore, I met with Councilman Barlow. He asked us to put up a block wall fence, which we've done, and also proper lighting for the yard. We've done that, and therefore we are asking that you consider, especially the amount of money that we put in the building. We paid I think $3,300,000 for the building, and we remodeled it by putting another extra approximately $1,000 into the building. So we put a lot of money into it, and it would greatly enhance the area. And there's some other things we want to add to it if it's approved. And therefore, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. I have a couple of gentlemen on their way.
My name is Dr. S.S. Rogers, pastor, teacher of the Greater Mount Sinai Missionary Recruiting Ministries, 1025 Balzar Street, 89106. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Pastor Jordan and this situation as the money has been implied in this place, and to look at the beautification of it, if you've ever drawn by there to see. I know it's next door to another church, but this same property also was used as a nursery years prior. I'm a resident of Las Vegas 49 years, and I know the era and what this would do for that particular site. Due to the fact what has gone into it, then I think y'all should pass this and give an opportunity to prove the value of the property and the value of the community, that it would be a great asset to the community. I've heard comments tonight on liquor stores. We have casinos all over the place. I know we say too many churches in the area, but this will maybe help eliminate some of the violence and things that we have in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Next.
I'm Pastor Willie Jenkins from the True Love Missionary Baptist Church, and I want to thank you all for approving the work that we're going to do at our church. And True Love is 1941 North 8th Street. And in our community, the church is one thing that's very vibrant. The church is one place where, I guess, where we gather and to worship and praise. And I know there's many churches, but the church is a place where we, as a people, we gather, and where we not only gather, but there's a great fellowship and a great love, and where we come together as a family. And church is just a part of our heritage, a part of our life, and a part of our culture. It is just part of us. The church is just who we are. And I'm here to support Pastor Jordan and the church and the venture that, and I'm just here in his support. And I'm just hopeful that you all will give him the approval that he can move forward with that ministry. Thank you.
I'm Pastor Samuel Carroll of the Calvary Baptist Church, 317 Madison Avenue. My church is located across the street from the St. James Baptist Church, counter to the New Jerusalem Baptist Church, down the street from the Second Baptist Church. The next corner is the Pentecostal Temple Church of God in Christ. So we have a saturation already. Amen. So that's not a problem with us. We work together as pastors, and we get along very well. I know Pastor Jordan here since he was music director, I think it was at Victory Baptist Church, and he's an upstanding young man and doing a fine job. And he took a home. This home, I think, was owned by a lady named Bessie Jackson at one time. I think it was, and she was a pastor. And this home now has been turned into a church. I think he can get along well with the pastors there and do a great job. He's doing a great job, and I pray that you do it. I was in Kansas City at the time he built this, but I got back a year ago, and I took over the pastorship at the Calvary Baptist Church. I wish you would highly recommend that. You know, I want to swallow what I'm saying here. While I'm here, there seemed to be a concern about the West Side area, but I see such a tearing down of everything over there. And it really concerns me. We started about these historic areas and how they should be protected. And my father came here in 44 and worked on Bold Hoover Dam. And these houses are being torn down, all the legacy in that area. And so I think something should be done about that. I was over at F in Washington, and there's 18 apartments there. Now, there's not much low rental area in that community. I talked to the inspector. I said, what are you doing? He put a red tag on all those 18 apartments that low rentals were living in them. I said, what are you doing? He said, well, the police told me there was drugs in here. So I'm going to condemn all these because there was drugs in here. I said, I wonder what happened if there was drugs in the Fremont Hotel or drugs in one of the motels down on Fremont. Would they just go and condemn it all and tear it down? So I think we need to take a look at all of it, and I pray, God, that you would approve this man and let him have his church. Amen?
Thank you,
and
Pastor
God bless you.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion. They'll have maybe some questions coming up for you. Anyone have any questions or points of discussion, or are we ready for a motion?
I think it's probably worth a few comments.
Okay, let's go. All right.
And I mean, the pastors were here tonight, and they've rallied again around one of their brethren that they believe strongly for, and but a lot of facts came out of all this presentation tonight. We have in this area a density of churches like no other in this state. And we have no housing coming there. So we're having the churches, we don't have housing, and we have no economic base for this area of town. There's no tax base to support the improvements that are required for that. Our streets in this community, our city government, our schools, all of these things are supported by property taxes. And we have the churches here and the density of them, that are doing wonderful things in and of each their congregation, but as a community, there's no economic base to justify development in this area. And we keep hearing, well, there isn't reinvestment here. There's no way to do this. Well, this state, this county, this city, this neighborhood continually becomes financially strapped because of the lack of tax dollars generated by property taxes, but yet we're adding church after church after church and taking these properties off the tax rolls. And people may think that I'm sitting up here that I'm not in support of the churches. I supported church. I supported the one church that has been there, and they're expanding their congregation. But we have these small little churches that take these properties out of a residential base to use them 1 or 2 days a week. And this has a great plan showing a lot of nice landscaping. But I can tell you, most of the churches over there, that level of improvement isn't maintained. So we wind up with churches in a neighborhood that everybody admits, everybody here tonight even admits, there's problems, there's this, but there's no economic base to support that. And where's the money going to come to support this neighborhood?
I'm a retired.
I mean, maybe it'll
Sir.
come from better health care, or maybe come from lower property taxes elsewhere in town. But how do we support this neighborhood? How do we come out and say we're planning this neighborhood properly to be a vibrant, growing neighborhood?
I'm good at what
It always sounds better when Byron says it, but I truly like West Las Vegas. I think it's important, but we can't solve every problem with more churches. We will have no property over there doing anything except Sunday and Thursday nights, I guess, most of the services, maybe some Wednesday nights. But what else happens?
Truesdale, I'm good at what I do. I'm a retired probation officer supervisor. I could have got some grants and had programs to help out the kids in the neighborhood and the families had I got this approved earlier. Director Kirby Burgess, along with some of the other staff of the courts, was working with me and will still work with me to get some grants so I can work and help the kids in the community. I've spent 41 years at Juvenile Court Services, Family Youth Services. I am the chaplain there now. And therefore, there are retired probation officers who have agreed to work with me if I can get this church open. We are in an environment where our expertise are needed. And I pray that the work that I've done and will do will more than be sufficient in regards to the money that will come into the community. We're sitting in a unique area. You can't put a church in there. What are you going to put in there? We've discussed this. I've discussed it with Councilman Barlow. He said, you get it passed, you got my vote. And I pray that you would consider the good work that would be done. It would be outstanding work, because I'm good at what I do.
Thank you.
If I could just interject.
We're trying to let the plant, we're not just going to reopen the whole area.
Churches pay property taxes. I don't know why you would think they wouldn't.
Our church is nonprofits.
Yeah.
Civic.
So I would just like to interject and say that.
You're civic and you're exempt.
You're exempt. If you aren't, you're probably one of the few churches over there that haven't contacted the assessor to be exempt.
We have okay. Let's get control again.
Just a couple of comments.
Sure, please.
And just a couple of comments.
If I could say one.
Pastor Rogers, we'll try to indulge at the end, but been down this road lots of times, and we as a board have to look at it from a land use decision, not from a Lord decision.
I understand.
And that's what we have to do here today, and that's what our job is. And when we look at it, And I think your applicant even said 20 churches and 2,500 square radius.
That's not accurate.
But I know for a fact there's about 95 churches in West Las Vegas in a 5-mile square radius.
That's not true.
And so what we look at from a land use is what is going to make this neighborhood prosper economically off of the land. Every time we take a applicant who has, and some of these churches in West Las Vegas aren't just commercial buildings. Majority of them have been folks taking houses. I want to take my house and convert it to a church.
I understand that too.
That takes money out the community by taking that building off the tax roll.
I understand.
Okay? So now the church is not reseeding the community back economically. It's doing it spiritually. Saving souls, talking to the people in the streets, trying to get folks to come in and change their way of life and living. And, that's what the role of the church is. But our role is to make sure that areas like West Las Vegas, mature areas, continue to mature. And when you look on this street, you've already got 2 churches. You've got, I believe, the Powerhouse Church on one side. I believe it's Pilgrim Rest on the other side. And now we have this one in the middle, and it's in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Keep it residential. If this was a properly zoned site where you guys were constructing another house of worship, I would be more to look at it. But you're basically taking a house. And if you look at the notes all the way back, Pastor Jordan, to June of 2005, there was a building permit issued for you to do some residential improvements in additions to a single-family dwelling. That's what you applied for. And then what happened, the changes were made, but they were actually changed to a house of worship. There were pews built, a pulpit built, offices for the church. So right then, that tells me that you said, to heck with what the city said, I'm going to build this church. Even though you were told that these permits were for residential building, and you built a church on the inside anyway. And then as it moves through the progression, every time a permit was pulled and denied, you continued to go ahead and build it like a church. So what you're saying to us in the commission is, to heck with what you say, I'm going to build this church and it's going to be a church. And that's what I take exception to. And then we come in and say, and one of the things we do as a commission, and one of the things that the councilman wants to forward is maturity within the neighborhood and keeping it looking aesthetically pleasing. Right. Which means he doesn't want to grant any waivers for landscaping. Right. If it says 15 foot, put in the 15 foot. Now, if you look at Powerhouse and Pilgrim Rest, there's no landscaping there except for a row of palm trees between Pastor Jordan's property and the Powerhouse Church, which have weeds growing up around the trees. The pictures that you show right here clearly depict streetscape. There's no landscape in there. There's no maturity. And while the pictures look pretty that you present, what history has told me in time of the 16 years that I've been on here, that a lot of these churches that have been approved and we've asked to put in the landscape hasn't happened. Okay? And then the reason is because we can't do it economically, or we have to, we need to get the parking lot in. And so it's a two-way street here. If we're going to approve it, you have to hold up to your end of the bargain everything that these conditions say.
We will.
The trend to me shows that it's not. It's not occurring. It's clearly an oversaturation. It clearly is. And I'm still of the belief that this is eroding the neighborhood. And I will not be supporting this because I don't think we need to take another home in West Las Vegas off the tax roll. And that's why we don't have development spurring over there now. Because believe it or not, when developers come in and people come in to plan, they count rooftops. And if there's not enough rooftops to bring people into a grocery store or into a development, it is not going to be built. Look at the Edmonds Town Plaza. Look at the square footage that's sitting there. Why do you think that isn't built out now? Because developers come in and look at the surrounding area. They don't have the rooftops. They don't have the people that they feel will come in and support and patronize it. And we just can't turn the west side into what your applicant said, the Bible Belt of the city. It's going to deteriorate a neighborhood. And I've said for a number of years, go to Dallas, Texas, study the model with Pastor Jakes, and maybe 10 or 15 of you pastors need together, merge your congregations, and build a respectable sized church, as opposed to having what I call spot zoning all over West Las Vegas. We can't get anything else developed. And with that, you'll have to defer to the chairman for additional time. But
just a minute. The 1 minute.
Hang on. Okay. I'm not coming because I know the preachers talk for 50-minute spurts.
No, just 2 minutes.
Well, we'll go 1 minute. We'll go 1 minute and start the clock.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman. Before you go there, I would like to make. Are we done with the commissioners? Or we?
No, we're still. Please.
I have a couple of questions I want to ask.
Do.
And by the way, Commissioner, you were right. It sounds better when Commissioner Goins says it. Here's my question: your hours of worship. What are the hours of worship going to be?
Adjust them accordingly. If there's at 11 a.m.
In the microphone, please.
I know that they have 11 o'clock services. I could adjust my hours.
This is Sundays? Well, what's your intention
here? This is the
here?
problem time, I would think, that Commissioner Goins would be referring to. And we could adjust our service time to, say, 10 a.m. if we had to. And so we wouldn't be getting out or starting at the same time. And whatever hours they start services, we could adjust our time for services.
All right, the reason I ask is because one of the issues is whether this is going to be compatible, and Commissioner Goins made a very good point. But the concern I have is whether we're going to have too much congestion. There are going to be too many cars on this property all at the same time. That does go to the saturation point, and that's why I want to figure out. I mean, I don't. Are your services only on Sundays?
We have services on Wednesday night, Bible study.
And is that the way all of the various religious organizations do there, or just yours?
They have certain times that they have services.
But are they different than yours?
Yes.
Okay, so different time. I mean, overall, I like houses of worship. I think they're great. Unlike a liquor store, you don't see people getting too high on religion to where they get a DUI or something like that. And so I like the house of worship. Commissioner Goins has made some very good points.
Yes.
I don't know how they're going to be addressed at this point, but I mean, and I don't know how I'm going to vote at this point. I am concerned about the congestion. I'm worried that there's too many cars, too many people. The benefit of a religious organization versus the tax rolls, I mean, that's a cost-benefit analysis, but I'm not sure that that's my job at this point, to make that analysis. My job is to look at a land use issue. And if we got too many people all at one time, I've been in the neighborhoods when it's during the religious meetings, and it's tough to get a parking spot. It's tough to get through the neighborhood sometime because there's just so many people there. It's congested, and so that's why I'm asking the questions. And I don't know if I fully understand yet what your hours of worship are going to be, but it sounds like you're willing to make your hours of worship at a different time so we don't have this congested this problem of congestion.
Right.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead. No, I just wanted to just answer the question about the timing, because it's impossible for us to put hours of restrict the hours of a church and then try to police it. I'm not sure that's a condition that we could get to. Someone's going to make a motion.
We're going to let Mr. Rogers or Pastor Rogers to have one more minute.
Can I have just a moment, please?
Everybody in towns wants to come up and talk.
To the
1
chair,
minute, let's go.
To the chair and to Mr. Goins, what I was going to say, I'm on the coalition, F Street Coalition, and we're now having a committee that we are getting together. Now, you said my rooftops, homes, the vacant spaces that are now vacant in West Las Vegas. we're looking forward now to ratify that and have homes and different things, business coming back into the West Side community, that there will be verbiage, there will be tax, there'll be things that will be appropriate from the West Las Vegas area. That's why we fought so hard to reopen F Street. So there will be viable transportation, business coming back into West Las Vegas, that it will be a viable community. There are spaces for homes who are no longer there that will be revived and come back into that community. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm on that board also. Okay, one more and that's all. This last chance.
My name is Emmanuel Watson, the third and pastor of Holy Trinity Abbey Church. I live at 7917 Holly Knoll in Las Vegas. We mentioned about not having the tax base, and I agree with you. We need to bring all the taxes in we possibly can. But I don't think that that's as important as trying to cut down on the crime and to bring families back together. The families are already leaving the neighborhood. A lot of it is because they don't have jobs, because the housing is going down. And if you bring the church in where they can help build up the community, the church, a good church, is not just there to have a religious experience on Wednesday and Sunday. It is there to build the family, to rebuild the family, bring them together, and also to bring economics in. So I believe if we would give Reverend Jordan the opportunity, that you would be pleasantly surprised with the programs that he has at hand, and that with the support that he will have through the community that will help, and to bring not only souls being saved, but bring economics into that community, and to help with the educational programs too, and job training that he's planning to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready for a motion now.
Just a comment, if I could. That sounds well and good, but at the end of the day, when you put it in reality and look at it, you could say there's almost churches on every corner. And I've been over there 46 years of my life. I grew up in the neighborhood and go over there each and every day, visit my parents who and our family worship at Second Baptist and been members over 40 years, which is right around the corner from New Jerusalem, on the corner from Pentecostal, right across the alley from Victory, and I could go on and on and on. But when you're planning as a church, you have to look at it from a business perspective. As opposed to having these small individual churches, this one roughly, what is it? How many square foot is this? About 3,000 square foot. I asked the question, what's that going to do? Because when I look at other church models and they look at the demographics, whether it be LDS, whether it be Roman Catholic, whether it be Lutheran, you tend to see that if there's 4,000 to 5,000 people that they feel that they can capture under the umbrella of the church, then an adequate enough facility is built to handle that. Meaning a church that is of the square footage where you can have a congregation of a size to come do that.
Yeah,
and that's why I say all the time with churches like businesses, and we have enough. I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pastors here, and everybody got their own church, and everybody's saying we saving the souls, we helping the family, we do. Merge it together, put it in a building enough size, and I think you will double the amount of people that want to come in and patronize and represent the church. Hold on, I'm going to finish here, and I'm going to go right to the motion because I don't want any more comments because we can go on all night. You're welcome to call me, and I'll come talk with you over coffee or any time. But that's what we need to start looking at in order to increase the viability and the economics within this area. Putting these individual churches, taking a house and converting it into a church is economically hurting the neighborhood. And that's my point.
Commissioner, I started in my living room with 3 people, and now I have a building of 18,000 square feet. I built 195 townhouses in the community that's putting in jobs and putting in houses in that community. I built 8 single-family homes and sold them 3 years ago. So don't tell me that you can't start small and grow and do something for the community.
Thank you.
But I understand you.
Thank you.
Ready for a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to follow staff's recommendation for denial of item
Motion's
25.
been made. Please cast your votes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to cast my vote, but I did want to say one final thing before making my vote. I do understand the argument of my fellow commissioners and the tax situation and the fact that we need rooftops, but I also disagree that square footage, if you believe in God, is a factor in anything in the church's anchor community. So my vote will be for the special use permit because it's simply a special use permit for a house of worship. So my vote will be yes, and I respect I respect my fellow commissioners, but our view is very different in this matter.
Okay. Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries. Denied. Okay, now item number 26.
A motion on item 26 follows staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion's made. Please cast your vote. Post. Motion passes.
And these matters go forward to the City Council on December 2nd.
I now move to item number 27. It's Site Development Review 35903. The applicant is Youngblood Architecture. The owner is Cliff Findley and Donna Findley Family Trust for a proposed 25,375 square foot motor vehicle sales new facility with accessory auto repair with a waiver of town center landscape, island, and tree requirements to allow 46 trees where 63 are required, and waivers of Title 19 requirements to allow a 0-foot buffer where 8 feet is the minimum required along the west perimeter, and a waiver of open space requirements to allow 13% where 20% is the minimum required adjacent to the north side of Azure Drive between US 95 and Teneo Way. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed motor vehicle sales facility does not meet the minimum town center parking lot landscape and tree requirements, town center open space requirements, and perimeter landscape buffer width and planting material requirements, indicating that the subject site will be overbuilt and will not be compatible with the adjacent surrounding properties. Staff is recommending denial of the request. If denied, the subject site will remain undeveloped until a future site development plan review is approved. Please note that there are additional letters of protest for this item.
Thank you. I'd now like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Good evening. Richard Youngblood, 4045 Dean Martin Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. We are currently developing only a portion of the site, and I believe that is a big reason why we do not meet our open space standards. The owner of the property, the Findley Family Trust, also owns the property to the east of this, where they hope to, at a later date, build another car dealership or further develop that as a commercial site and combine that site with the remainder of this piece for a larger piece of property. That I think will take care of that addresses our open space standards. The 8-foot buffer on that east side, we hate to build that buffer. We're currently building a 6-foot buffer along there, landscape buffer with a 2-foot high wall. We hate to develop that any further because hopefully soon we will be tearing that out and combining it with a future development of the remainder of the property. I truly feel that we can work with staff. I talked to staff this morning and come up to standard on our tree counts. Currently we are deficient 35 trees, and I think we can easily get that to within 8 to 10 trees from the standard.
Okay. While staff recommendation is for denial, there are several conditions. Are you willing to accept those conditions as presented in the staff report?
I would like to work with staff further on the conditions, yes.
Does that say no, or does that say yes? That said no is what I heard you say.
That technically a no, but I'd like to work with staff on further developing it. So no.
So would you like no? Okay. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to planning commissioners for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if there are no comments,
Please.
I'd make a motion to approve this subject to staff's conditions.
Motion.
Mr. Chair, if you don't, Commissioner Trues, and I don't mean to I want to ask some questions as I think more about this before we do vote.
I'll hold my motion.
I understand you're saying you're willing to work with staff, but I have concerns because saying you're willing to work with staff is not saying that you're going to do what they ask. And I don't understand why you can't. I mean, why can't you say, you know what, we'll put in the trees that's required? Or I mean, I'm looking at your designs, your drawings, and I don't see it. I don't see why we have to have this problematic. I mean, everything that I saw there tells me, oh, you could adjust it. I mean, it's not that big a deal. And those standards are in place for a reason. And I understand there can be exceptions, but I don't see there's a need for the exceptions here. Why can't we put this off for a couple of weeks and have you work with staff and come up with a plan that does meet the requirements, and then it's a non-issue? Is there a reason why you can't do that?
Well, time is of the essence on this property. They have the funding in place, and we do need to get underway as quickly as possible. It is a manufacturer's mandate that we are in for permit in December, and under construction hopefully at the end of January. The landscaping is, yes, we will meet all the landscaping requirements for the on-site. We are currently, with our proposed plan, 2 trees short of the landscaping along the frontage road, and we're really short because we're not using the whole property. For our frontage and our rear, we're not using the whole piece of property, so effectively we're losing about 60 feet, and that will take us to where we need to be in terms of frontage. For our landscaping on-site, in the landscape fingers, we will meet staff's recommendations.
Okay, so I'm confused.
Yes.
Are you saying that the plans we have in front of us, or are you saying that you have something new that you're willing to submit and agree to?
We are developing the plans, yes, and I did speak with staff this morning and talked to them just briefly about this.
Okay. So what we have in front of us, is that? I'm confused.
Sorry, I am too. If I may, we have plans dated October 5th. Do any other plans exist?
Only in my office.
So the answer to that is no. You do not have any other plans.
Okay, then
long and short of it, we will meet the landscape requirements, the open space requirements. We cannot get to 20% open space, and we would like to ask for a waiver on the 8-foot buffer along the east side, because hopefully very soon we'll be tearing that out and installing another development there. We're providing a 6-foot landscape buffer right now.
The motion was made for approval, subject to all staff conditions. Whether you accept them or not, unfortunately, that was the motion. Okay. And if that motion was to carry, you've probably got between now and the time this item appears before the City Council to get busy with staff and see how close you come to meeting those requirements, because like you say, time is of the essence.
Absolutely.
And time is money, and we could continue it if you'd like for a couple of months. But
I
the amount of money that you might save by prevailing is going to be more than offset by the cost of the 2-month delay.
Absolutely.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Please do.
The concern is that staff has recommended denial. So the conditions that you have before you, if approved, are if you want to approve this plan the way it's presented today,
Correct.
the October 5th plan.
Yes.
I would have to rewrite these conditions to get in the additional landscaping that the applicant is requesting. So at this point in time, all we have before you is a denial or an approval as submitted.
That's what's being, that was
Okay.
the motion.
But then that is approval with this and no additional landscaping as being discussed.
I thought that there were conditions
No.
in the conditions.
No, see, that's what
that
I'm
was
saying.
there.
These conditions are if you want to approve this October 5th plan. I don't have other conditions written for some interim plan because we don't have one.
Yeah, Chairman, if I may, what the applicant is talking to you about, what he is discussing with you is a plan that he'd like to present at some point in the future. What you have now is the October 5th plan, which is deficient pursuant to Title 19. Generally, the applicant would take an abeyance, come back with the plan so this commission can see exactly what it is he's proposing. If you were to approve now and ask him to make some changes, he would not be required to make the changes. He would just go to council with the October 5th plan. And so that's kind of the quandary you find yourself in.
Well, actually, it's kind of the quandary the applicant is in.
Yes, absolutely.
You've got your choice between going for an abeyance or going for a denial.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might.
But motion's been made, so motion's been withdrawn. So.
Okay.
I mean, the right thing to do
Yes.
is not to force it. I don't care what the financial concerns might be. The right thing to do is if you've got something new that you're willing to propose that gets us closer to the standards that we should be living by, then let's see that. And that can happen fairly fast. I don't know what the timeline is. I don't think it has to be several months. I think it happened in a couple of weeks, if I'm not mistaken. And if that's the case, that's the right thing to do. I'm not inclined to support something that's kind of trying to, let's just get it through and hope nobody catches it. I mean, that's not my style, and I don't think
that's not our style either. We've never done that. The applicant has the Honda dealership next door, and he's in full compliance, I believe.
So Director Wheeler, how long would it take if you to submit new plans?
If we could get them, we could get it back on your December 3rd agenda. That's 30 days. I can't go any quicker than that because of noticing requirements.
Okay, the motion?
Is that going to be acceptable?
I believe the dealership point, the Volkswagen dealership point, could stand a chance to go to a competitor if we miss that window. I would like to show how sincere we are, meet with staff, and have a completed plan that meets these requirements prior to the Planning Commission hearing that we have on December 2nd, I believe.
You mean the City Council?
I'm sorry, City Council.
Sir, I don't want to beat this. I'm not pushing a button for or against, not knowing what I'm voting on. So you really need to be prepared when you come here so we know what to vote on, not what's in your office.
Understood.
So is there a motion for an abeyance? Whether you like it or not, I can't vote one way or another.
Understood.
Anybody?
Yes, with that, my motion is that we obey this 30 days apparently, and let's see your revised drawings that we know exactly what we're getting into.
Okay. Motion's been made.
That would be advanced to December 3rd.
Motion made. Cast your votes. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
We now move to item number 28, which is a site development review, 35904. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is State of Nevada Department of Transportation. Is to replace a previously existing 45-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign with a proposed 65-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign on the same lot at the southeast corner of Wallace Drive and Clarice Avenue. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the new sign will be located approximately 152 feet north of the previous existing sign, which was removed to allow for the expansion of US 95. The top of the off-premise sign is proposed to be raised 30 feet above the finished elevation of the sound wall adjacent to US 95, bringing the sign to an overall height of 65 feet. The proposed off-premise sign will be relocated pursuant to Title 19.14.100 regulations. As such, any non-conforming status the original off-premise sign had prior to the removal will be retained. Staff is recommending approval based upon the code provision which allows the relocation of the sign as a result of the expansion of a public project, Please note, we've received additional protests and support after publication.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. Sir? Ma'am?
Yes, I'm Georgia House. I'm the property owner.
Who was? Let him go. He's the applicant.
go ahead.
Okay, same. You're up next.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor, 2880 Mead Avenue. We conducted a public hearing, a neighborhood service meeting on Monday. Had considerable, I should say we had two ladies that showed up on behalf of the Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. Jean Ingram being the president of the association, they showed favorable support. Mr. Gebecki was at the meeting as well. It's my understanding you should have a letter of support from them in your backup if they didn't fax it in. I do not have a copy. Anyhow, we concur with all the conditions. Again, this is a project that is due to the U.S. widening, U.S. 95 freeway expansion, and we concur with the conditions and we respect your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the letter from the neighborhood preservation came at 5 o'clock as we were exiting the office and was not able to be made part of the backup at this time. It'll be forwarded to City Council.
But it is a letter of support?
It was a letter of support.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Yes, my name is Georgia House. My address is 6213 Clarice Avenue, which is right next door to where this proposal for the sign is to be. There was no sign there when I purchased the property. I have a letter to the Department of Transportation, who, in fact, has told me that I have the first bids or dibs on the remnants that are located right next to the property, dated November of 2008. And they have not gotten back to me, but that was my understanding, is that I would have first choice, whether it be bid or sale of the remnants that are located next to the property, and I have the parcel numbers.
Ma'am, are you for or against this? Are you for?
I'm against that.
You're
That's
against
next to my property, which would do my property value no good.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on the matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible
May I
motion.
just ask the letter from the Transportation Department? Do you have a copy of that? I'd like to.
I've written a letter to the Department of Transportation.
Did they respond to you?
I have been speaking with Roy over there.
But he
for a
never
whole
wrote
year.
you back because they said that you have first dibs on something.
That
They said that to you verbally, but not in writing. Am I correct in saying that, ma'am? It was a verbal conversation. You don't have anything in writing from them, right?
No, but I have been speaking with him for a year concerning this. If he said if anything ever happened, that I would be the first person that they would contact.
To build a
and
sign.
there is some other oppositions on this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, do you understand what they're doing?
They're going to put up a big, tall sign right there.
A bigger sign than what was there?
Well, there was no sign there when I purchased the property, so what I'm saying is that when I purchased the property, there was no sign there. So, I mean, I don't know. Like it says application for...
Well, according to our backup, back in April 25th of 1978, a permit was issued for a 14 by 48 foot tall off-premise sign. So
I understand what you're saying, but...
Let me ask the applicant.
Chairman, through you, sir, just to help clarify any confusion here, we had a sign that was been on the property going back to the dawn of all ages. In 2004, we were condemned by NDOT. We pulled several permits to rebuild the sign. Here's pictures of the sign in existence. I understand you recently moved in. However, through the lawsuits that NDOT and the state has gone through with the previous property owner of the strip mall, it prohibited Clear Channel from rebuilding the billboard. As a result of that, in the site plan, NDOT specifically carved out enough room on this property that we're talking about. There's a vacant piece of property behind it, which this person might be working on. I'm sorry, I don't know that. But I know that NDOT carved out this specific chunk of property for Clear Channel to rebuild this billboard under condemnation, and that we have a fully executed lease agreement with NDOT that allows us to build this. We could not have this done until they finished working out the entitlements of the property with the City of Las Vegas. NDOT now owns and controls that, and Clear Channel now has a fully executed lease agreement to reconstruct this sign that was condemned.
If I may, just for the commission, in your backup is the June 24th, 2009 letter from the Department of Transportation Right-of-Way Division allowing this application to go forward and acknowledging and consenting to the billboard. So that was what staff relied upon, of course, was this correspondence from NDOT with regard to this application.
Well, ma'am, the only thing that I can say is that I have been talking to Roy, Pechous, and he's the property manager at NDOT for the right-of-way division, and he's told me on several occasions that the property adjacent to my property was, you know, if it was something that I wanted to purchase, I have all the parcel numbers and that I would be the first person to be able to purchase those.
Okay. The remnant piece.
Is the property in question the one that's on the display right now, ma'am?
I'm sorry, ma'am, you mentioned you had a parcel number?
That's my property right there.
You say that you have a parcel number?
I have all the parcel numbers that starts from this corner to my house.
Do you have the parcel number that they're indicating you would be able to purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us that parcel number?
The remnant numbers are 138-26814-014 through 6.
That's not this parcel.
No.
This is an adjacent parcel.
This parcel is 138-26801-009.
Mr. Chairman, through you, those are the parcels located just to the west of this parcel. There are 3 remnant parcels. In the photograph on your screen right now, I believe, ma'am, your house is the pink house?
Yes.
Yes. And there's 3 remnant parcels adjacent to that. And then further, you can't see in the picture, is where the billboard's proposed to be located. So those are the 3 parcels she's speaking of.
On the other side of Wallace.
That's correct, the west of Wallace.
Can you show her the map? Let
me see if I can.
Do you have this?
Mr. Chairman.
That shows it.
Mr. Carter?
Okay, now,
Sir, maybe we can
talk about the appropriateness of the billboard at this particular location.
Okay.
Staff's recommending approval.
Sir.
NDOT says you can have the sign.
Yes, sir.
This woman lives across the street, and that's another matter, I'm assuming. You accept the conditions of the staff?
Yes, we have.
Okay. That's all I need.
Okay. Any
Ready
other
for motion?
discussion? Ready for motion.
I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval of SDR 35904. Thank you.
Motion's been made. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, before your vote,
Please hold.
I'm going to abstain on this item as much as NDOT and the 95 right-of-way has an office in one of the properties I manage, so I deal with them on a regular basis on this corridor.
Thank you. We have one extension. Cast your votes, please. Motion carries with the extension as noted.
And that is final action in the absence of an appeal to the office of the city clerk within 10 days.
We now move on to item number 29, which is Site Development Review 35910. The applicant owner is the Shade Tree, Inc. It's a major amendment of a previously approved site development plan review for the proposed addition of a two-story, two 24 by 60-foot temporary modular structures to an existing rescue mission or shelter for the homeless, with waivers to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along the north perimeter where 15 feet is the minimum required, and a 0-foot buffer along the west and south perimeters where 8 feet is the minimum required at 1 West Owens Avenue. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing no additional parking or landscaping as part of this proposal. There is a request for a waiver of perimeter landscaping for the west, south, and north perimeter buffers. The applicant is proposing a project that fails to comply with the minimum Title 19.12 landscape and buffer standards, making it incompatible with adjacent developments. As such, staff recommends denial of the request. Please note we have received additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak, please approach the microphone. Give your name for the record. Ma'am?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, before you start, I'm going to have to abstain on this item as my company has Shade Tree as a client.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Marlene Richter. I'm the Executive Director of the Shade Tree Shelter. This special use permit that we were requesting is for the purpose of moving 2 portable buildings on site to accommodate job training and job development for the women that are currently living in the shelter at this time. That's the reason that we didn't ask for additional parking, because it wouldn't bring additional people to the site. They're already there, but the shelter's at capacity, and the job development program is one of the most critical components that are getting our women back on their feet and self-sufficient. In the absence of any other solutions, we brought the portable buildings on site so that we could expand those services to the women that are there and reduce the congestion there in the building where the women and the children are sleeping. The landscaping discussion that I had with staff, they let me know that about the landscaping and the requirement for the buffer, and I had let them know that that this is a temporary situation. We started with the property like this.
Like what? I can't.
I'm sorry.
It'll be up in okay. No, sideways. Rotate it.
There you go.
Thank you.
So that was the vacant property. We moved the portable buildings in with the temporary permit we have. This is the exterior of the property from Owens. The exterior of the property from looking eastward. And then the true purpose that we have this parcel of land and a capital campaign that's been going on for 3 years is the Future Hope Center. And so when I said it was a temporary situation, I genuinely meant that. We have a capital campaign going. This 3-story building, the capital campaign is a little bit stagnant right now because of the economy, but we continue to write grants. In fact, we have things going forward right now, and we were trying not to spend the donors' money on the landscaping when genuinely within literally months we're hoping to be able to have all of the money raised through grants and be able to accomplish this 3-story building. So we received the assistance from a foundation to purchase these buildings and to provide the job development training for the women that are staying at the Shade Tree. And I'm happy to answer any other questions about the conditions or the situation with the portable buildings and what we're accomplishing at the Shade Tree.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter?
Mr. Chair, my name is Cyrus Najafi. I'm one of the board of the trustees, and one of the reasons we are requesting for the waiver of the landscape at this project, the perimeter of this project has walls higher than 9 feet, and the walls are built adjacent to the existing sidewalk. Any landscape that it's required by the staff won't be visible from the street at all. And the reason the walls are that high is due to the fact of the safety and the security of the residents we have. When the future building is going to go in there, we're going to comply with all the requirements, the landscape, paving, parking, structure, and whatever is required by the city and the staff and the zoning at this time.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on the matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the planning commissioners. Who wants to make the speech about nothing being more permanent than a temporary building? We will? Okay, go ahead.
It's temporary buildings. I've learned through great advice of great people that sometimes they remain from temporary to permanent. And so if we gave you this waiver for a year from right now, would that be fair, or 6 months from right now? I mean, these can't stay there forever. We've seen schools where, Commissioner Truesdale's pointed out where they've been there for, what should be for a year, they're there for 7 years or 5 years, and, it just, the issue here is that nobody wants to turn Shade Tree down, I can tell you that. I certainly don't. So I think we should find a nice medium where we can compromise, and certainly with the landscaping, but what is temporary is what I'm trying to ask you, sir.
The certain requirements by the grants and the donors requires us to move forward with these projects. At this point, we are requesting for RFPs from the architects and the engineers to give us the timetable and their cost of moving forward for this project. This project has to be done based on their requirements no later than maximum 2 years. So any waiver years or any grants that you give us, it has to be between now and July of 2012.
Well, I'd like to refer this to Commissioner Truesdale because he's really up on these temporary buildings with schools and on sites like that. Right?
I went back to your point. Nobody really wants to turn Shade Tree down. No. Actually, I do agree with the applicant. You got 9-foot high block wall fences for the security of
residents,
the unfortunate benefactors of your fine facility, and I don't believe the waiver of the landscaping is going to affect the quality of the program in this period of time. I'd like to see, the fact that you brought a building showing what you're planning on building and that you're in a fundraising. And I think the request was for 2 years.
If I may, Chairman and Vice Chair, condition number 4 before you this evening reads that a review shall be completed within 2 years.
And the fact that the buildings are in place right now, at least we know what the 2 years starts. It's not like we're waiting a year for the buildings to be there. So I would make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes.
Hold on. Staff's recommendation was for denial, wasn't it?
But or as if approved conditions.
The if approved conditions.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Motion's made. Please cast your vote. Goes. Thank you.
Thank you for the
Thank
work
you very
you do.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Okay, we now move to item number 30, Site Development Review, 35912. The applicant and owner is the Prayer Center Revival Ministries for proposed 5,750 square foot expansion to an existing 1,673 square foot church with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow buffers of 1, 8, and 0 feet along the north, south, and east perimeters respectively, where 15 feet is required adjacent to the right-of-way, and 2 feet along the north and west perimeters, where 8 feet is required along interior lot lines at 1316 and 1352 Miller Avenue and 1329 West Carey Avenue. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site consists of 3 lots containing an existing 1,673 square foot church house of worship, an undeveloped lot, and a vacant building. This request would combine the existing lots for the proposed expansion to the existing church with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer standards and an exception to the required planting material within the buffer area. The proposed development is identical to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 15034, which was not exercised and expired on 11/15/2008. Staff can support the waiver and exception requests as they are minor in nature. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this application. If this application is denied, the existing site will remain as it is.
Thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone. Give your name for the record.
Michael Livingston, architect for the owner of 2844 Huber Heights Drive. We concur with all the staff conditions without objection and request board approval to move forward to planning. The pastor wanted to be here tonight, but the meeting got moved and he had to be up north at a religious convention. As previously said, this has been previously approved, and the church has got its funding together, and it's now ready to move forward with the site plan development and the construction. And I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn the matter over to the Planning Commissioners for discussion and possible motion. Ready?
This almost would sound better coming from Commissioner Truesdale. I mean, can you believe it, Commissioner? The old Sugar Hill Lounge? My only question was this, with this, and it's probably to staff, that he's asking for a waiver of the landscape, but we can support it. How come he can't comply with what code says he needs to put in there? Is it because of what's the reason for that? Or maybe that's a question for the applicant.
Yes, I can answer that. It's partly to do with the constraints of the site and the minimum required widths of the parking lot, which tend to push the buffers out, and also the location of the existing structure to the street and just the way that the architectural plan works. And what we have allowed for is a wall on this side, which I believe is not a requirement. I can't exactly remember, but I do know that this was a solution that was previously worked out by the previous architect, who's no longer on the project, and that it was addressed at the time and developed with staff.
If I may, part of it is also that the total number of trees provided exceeds the requirement of the code.
That's right. We put in some extra trees in there.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Any other points of discussion? No, I think we're ready for a motion.
Chairman, I would move to follow the recommendations of the staff for approval of agenda item number 30, site development review 35912.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes.
Commissioner Evans, I want to see you at that 9 o'clock service.
Motion carries.
You'd burn if you
And
would.
that is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Okay. It comes up on December 2nd?
Final action in
final
the
action.
absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Okay.
We're now going to move to item number 31 before we take a short break. Item 31 is a re-notification of site development review 36-190. The applicant owner is Corestone 1 LLC. A major amendment to the approved site development plan review SDR 29021, to allow a reduction in building area setbacks and overall height of an approved urban lounge at 123 East Charleston Boulevard. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, no new waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan are being requested as part of this subject application. The proposed major amendment to the approved site plan is in keeping with the revitalization and continued enhancement of the downtown Centennial Plan and the 18B Las Vegas Arts District and the ongoing development in the area. As such, staff is recommending approval of the requests.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wishing to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. Please.
Wesley Miles Isbett. I am the sole manager of Corestone LLC.
Corestone.
Yes, please not to confuse. We have changed our overall project. You're taking off a second floor due to the change of the Financial Times. This project has been on now for a little over 4 years, and our financing expired. The appraisals came back. We needed to reduce cost. We have kept the identical footprint. Everything of the original design and desires have been kept. We've lost some meeting space on a second floor area, and that has fortunately dropped our construction cost by 2/3 because of the engineering aspect of the second story.
Okay. You have staff's recommendation for approval, but there are 4 conditions. Are you willing to accept those conditions?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Chairman, I do own an interest in a property within the notice area of this property, so in the abundance of caution, I will abstain on this item.
Thank you.
Chairman, if there's no
Evans?
discussion, I'm prepared to follow the recommendation of the staff for approval. Agenda item number 31, SDR 36190.
Motion's been made. Please cast your vote. Opposed? Motion carries with 1 abstention.
Final action in the absence of appeal.
As noticed, we're going to take a brief recess, and we'll be right back.
What do we have left here? What do we have left there?
We got 32,
33,
4, 5, 6. We've got a bunch more. We got at least 2 more hours.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I just looked at it.
These people cut you no slack. I'm getting tired.
Well, there's also.
It's okay. No, we'll call you up. We'll bring you up next. Sure.
I see what happened on those notices. They get the re-notice and then they just throw them in there. Okay. This stamp repair, this is in the West Las Vegas plan. There's no discussion of the West Las Vegas plan in the stamp repair. This one, I just need the square footage. There's nothing wrong. I just need that. That, we go up with this. Not there. change. I don't want to. That's all I said.
Number 44, I'm going to bring it up.
Instead of just putting this here,
Great minds think
so it should have this, not and then this one, I'll have to add this at council.
We'll be ready to go in about 2 minutes.
We got about 2 more.
Think there's any danger that I cancel a card in Manchester? Because I've had no reason.
No, I'll ask Stephen right now. I'll ask him right now. Brock Lesnar was here though, right? He was next fight. He's out. Well, between I think a couple, or more than a couple, Phillies had it. Because I know Victorino's wife had it. He was married. He was sick with the flu about 4 or 5 days ago. I know Ryan Howard was sick 4 or 5 days before that. And that Phillies. Not that that's why they lost. There was a few of them very sick on that team. He said not on your life.
Killer.
No, he said to tell you not on your life.
Killer.
Good.
I'm excited. That's supposed to be beautiful. I can't believe your wife is a like this. She probably wants to stay home with her son.
extra 6.
I didn't even know people had those. How long have you had it? 5 years. That's unbelievable. Where'd you buy something like that? Oh, that is so nice. See, you can't do something like that.
And it's neat, it knows who we are.
It's like my desert tortoises in the summer. I go crazy because we can get to feed them. I can't take them to San Diego. It's too damn.
Oh, good. Did your wife go with you? She trusts you? So you, how fun for you? So what are you going to go do stuff?
No.
If you get that lucky. So you're going to go.
Oh, it's Bernie Madoff, and we didn't know it. Except we're using, not other people, we're using government money. Oh, sometimes I watch it, and I'm just like, I got to go home and take a deep breath.
Okay. Looks like we're ready to begin. I'm sorry, but we're going to jump ahead to item number 44. We've got an applicant with a young child that's, my heart goes out to her because I'm getting sleepy too. Item number 44 is a special use permit, 36130. The applicant is Wonderfits Fashion Exchange, LLC. The owner is Tethan Durango, 2008 LLC. It's for a proposed 1,355 square foot secondhand dealer wearing apparel use at 8053 North Durango Drive, Suite 130. Staff report, please. 44, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, this request is for a proposed secondhand dealer use within an existing retail building for the sale of new and used clothing as well as accessory items such as bags and purses. The proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area and meets the minimum special use permit requirements for secondhand dealer use. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this request. If denied, the secondhand dealer use would not be permitted at this location. Please note that there is an additional letter of protest for this item.
Thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open now. Anyone wishing to speak on it, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Maria Bonita, 8352 Meyerly Court, Las Vegas, 89131. I'm here to ask for your approval and answer the question that you might have.
Thank you. You have the staff's recommendation for approval, but there are 3 conditions.
Yes.
Will you accept those?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn the matter over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Chairman, unless there's any comment, I've visited the area and I find it acceptable, and I move for approval of item number 44, subject to the conditions of staff.
Thank you. Motion has been made. Please cast your votes. Please post. Motion carries.
And that goes forward to City Council at their December 2nd meeting.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We now move to item number 32 and related item 33 and 34. Item 32 is a variance, 35758. The applicant owner is the Bustan Family Revocable Living Trust to allow 35% lot coverage where 30% is the maximum allowed at 2511 West Charleston Boulevard. Companion item 33 is a variance, 35760, to allow 15 parking spaces where 17 are required and 60% of the required on-site parking to be compact parking spaces where 30% is the maximum allowed for an office other than listed use. And item 34 is site development review 35757 for a proposed 4,999 square foot office other than listed with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 4-foot buffer along the front perimeter where 15 feet is required and 0-foot buffer along the south, east, and west perimeters where 8 feet is required. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site consists of an existing 3,880 square foot office building which will be demolished and replaced by a 4,999 square foot office. To accommodate the increased building area, variances have been requested for increased lot coverage and reduced parking on the site, as well as waivers and exceptions for reduced landscaping. The combination of variances, waivers, and exceptions required for the proposed development indicate that the site will be overbuilt and will not be compatible with the surrounding adjacent developments, including a residential development to the south. Staff is recommending denial of all requests. If denied, the existing site will remain as it is. Please note that there is an additional letter of protest for item number 34.
Thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open and invite anyone that wishes to speak on the matter. Please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Douglas Lean, 5520 South Fort Apache Road, here with the owner, Mr. and Mrs. Bustan, the property owner and applicant. Mrs. Bustan is also the operating partner of Celebrity Home Health Care, which will be the owner-occupied occupant of the property when it's hopefully completed and ready to open. Just a brief note on Celebrity Home Health Care. It's an existing company right now that operates in California and Arizona, and this is their 3rd expansion into Las Vegas. The company will be probably having about 10 to 12 employees at this location for their back-of-office operations, but employing probably around 45 to 50 employees in the field. That would probably mean about a $3.5 million economic payroll boost to the economy here locally. And we feel that the use is conforming in the medical district area, just from the standpoint of a little oversight. And the Bustans are here from California to answer any questions for you. We appreciate you allowing us the abeyance last month to work with staff to work on some of the issues that were in the draft report last month. We think through our negotiations on the issues of the lot coverage, it's a 5% increase There's a picture on the monitor that I just wanted to briefly show. That's a picture of the existing property now as it stands. And this is the current draft of the rendering of what the new property would look like upon completion. On item number 32, on the lot coverage, the floor plan that is proposed for this, if they could blow that up a little bit for us. The 5% is about 600 square feet, plus minus, on the increase in size that we're asking for over what the allowable would be. Mainly, about 90% of the employees for the company that will be at this location are all females. So the owner has requested the architect to do on the layout. We're adding 2 extra bathrooms that would not normally be required right here. And then also, because of the type of business with supplies that they would be storing there in records, especially a number of records, files that they have to keep for 7 years, the extra entity increase is basically storage space and 2 extra women's restrooms. And that would be into the space. And that's the 5% increase for variance on item number 32. The under item number 33 on the parking issue, the requirement is for 17 spaces. With our redo of the floor plan and the site plan this month with staff, we were able to work it around to actually come up with 16 parking spaces instead of the 17 that's required. So the variance is for one parking space. And then the second part of that is the difference between the allowable or the allowed 30% of those spaces to be compact. We're asking for 60. That would mean that we would have an extra 4 parking spaces that would be for compact use instead of full-size space for item number 33. And then on item number 34, on the reduction of landscape buffers along the front. Originally, we were requesting a 4% buffer along the front. We've now, with the renewed floor plan that's been a part of the conditions, if approved, we've gone to a 7-foot. We've been able to meet the required 4 trees, so there would be no waiver on trees that would be necessary. And by redoing it, we actually have created 12-foot drive aisles to the front and the back onto the site right here, so the traffic will come in off of Charleston, go to the back and park, and then go back out. And these will be signed and controlled as one way in, one way out. We were able to move our handicap parking to the front and increase the landscape buffer to 7 feet, meet the tree requirements, and then also from on the rendering of the front of the building, what we did along the walls is we'll have landscaping along the walls. These will be plumbed and watered for landscaping, and we're doing concrete, not blacktop, and there will also be stained green concrete in the front. So we've tried to accommodate everything. We understand that it is a small site, but I think we've made it work. It'll work for their company. The waivers are not much, and we think that this use in that area is conforming to the other medical uses in the area. Again, like I said, this is a back-of-house operation. It's not doctors. It's not appointments. It's not, double and triple overbooked appointment times that cause a lot of traffic and parking issues in the neighborhood. With that, if approved, we agree to all staff conditions and the things that I've talked about, and we respectfully ask for your support.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
I'd just like to ask a few questions, and then I'd like to turn it over to my fellow commissioners if they see something that I don't see. I want to put it on the record that the Strong, where you got your most complaints, I drove down 5 or 6 times in the last 2 weeks, and there is nobody parking on that street that would be from your building. They might be from the building to the west of you, and that's not your problem. So I just want to say for the record that the parking issue on the street side is not really coming from your building.
That was what we found, is that, and even some handwritten notes on the
And I
comment
really
cards.
looked. I mean, I went up and down, and there was no cars there, so that's good news for you. I'm wondering about the trash enclosure, sir. Did you put a trash thing, like a, you know, like where's the trash going? I'm kind of getting good at this. I mean, is there like a?
The applicant indicates they're doing curbside pickup.
Yeah, can do curbside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the trash because I don't think we have curbside pickup on Charleston. They'd have to come into the property. The truck would have to come into the property, and certainly the garbage truck will not be able to get down the 12-foot side on the west or the east. So I'm sorry I didn't mention this to you the other day, Mr. Lean, because we had a very nice conversation, but I thought about it just now
Okay.
about the trash. So could we discuss that a little bit?
The architect is not here. Obviously, I'm not qualified to figure out how to put a ruler
It's
to it
kind of
if
a
we were
good
to do it.
question, right?
If the originally, yeah, it was. I was trying to think. I looked and I didn't see it, but yeah, in the conditions, it was proposed to be curbside pickup.
Because I did drive the property, and I believe the man to the west of you, had a trash pickup in the back, but he had ample enough room,
Right.
I believe, to get back there. So that's one of my issues. I'm going to leave it now to my fellow commissioners and see what else they see. But other than that, the building is certainly aesthetically more pleasing, and you've done a nice job with it.
Thank you. Well, we've tried, and I want to thank staff for spending all the necessary time with us this month to work out the conditions.
And I'm
with the
not
curb.
sure Doug has all of the new stuff that you've implemented, so we'll have to ask him about that.
Well, we have a plan date stamped October 21st, I believe. And is that the plan, Mr. Lean, is that the plan you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so we have the updated plan. In reference to the additional tree, his landscape plan, the landscape plan currently indicates 3 trees and not 4. So,
Yeah, we were able to. That was an issue when we went from the original plan had a 4-foot buffer on Charleston. With the redo this month of everything, we were able to get it to 7 to stretch it out a little bit. And with that, then the owners said that they'd like to go as heavy as possible on landscaping, so we can get a 4th tree in there. So that was one of the things that was a waiver that we don't need to do.
the site is still severely deficient in trees for the entire site. The one additional tree, I believe the requirement, and I don't have the staff report up right now, 33. So 30. So there would be 4 trees where 30 are required. Correct.
One of the, if I may, one of the letters of protest objecting to the development was contained a suggestion that to maintain the south buffer between the residences or pay to raise the wall height. What is the wall height currently on the
current back wall, I believe, is a 6-foot block wall to those houses to the south, to the neighborhood. I stood next to it, and I think it's around maybe a 5.5-foot wall, something like that.
Yeah, so everybody using that back parking lot that's over 5.5 feet tall can just look into people's backyard.
Agreed. Yeah, if it had an extra couple quarters of block on there, that would make a difference.
We don't mind to add another 2 feet or just if spaces to put high trees there.
In all fairness to this applicant, I'm sorry, sir, what was your name?
David Bustan.
Thank you, sir.
I'm the owner.
The property to the west of you is also a 6-foot wall, and the property to the west of him is also a 6-foot wall. So by raising yours, it's kind of, I understand
I have no problem.
that, yeah, that would be kind of a nice
The only
start.
problem will be if we'll put it too high, it'll be a little difficult to put on top of it these little pots with the trees.
We're talking about the back walls, or
back wall.
The back
that
wall, we
faces
don't.
the neighbors. They want it up higher.
There's no issue.
Okay, so I'm kind of concerned about the trash issue, Mr.
The trash
Lee.
issue, originally in one of the plans, she put it on an entrance on that area. The entrance actually is coming from this side. That's where the traffic wants to. The traffic comes from here, goes around here, and we sacrifice the front of the building that was a circular driveway, block it off, and create handicap parking right up front to the entrance. If we wouldn't hire any handicap, it would be empty all the time, you know. But she planned to put that in the curve. I think there is something curved that you can put in the corner. There was a place to put it in the corner. Originally, she put it there, and I don't know when we changed it about 30 times. It's gone or something. But we'll confirm with that.
Our original waiver, we were asking for a waiver of 2 spaces. When we got the extra space back by redoing things this month, we added a space back in. Now, we could probably take that space back, which we really don't need, we don't feel, and deal with the trash enclosure.
Yeah.
So if we would leave the waiver request for 2 spaces instead of 1, we could add a condition in there to add the trash enclosure.
And before the handicap goes all the way to the so we'll put the trash enclosure, then the handicap behind it.
Yeah, there's a spot there where it could go in the front.
Yeah.
How many employees are going to be working in this building?
We figure that there'll probably be about 10 full-time employees at this location.
And the other visitors will be
There really are no visitors to this.
but don't you have outreach employees? You said
Yeah, there's about Mrs. Bustan, who runs the company. They have about 45 employees, but they do not. This is their back of house records, billing.
They don't come to this
No.
facility to pick up
No.
supplies or anything?
They come maybe once a week, but they come one by one. They don't come in groups or anything. Just to drop off some notes or just some short meetings. We work electronically mainly, so it's all emails and electronic programs.
They get their schedules and they go out.
Everything is being emailed and faxed.
This is the full-time back of house operations for records and billing.
In fact, we changed, which is right now a clinic. We moved to be an office, so it's release the pressure on the area. If you can look at that way.
If that would be acceptable in the parking, one parking space to deal with the trash enclosure, I think we could make that work. Like I said, I don't have the designer here with me to know the exact inches and feet that it would take to do it, but if we took one parking space, we probably could make a trash enclosure somehow work in there.
Mr. Chairman?
Where are we?
Right here.
Oh,
Lucia
there you go.
Platt, Public Works. I know we're talking about this trash enclosure, but the problem is they might be backing up into Charleston, and we can't allow them to back up into Charleston. So this trash enclosure issue is kind of a big issue. If they want to redesign the site for the trash enclosure where we see parking spot 2
in the back.
Well, I was thinking in the front. I'm not sure if a trash vehicle can actually go around the building. If they go around the
But
building,
it's 12 feet, the drive aisles are 12 feet wide. The truck would fit. And they actually, Republic Services has smaller trucks. If you make an arrangement with them, they will use, they have some smaller trucks for pickup in the downtown area and some areas that have tight locations, I know. And again, this is just basically an office situation with paper. It's not going to be a huge amount of trash. So,
I talked to the staff by myself personally. I called him and I talked. There was an issue originally that we thought that the traffic will stop from here going around that way. We changed the traffic completely to go from here around that way. And he was, I don't remember his name, he was very satisfied with the fact that we allow that much space to go in the opening for any. I mentioned UPS truck, bigger than that, because that my concern was. And he, when we made the changes, he was happy with it. He said he supported it.
if space number 2 would be an acceptable location to staff?
I'd prefer not to do the designing here if we need to.
No, I understand.
Meet with staff.
If we don't have a problem with the condition that we figure out the design for the trash enclosure. If it could be added as a condition that the designer, the architect will draft that minor, that detail as a supplement and submit to planning for approval, we have no problem with doing that.
So you're suggesting holding it now so
No.
we can see it?
No, I mean,
or adding it as a condition and
Make
coming
it as
to
a
city
condition that it has to
council
have
with
a
it,
staff,
so the
it has to
councilwoman
have
can
the
look
trash
at it.
container location. What we would do is do the design detail of that little area, where it would go, submit it to planning, and
And then Public Works would have to approve
Yeah,
it
it would have
before
to-
it got to my councilwoman and the city council.
Right.
Yeah, but that would reduce the number of, instead of 16 parking, it'll be 15 parking.
Yeah, we
Well,
may
we
go,
go to the original.
yeah, we'd go back to the original
Original,
request and
request.
give us that space if that's what we need to do. And we could add that detail between now and city council.
Mr. Chairman, my only issue would be, what if it doesn't work? You condition this application with, get that trash enclosure in there, and then it doesn't work between now and council. I suppose it just goes forward. They can't work it out with Public Works, and they're obviously not going to want to come back to Planning Commission at that point. So that's a little bit of a concern, but it's just something that I guess, Lucian, if I may, Lucian, do you think that's something that you can work out with the applicant? Don't know.
I don't, without really seeing the vehicle and knowing how it's going to turn around the building.
Yep, I
I
understand.
just don't know.
Well, then with
Yeah,
respect to the city council and my councilwoman, I would suggest that we hold this and you come back on our next meeting or the meeting after and show us, because I can't send something ahead without us seeing it first here. It's just not fair to them, because if it gets all screwed up and it gets to her, she won't think I'm doing a good job.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, but we'll have to hold it. Margot, how long? So it has the trash, I mean, we have to add the trash enclosure or the trash pickup to be adequate to move forward.
But isn't that to be like the rest of the conditions?
David.
I mean,
No, see, here's the thing. If the truck's
Yeah.
driving down Charleston, it can't stop in the middle of the street and pick up the
course.
cans. It can't pull into your driveway and pick up, because we're not even sure what time your pickup is. If it's in the middle of your busiest time of the day, then your parking's all screwed up. So what we have to do is reconfigure with Public Works when is your trash pickup, where the trash is going to be, and how it's going to be picked up, because this is a very busy street, and it's a big safety concern of mine for my residents that live in that ward. So if I send it forward not right, I'm not going to look like we've done the job here.
Can't-
So I ask you to hold it and redraw it, please.
what do you need to do in order? Do we have to actually invite a truck to go there
No,
and
David,
drive?
David.
Mr.
That's
Lean
okay.
knows what to
Yeah,
do.
we know the routine. It's
Well, wait a
fine.
minute. Right now, no, something that you forgot, and I've been there today. Right now, we have only 9-foot driveway on the left side. We destroyed the building, we moved the building away, and we create 12 feet, so a car will go by. There's no way that somebody can run practically today before we remove the building.
David.
Any truck.
Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, it's what we'll do
What is your
can we make it
suggestion,
back in
Mr.
2
Lane?
weeks?
If I may, because there's no noticing difference, the variance on the parking has already been noticed.
No.
I'm sorry?
Well, we did.
Due to Veterans Day, we lose one day. This item publishes on Thursday.
But there's no change to the publication.
No, we didn't change it.
Then the revised plan will not be part of the backup that the Planning Commission gets once I post.
May I complicate?
So it would have to be 30 days. If you want to see, if the Planning Commission wants to see the plan, then you will have to obey it to your December 3rd meeting.
And Mr. Chairman, let me just make a comment or two, because if we're going to hold this, I don't want you to come back. As I understand it, this building exists and this building is going to be torn down and you're going to build a new building.
That's correct.
Which leads me to wonder why you can't configure it and maybe meet some of the spirit of the code. I'm also curious about the landscaping along Charleston, because I'm hopeful that it doesn't look like this.
Look like.
I'll answer you.
Which one?
The first question, why, originally when I bought that building, I didn't think I'll need to destroy and build this extravagant new building, which cost me at least $500,000 from my savings. Of course, I like to make it nice, but there's a limit of what you're going to spend in your lifetime and create. Now, from where I come from in California, being a realtor, there's a law that says that if some suicide or there's a suicide or well, that's happening in that building that I didn't know about it. That created for me a look and decide that I would try to rebuild a new building because there was a
murder in there, from what I understand. Okay.
Yeah, I think
I'm just hopeful that when you come back, I'm hopeful that within some degree of reason, that as Charleston is developed, we're likely granting you some waivers or the variance for parking, etc. I want to ensure that as that new building comes forward and as we get some new development, that as you drive up Charleston, it's attractive. And one of the things that I've always thought was a treescape. I'm not going to tell you.
I got love in.
Will you please listen to me?
Yes, yes.
Listen to
I
Mr.
agree
Lee.
with you. I agree with you. That's the reason I choose that property. When I drove by that street, I got in love with it. Honestly.
Okay, then build it to code. I mean, we're trying to work with you here.
If I build it to code, then I cannot give a toilet to the requested to the lady, and I don't have space for the documents that I need to have
Then you
there.
made a bad business decision. Change your plan. I'm
It's
hopeful that we.
It's not a business decision.
David, please.
Mr. Lean, can you work with your client in trying to develop the spirit of the code? I just don't want to come back here and end up not voting for this because I'm looking for some landscaping. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I understand. And, one of the things, to go back to the question of adjacency issues, one thing that we looked at in the numerous plans, that obviously in a small site, you look at all the options. One of the things that under the code, we could have looked at a two-story building. We could have gone to 35 feet. We could have created a smaller footprint, but then we would have created an adjacency issue with the back neighborhood. So we tried to stay with a single-story floor plan, and a little bit on the landscaping, issues, rather than creating an adjacency issue with the back neighborhood. And that's always seems to be more of a problem than a little bit with setbacks. So the plants on the walls, the colored concrete. I mean, we've gained back 3 feet on the front landscaping. I mean, we've tried very, very, very hard. Mrs. Bustan, she's very sensitive to her employees. That's why we added the extra square footage for the 2 extra bathrooms for the female employees that we really wouldn't have to do. So we've tried, look at all the different little spots. With having a look at the trash container, obviously we're going to have to revisit a few things. Maybe we'll see what, Commissioner, we'll do our best, sir.
Thank you.
We'll do our best.
A suggestion that we hold this till December 3. Is that a form of a motion or?
That's my motion.
Okay, motion's been made to hold this till December 3rd.
Yeah.
May I ask if 32, one last question. Is there a chance, we're basically dealing with item number 34, the site plan development review. Obviously, none of it works together. Could we get 32 and 33 out of the way and only bring 34 back?
No.
We don't know what's going to happen with the parking.
No, we have to all go together.
To accommodate the trash enclosures. So.
Yeah.
But that's in item number 34.
Yeah, we treat all 3 as a package when it comes back. It's just as easy. You still have to come. Okay,
Okay.
motion's
I'm
been
going to
made.
make the motion to hold item number variance 35758 for 30 days.
You
Correct?
can do all 3.
And
32, 33.
yeah, number 32, number 33, and number 34. Hold them, please, for 30 days.
Okay, motion's been-
And during that time, you'll meet with Public Works and the landscaping in order.
Well, thank you very much.
Motion's been made. Thank you very much. And good luck. It's a nice-looking building.
Thank you very much.
I know.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would drop it and goodbye back to California.
We now can move to item number 35 and related item number 36. Number 35 is zoning, 36-119. The applicant is Horvatha Towers. The owner is Surratt Suite, LLC, from U Undeveloped SC Service Commercial General Plan designation to C1 Limited Commercial on the west side of Jones Boulevard, approximately 360 feet north of Smoke Ranch Road. And item number 36, a special use permit 36117 for proposed 85-foot tall wireless communication facility stealth design, monopine. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed zone change is consistent with the existing general plan designation, and staff is recommending approval. In regards to the special use permit, staff finds the use to be compatible with the surrounding zoning districts and uses and is recommending approval. Please note we have received additional protests since posting. We do have one amended condition if approved. That would be to add a condition that reads the following. Written approval by the Clark County Department of Aviation with no change in flight patterns shall be submitted to the City of Las Vegas prior to the issuance of building permits.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. Sir?
Good evening. My name is Alex Novak, Chicago, Illinois, representing Horvath Towers. We have submitted an application for rezoning of an undeveloped parcel and for a special use permit for an 85-foot stealth tower of a monopine design. AT&T is to be the anchor tenant on the tower, and the tower will be designed for a minimum of 4 carriers to encourage co-location, as that area is not serviced by a great deal of competing structures on which carriers can co-locate. We request approval at this time. We agree to all of staff's conditions, including the new one with the Clark County Aviation. We have filed our notice of proposed construction with the FAA, and upon receiving our FAA determination, we will file for the McCarran Director's Permit.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter?
Thank you. John Wright, representing AT&T, 3763 Howard Hughes Parkway. You all probably recognize me from about 30 days ago. I was here representing an application to extend a cupola on the northeast corner of this same intersection in a stealth design. Horvath and ourselves have had competing but not competing, intermittent success and not success with alternate candidates to provide for cell coverage on this corner. We had a design that we had a lease, but we had issues with getting an approved design. Horvath had a longer time to get their lease tied up, so they came to a head at about the same time. I was before you for the Planning Commission approval last week. He was on the agenda about 30 days behind me. I was scheduled for City Council yesterday to get final approval on my previously recommended approval design. I had been meeting with City Councilman Barlow on another cell tower, and I had mentioned this to he and his staff. He had a staff member actually pull me out of City Council yesterday and ask if I wouldn't mind obeying my final approval for the stealth approval that you all recommended last month, to see if this one would pass. It would make mine unnecessary. There's no reason to do both. So AT&T is perfectly willing to, instead of building the rooftop cupola, to co-locate on this tower. It makes more sense from an RF standpoint. It gives our engineers better coverage. It makes more sense financially. It's a lot less expensive for me to co-locate on a tower than to extend a cupola and all of the bells and whistles that goes with that. I would also venture to say that it's better for the city to, once I build my rooftop cupola, it's full. There's nothing else for other carriers to do. But if he builds this 4-carrier pole, then you can accommodate up to 3 other carriers, possibly more, if they design it to be extendable. As I said in my meeting last month, right now there are 2 carriers on that corner. There are 7 licensed carriers in the valley, with another one rumored to be coming. So if I build the rooftop cupola, then there are 3 carriers of the 7 represented on that corner. Any of the other 4 need something, you might end up with this structure anyway. So with me not extending the cupola and co-locating on them and giving them the opportunity to accommodate at least 3 other carriers, I think the city is better off in that respect. As I've tried
Will we
to,
still have the cupola come?
the cupola would disappear.
Won't the other vendors look at
They
that?
would rather, no, they would much rather co-locate on an existing tower. The economics of the cupola are very, very tough.
Right, but you can only put 4 on this tower.
but the cupola would only hold one additional. And as I recommended to him, if he built it extendable, then theoretically, if the foundation and the tower are designed, which I've beat this drum most of the times I've been before you, if you build it, then you don't have to have new towers. If you engineer it, then theoretically he could hold 5 or 6. The tower that was approved in the city on 215 in Durango, it started out as an 80-foot pine tree, but they came and they designed it ahead of time to extend, and they extended it, and I think there's almost 6 carriers on that pole now, on one structure, maximizing their margin and minimizing the number of towers that you all have to accommodate. So my cupola would go away if this tower is approved, and I think it's probably better for all parties if the tower is approved. I'm happy to answer questions.
Who's the applicant?
Horvath Towers.
I'm endorsing.
You're-
As a listed anchor tenant, I'm
Okay.
endorsing, so I'm on their behalf. I will not own the tower, but I will be a
And the
tenant.
staff's recommending approval, and I guess you guys are in approval.
Let's finish up the.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who this guy is and what.
Okay.
You're.
I'm only letting you know that the cupola would go away because you all approved that last week or last month. So Councilman Barlow is asking that if I obey that final approval, we would no longer do the rooftop cupola that you all recommended approval for
But
last
that's
month.
relevant to this application, right?
It's relevant because AT&T is involved in both applications. AT&T was the party last month, and AT&T would be the anchor tenant on this tower.
With the cupola installation, AT&T would construct that themselves for themselves. We are coming to you with this multi-tenant tower with AT&T as the anchor tenant.
So the nice architecturally designed cupola, which would hide the antennas, would go away, and we'd get the big, huge, fake pine tree with twice as many arrangements on it. Eventually, if it's built all the way out.
Correct. It would be a multi-tenant tower, yes.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please, have fun.
You're right next to Brindley Middle School, and they have what I could count a number of already 80-foot or more, I don't know how tall those ball field light poles are, but why couldn't we do that and get revenue to the school instead of creating this big, huge, fake pine tree that's going to be sitting at the corner that's going to be, to me, I don't know if it's going to be aesthetically pleasing to look at.
Alex, I can speak to that if you'd like.
Absolutely.
This subject was broached twice with me, once a year ago when I brought a pine tree, and once last week. Clark County has no process. They have no mechanism in place to address.
Clark County School District.
Clark County School District has no mechanism in place to address an application, to process an application. They have no bylaws. They have no rules. They have nothing would please us more, but there is no mechanism to make that happen. That's the look I have on my face every time I get off the phone. I don't understand, but it's not a possibility, and with nothing foreseeable as well. And it's not a criticism; it's just a statement of fact of their current mindset where cell towers go.
And so we're going to take an empty lot. We're going to create a cell tower there, fenced in at the base, I suppose.
Correct.
Are you going to comply with all the landscaping requirements?
Yep, we have it all. We have landscaping plans in our construction drawings. It'll have a sprinkler system. The access road will be paved. It won't be gravel. We've had multiple discussions with staff over the last few weeks as to how we can tweak this thing to be more aesthetically pleasing, and we've agreed with everything staff has asked.
Do you have any color renderings of the
the
monopine? Or?
What kind of tree is this?
It's a pine tree.
Monopine.
Monopine.
Oh, it doesn't look like any pine tree I've ever seen. I figured it was a new species.
Yeah, no, the drawings don't accurately depict what it's going to look like. There were, I apologize, I don't have the photo sims with me. They were included in the application.
Actually, it looks like one of those wire bottle brushes.
Wait till they light it up in December. So we either get an 85-foot monopine. Now, how many folks are? You've got AT&T going on there now as the anchor, and who else is going to be on there?
At this point, it's built because of AT&T's need. We don't
So
have
when,
any.
when AT&T comes on, how big is their array going to be on that?
We would probably have a 3 antenna per sector array. I'm guessing right now, but it's 3 to 4 depending on AT&T, as I explained last week, has now 3 technologies that they roll out for every cell site, and it requires a minimum of 3, sometimes 4 antennas depending on the capacity needs.
So let's say, well, we know what you're going to do. You're going to go to the maximum 4 anyway. And let's say that AT&T's on there with 4. How many more carriers are able to come on there?
As designed, 3 more carriers for a total of 4.
So that's 16 arrays, with 4 with each
Well,
carrier. That
to clarify, an array is one third of the tower. An array is an elevation, so
Right.
you would have 9 antennas at one elevation, 6 antennas, 9 antennas, whatever the RF needs are of the different carriers. So 16 arrays is not technically accurate. It would be 4 arrays, 4 elevations on the tower.
Yeah, if I, Mr. Chairman, the drawings that we have, that's not what it looks like. You've seen these out there. They're a fake white pine or blue spruce kind of looking thing. It's not like the diagram shows where it looks like some kind of a space needle or something. It does look more like a pine tree than the drawing. I'm not going to say it really looks like a pine tree, but they do have one photograph we can see.
Yeah, I see it now.
And while I have the floor, I just want to mention briefly, cell tower is kind of a hot topic. It drives us nuts as planners. They don't look good, and you guys have done a poor job at making them look good. You could do so much better. You just don't want to spend the money to do it. But you guys gorgeous on our cell phone bills. It drives me nuts. But I got to have the cell phone. And if I don't pay it, boy, you shut me off just that fast. And yet you won't spend the money to design something that is aesthetically pleasing. We got to have these all over the place. Do something for it. Do something. Put your designers better than this pine tree. But in any case,
I agree.
I sound a little harsh. We need it. I'll support you in this. I'm not saying the other commissioners will, but that's my position.
85 feet, excuse me, Commissioner. Is this the ball field towers? How tall are they? The light stands?
Do you know offhand, Joe?
Typically between 9 and 10.
Now, isn't the baseball field a subcontract? It's a lease deal. It's not really the school district.
That ball field beside there, I think it's owned by the LDS Church there that has the church house right next to it.
Oh, okay. I mean, those light stanchions are high, and these things. I mean, it seems, and I do this all the time. I mean, there are some easy solutions. I know you'll tell us that you've done the cupola and all this, but there's got to be some better solutions. I mean, if anything else, bring us better drawings of the tree, because what I'm seeing here. We talked earlier about approving something that we don't know what we're approving, and I think what's being presented is just going to be pretty unsightly for those people who live across Jones that are going to look west, and we got to find better solutions. An 85-foot, and the word monopole or stealth went away. I mean, what we started on this, trying to improve the look of this, is turned into an aberration unto itself, to where we have a species of tree that no one's ever seen throughout this valley. So I can't support this item.
Mr. Chairman, ready for a motion if there's no.
I'm just, before we make the motion, because I think we're all on the same page, I saw where the staff was recommending approval, and I was all for it, and now the discussion has really changed my mind. But is there a way that, Ms. Wheeler, I know it's not within our discretion, but can someone not ask the school district or our city parks departments or whomever who have existing poles and goalposts and lights why we can't enter into some kind of a
Look, I mean,
agreement?
the city does all
Pardon?
the time. The city does all the time.
Well, I mean, it just amazes me if what the
They're
gentleman
in
is
a wash of
saying is
cash.
that they have no interest in revenue from cell towers. Well, obviously, we don't have any interest in books either. So,
I'll attempt to clarify what I said. I said they don't have a mechanism in place. I didn't say
then
they
we
didn't
need to
want
get a mechanism in
Well, I
place.
agree, and I've been trying for 4.5 years that I've been in Las Vegas to do this.
In the last 2 years, we've got special sessions, and everybody's talking about school district gets no money because we have no revenues. We've got this.
It's a tremendous
This,
source of revenue.
I mean,
I
obviously,
agree.
you're paying somebody a pretty good penny to try and put these towers. I mean, I know you guys pay good rent. You're not in this business to lose money. So
It's
there's gotta
beyond
be-
our point
There's
of
got to be some
influence.
leadership in this community that can get the school district to say, this is revenue that we can use to educate our kids.
They're existing poles. It's a no-brainer. All right, thank you.
What, now, let me just make some comment about that, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please.
I'm not so sure, Commissioner Evans, that putting it on a light pole is going to help, because it's going to make that light pole uglier and uglier as you hang more and more on it. And I'm not sure that's the smartest thing to do. I think there are stealth designs. The flag poles are really nice. Those don't look bad. And you know, this is a step in the right direction, but it's a weak one, I'll admit. But before we jump on a bandwagon of denying, I mean, we all need cell phones. We all want them, and we all hate it when our phone calls get dropped, and they get dropped because we don't have sufficient cell coverage, and that's a problem. And so, the higher they can make these cell towers, the better off our coverage is going to be. Have I misstated that, or is that correct?
That's correct, because you can accommodate additional carriers. If you limit the height, you limit how many carriers can go on it, and you actually increase the number of poles that are required.
And so, although I don't necessarily like the design, I don't think it's so bad that we should deny at this point. Those are my thoughts.
Well, if we deny it, what happens is we get the cupola back across the street.
And then when the
Which
next
will
carrier
accommodate
needs
one.
something, you get the cupola and the pole. Because
Well,
the cupola
no,
doesn't
because it has to
accommodate.
come through for a vote. So
Well,
it's
I'm
just,
saying
it's just
there's
not
still
a
a
given.
need. Yeah, there's
Trust
still
me,
a need.
he won't get it. You'll just have to go home and use the landline,
Yeah.
slow your life down with this fast-moving technology, and just answer the doggone phone at the house.
And if I may just make a point about
Instead
the
of while you're driving the
towers
car.
at the ball field. Sorry.
You want the bill that goes with it?
The existing light standards aren't structurally designed to hold antennas. So what you'll have to do is if a company wants to use one of those light standards, it'll be a drop and swap. They'll have to take down the existing pole, put up a pole that can structurally hold
Okay,
antennas.
let me stop you. I want to end this discussion. I'm not suggesting what is there is what you have to use. I'm not an engineer. All I'm saying is that we've got lots of ball fields, we've got lots of parks, they have existing goalposts, they have existing lights, they have existing towers. Why would we have to construct an ugly tower across the street from a public facility that's got a lot of them up there already that we might be able to repurpose or use it as a multi-purpose for a cell tower site? And I'm hearing that there's no appetite with the Clark County School District to engage in that, which would be a revenue-producing concept. I find that insane. But the idea is, and I think the message that we're all trying to get across, is that we need to look outside the box and build more attractive and aesthetically pleasing cell towers that aren't ugly. That's, I think, what we're hearing. So what do we do with this? Is there a motion?
I'm ready to offer one up.
Okay.
Well, not before I just make a couple of comments. Let me give you a little history on cell towers in the school district. 20-year-old history. The people that were making these votes are no longer there. The people that came forward and did all the crying and gnashing of teeth are no longer around either. So I'll tell you what it is with no names attached. 20 years ago, there was a move to put cell towers in all around all the schools. and someone came forward and sold the school board on the idea that these things cause cancer. And so the school district at that point bought into it and said, none of this in our places, and no one has had the foresight to go ahead and pursue the potential revenue source and the elimination of these towers throughout the valley. You know, when you start looking at putting them on school facilities, it is a monumental undertaking to get them to do something that hasn't been the way we've always done it. You know, also when we look at putting these types of arrays on the tops of ball field lights, typically ball field lights they're for different sports, have different height of ball field lights. You know, a high school football field has big high ones. A little league ball field has very low ones. Soccer even lower yet. Tennis are even short. You know, 60 feet to 110 feet are the array of the things I was displaying. But the amount of bureaucracy that's involved, I don't see it being incumbent upon the applicant to sell the school district or the city or the county to do these kinds of things. It takes those governmental bodies in and of themselves to have the initiative to accommodate this kind of thing. Cell towers aren't new. You know, for the last 5 years that I've sat here, every time we have a cell tower come forward, somebody says, I have a great idea. Let's put them on a ball field light. Every time somebody comes forward and says, let's put up a stealth a pine tree, everybody says, that doesn't look like a pine tree, nor does it look like a palm tree. They they can be hid in a cluster so that you really don't notice them. But when all things are said and done, you look at one of these tall ball field lights with the cluster of these antennas that you want to put on them, would look goofy, probably goofier than this pine tree. You know, and so it's just a matter of, do we want the technology of cell phones or not? Are we going to accommodate good coverage or not? And I think everybody, once you stop looking at it, you say, look, we don't like these things, and I would be the first one to give up my phone. Call me at home. I have a hard line. I don't want to carry this thing around, but everybody's into it now. You know, probably 3/4 of the people in this building have one in their pocket right now, and we all want the service. We don't go what goes along with it. And so I think we need to simply take the best of what's being offered. And what's being offered now is the opportunity to have one pole that's going to accommodate multiple carriers, and they're doing the best job that appears can be done with disguising that structure. End of speech. Who wants to? We have a motion.
With that being said, I would recommend denial of item 35 ZON 36119.
Motion has been made. Please cast your votes. Motion for denial fails. Now we can have a motion in the alternative.
I'll make the motion for approval of item number 35. Actually, 30. What number are we on?
35 and 36.
35, yes.
Motion's been made for approval. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries. In regards to number 36.
And I'll make the same motion for approval of item number 36.
With the condition as read in by staff?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion's been made. Cast your votes. Post, please. Motion carries.
It goes forward to City Council on December 2nd.
And now move on to item number 37.
Thank you.
Welcome. Item number 37 is a variance 36109. The applicant owner is Cecil Freedy to allow a proposed 6,480 square foot accessory structure, Class 2, where 3,882 square feet is the maximum allowed at 5410 Mellow Avenue. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site is currently undeveloped, but plans have been submitted for building permits for a single-family residence and detached garage. The applicant has provided revised plans included in your blue sheet materials depicting the proposed accessory structure at a reduced area of 4,980 square feet, which would be a 28% deviation from the allowed building area. The proposed structure will meet or exceed all building setback, separation, and height requirements. Staff is recommending denial of the request as the proposed structure will have a negative visual impact on the adjacent residential properties, and the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship because the site could be designed to comply with Title 19 requirements. If denied, the structure must be redesigned to comply with Title 19 requirements. If approved, a condition should be added to require that site development shall comply with revised plans and elevations, date stamped 11/4/09. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and approval for this item.
Now I declare the public hearing open and ask anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter. Approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. Richard Gallegos, 3005 West Horizon Ridge Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. We do want to thank staff for working with us as well as the fire department. We do understand and concur with staff's if approved conditions as well as the additional condition stated. If I could quickly orient you to this site, we can go to the overhead. You can see the site is at the tip of our pen here. It's located between Jones Boulevard on our west, Decatur Boulevard on our east, just north of the Beltway, and just south of Deer Springs Road. The site's approximately 1.18 acres. Got the engineer could perhaps zoom out. We've got the site plan on the overhead, and we can quickly go over. The proposed accessory structure would be to the rear of the residence with a 50-foot setback on the west side, 35-foot side yard setback on the east, 103-foot setback on the south. The structure would be completely blocked by the principal structure, which is a two-story residence consisting of about 6,700 square feet with a three-car garage, portico share, covered patio, etc. As staff has stated, we originally submitted a building that had a footprint of approximately 6,400 feet. We have reduced that to just under 5,000 feet. We do have letters and I believe phone calls from our neighbors surrounding us in support of our application. And at this time, we'll ask for your approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter, please approach the microphone. Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Some questions about the property. Now, it's vacant right now, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, there is a property to the west that has been developed?
That's correct.
All right. Now, is there a wall between you and that property to the west?
We are proposing a wall.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, there's not one there now, obviously.
That's
but
correct.
you are going to construct a wall.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is the structure, looking at the map, this is going, the accessory structure is going to be to the south side of the
principal structure.
Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. And your neighbor to the west, what's their opinion of it?
They've expressed support.
And what about the neighbor to the south?
I believe all of our surrounding neighbors have expressed support. We have not received any negative impact or comments.
Yeah, and I drove by it, but obviously there's nothing there. It's just dirt right now. But
right.
But looking at your plans, I don't conceptually have a problem with it. If you're willing to accept the conditions, and unless there's further discussion by the commissioners, I would move for approval subject to staff's conditions.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries.
And that is final action in the absence of appeal within 10 days.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Item number 38 is variance 36-143. The applicant owner is the Housing Authority of the City of Las Vegas, is to allow an 8-foot wall fence within the front yard setback area where 5 feet is the maximum allowed at 2525 West Washington Avenue. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject site contains an existing 150-unit senior citizen apartment complex. This is a request for variance to allow an 8-foot tall fence within the front yard setback where 5 feet is the maximum to allowed to provide security and minimize vandalism at the complex. The proposed fence is aesthetically pleasing and compatible with the surrounding developments, and adequate landscaping is provided on either side of the fence. Furthermore, the front yard on Robin Street is not utilized as the front entry to the senior citizen apartment complex, as the main access is located on the side yard along Washington Avenue. Staff is recommending approval of this request. If this request is denied, the fence must be redesigned to meet the requirements of Title 19.
You want him to say this again? Thank you. I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give us your name for the record.
Richard Wilmot, 2480 East Tompkins. We concur with staff recommendations and are here for any questions.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Motion, please?
Yes.
Move to approve item 38 VAR 36143, subject to all staff's recommendation and condition.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Post.
Commissioner Goins.
Motion carries.
It's final action in the absence of Nikhil in 10 days.
We now move to item 39 and companion items 40 and 41. 39 is variance 36338. The applicant owner is Caroline's Court, LLC, to allow 0 loading zones where one is required at the northwest corner of El Capitan Way and Durango Drive. Item 44 is special use permit 36111 for a proposed 2,155 square foot restaurant with drive-through. And item number 41 is site development review 36112 for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review for a proposed 2,155 square foot restaurant with a drive-through with a waiver of town center development standards to allow no landscaping within the additional 10-foot setback area required along the east perimeter for a fast food restaurant and for a 72-foot tall clock tower where a 39-foot tall tower was previously approved. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, in regards to the variance, the proposal will not have a loading zone located in the next to the pad itself, and staff finds that this is self-imposed hardship and a redesign of the site could accommodate a loading zone at this location. In regards to the special use permit and the site plan itself, the applicant is proposing to locate the drive-through facility within the required additional 10-foot setback area of landscaping per the town center requirements. As such, staff finds that the use itself for the drive-through cannot be conducted in a compatible or harmonious manner with the residential properties to the north. In regards to the site plan itself, staff is unable to support the waivers for the waivers for the site plan and is recommending denial of that application also. Please note we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Now declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Thank you. James Lopez, 5096 West Post Road, on behalf of the applicant and the owner, Jacob Kashkori, who's here with me, can also answer questions and probably make some decisions as necessary. I'm going to start with an overall site plan, how it's laid out now, and then probably move on to something that's a little more definitive. And since we're taking these all at once, I'm just going to touch on it. We have read the conditions, and if approved, we accept those conditions. To address some of the issues in general, got a whole slew of boards here, but hopefully we don't have to go through all of them. Starting with this picture here. This is the Del Taco. Yes, we do have some conditions, self-imposed, as you say, but we're not coming at this willy-nilly. We looked at what we could do with this drive-through. We looked at the residential adjacencies, and we looked at the landscaping that's out there and that's being provided. And I think the first thing you see is that the house or the residential unit, even though the lots, 58 feet away, the actual structures are over 200 feet away. You've got these kind of weird corner lots there, so we're not very close to them at all. And that's a good rationale. This is why we're bringing it forward. We're not bringing it forward saying we want to be right next to this house. for no apparent reason. No, there's a good reason why it's configured like that. The second thing is the loading zone. There are plenty of loading zones on the site. That's been specified in the staff report, and we don't think it's going to cause a hardship to anyone because there are plenty of loading zones on the site. And lastly, the adjacency for the 10-foot landscape. There's a 20-foot trail on the adjacent right now, and I don't see a situation where we'd be required to put another 10 feet beyond that. So kind of making up for the 10 feet landscape is this 20-foot trail that's dedicated. So that's that. And of course, I'll answer questions. You can stop me as you go, as I go, or you can wait till the end. The last thing is the tower, and I'll pull these up again as necessary. We originally had a tower that looked like this, clock tower. That's now been revived. To look like this. And as you can see, it is not an unknown species of pine tree. It is an actual beautiful tower. The owner-developer did have a neighborhood meeting. He reported back, and I think staff would concur, the staff that was there, that it was all positive feedback. People thought that a Del Taco was appropriate. No issues with the tower. This is a major commercial adjacent to a major highway system. Probably doesn't impose any hardships. The actual residential setbacks would all be met, and in fact the residents are about 1,000 feet away from the tower itself. So last thing I might add, we have been working on this project. The owner pulled permits in 2008, about mid-2008, lost financing twice, has meticulously shepherded this thing through all kinds of up and down in this economy. He's kind of, Lowe's is going up, Nevada State Bank is going up. These are all because this developer's effort in getting this project going, and I think we lost this piece. It was a retail piece, probably going to go to a bank. We lost that tenant some time ago. The owners worked hard to get someone else in there. Del Taco is telling us that they'll put a lease in place if they can get this approval, and that's why we're here in front of you. So.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak on this matter? We have a lady that's been waiting patiently to talk about your tower.
I had a lot of work done while I was sitting back there. So.
Good evening, Commission. Jennifer Taylor, 8158 Hawk Clan Court. I do want to talk about the tower for just a couple of things. I wasn't at the neighborhood meeting, but what I think you see here is, again, an excessive application, a variance that's almost 90% over what they've already received as a variance. And I wanted to make sure that you understood sort of some of the other height issues that are in that area. Across the street, across the street on the southeast corner of Durango and Farm is a Holiday. Well, I don't know what's going on with Rupee's piece of property, but it's supposed to be a Holiday Inn compound. And there was a big fight with the neighbors about the height of the Holiday Inn. It was going to be a 5-story Holiday Inn, and it was going to be 62 feet for a 5-story Holiday Inn. So this tower is going to be at 72 feet. It's going to be huge. It's going to tower over that entire corner. I'm not sure when it is 13 feet taller almost than a Holiday Inn, how it's going to be compatible with the neighborhood. Additionally, that Holiday Inn is nestled, and I was waiting to see where this was going to be sited on the project to decide if I was either going to stay and oppose it. But the Holiday Inn is nestled back along the sort of curve of the freeway so that it's tucked in, and you don't see the height as you're coming down Durango and Farm. It's like up against the overpass, if that makes sense visually to you guys as I'm explaining it. So here this is it appears to me to be right on that very corner, and I just don't see any real need for it. And the bigger problem that I have is my concern about the principle that Commissioner Flangus and Commissioner Ellsworth will understand, which is slippery slope. You give these guys a 90% variance on what's already been granted as a variance. What's to stop Albertsons that has a monument, not a monument sign, it's got one of those I'm sorry, I'm starting to get really tired. One of those multiple signs across the street from coming back and saying, we want higher signs. What's to stop the Walgreens that's got nice monument signs that fit in with the Centennial Plan from coming back and saying, we want a big sign? And this area, while it is commercial, while it is a major street, it was not intended to be a really intense area. And we've seen the east side of Durango really just die by 1,000 cuts of variance after variance after variance on density and on signage and on everything else. And so that's really my main opposition to it. Let me just make sure I don't have anything else. And I just wanted to make sure you guys knew the history too and what was going to go on across the street with that building, and so you'd have a sense of comparison for height and for intensity. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wish to speak?
Yes,
Seeing
please.
none,
Jacob Katshori,
please.
Los Angeles, California. In such harsh economic times, you rarely see a developer come and ask you for something to spend more. This tower is not going to bring me extra rent. This area is called Centennial Town Center, and yet there's no town center to it. My background is architecture. Studied some years in Italy, Tuscany. I've tried to bring Tuscan world, hamlet, village, Italian world here. These little villages have a square. Within the square there's a tower, a clock tower. People sit outside, below it, and enjoy the restaurants. The red marking that you see here is the tower. All this is landscaped so that two restaurants can sit against one another, so that people can sit outside, have coffee. Commissioner Goines was talking about running around with cell phones and things, taking life easy, taking a cup of coffee. That's the reason why I gave the tower. I didn't need to go to a neighborhood meeting. I wanted to because I wanted to see how the neighbors will react to it. If they don't want it, I won't spend the money. The neighbors were very excited. The planning department was there. I met with the councilman, and this city has a lot of unique buildings, structures. By no means I'm trying to compare this or put this on the same level as those humongous architectural wonders. But for this area to have something like this, where people can come in and take it easy, I think it's a plus. It's not a minus. This is the tower that was approved. Absolutely no character to it. And this is the tower that we have proposed. And the same way as you've got the clock tower in these old hamlets, you have the clock keeper, so to speak. So we've tried to make it look like that kind of a thing. If the neighborhood doesn't wish it, if the planning doesn't want it, I have $500,000 in my pocket. It's not because I want to rent it or whatever. Very simple.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to the planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions for the applicant. All right, first as to the loading zone. Why is there no loading zone? You addressed that briefly, but I didn't follow your logic.
Originally, the lot was scheduled to be a retail lot with some 13 spaces, I believe. When that tenant went away, the next tenant that came in was a Del Taco, needed 22 spaces. Lowe's had already had a predefined lot size for their lot, and they wouldn't give in any additional spaces. Or essentially, we would take the extra lot for more parking spaces. So that's where that came from.
So you
That's
don't
why
have a
the-
loading zone because you don't have enough parking spaces. So you had to choose between a loading zone or parking spaces.
That's correct.
So yeah, where are you going to have the stuff unloaded when they bring it to you for the restaurant?
Now, I don't know if you can pan in close to this. This picture kind of shows it, and I want to use this term, and I didn't coin it, and I won't claim it, but right in through here, you've got what we're calling a soft loading zone. You've got a little bit of sidewalk, a landscape buffer, and some trash cans, and we think that could easily accommodate the loading required for this. So we're calling it a soft loading zone. Truck can pull in here. The drive-through traffic can still get around and still circulate.
And what does staff say about that? What?
Staff have no issues with circulation.
No, but your soft loading zone proposal. I mean, now obviously they denied it, or their recommendation is denial because you don't have a loading zone. So apparently they don't buy into the soft loading zone suggestion that you have. Is there a reason why? Or
If I may. This is the original plan that was approved. It shows a 3,200 square feet building with 13 parking spaces. It took us a long time with Lowe's to get these parking spaces over here where it belonged to Lowe's, to reverse them. And believe me, I paid a dear price for that. It's not like I asked Lowe's, here, give me these 10 parking spaces and I'll give you 10 over there. I gave those 10 and a hell of a lot more. When I went back for the loading zone, they just didn't want to talk to me about it. With the planning,
but now hold on. All around there, there's parking all around there, right? You have the Lowe's parking area and everything. So is it reasonable to say, well, a truck could come and park in the parking lot, just come at early hours, right, and then deliver? Am I reading that correctly?
Right. Planning also, suggested, what if you were to take 2 or 3 of the parking spaces and make them into, we can live with not having the 22 parking spaces, 10 per thousand. The problem I had with that was that if ever in the future I was to cut it up as a separate parcel, that has been separated actually, then I would be short, number one. Number two, Lowe's, part of its agreement with me is that pad, if it's a food user, has to have 10 per thousand because they don't want the Del Taco people parking on their field, even though I told them I find it highly unlikely, even in the most busiest of the holiday season, somebody to park here and walk all the way here.
Mr. Ellsworth, to
But
address
that's
your
not.
question.
But to go back to the planning idea, the planning department, their idea was good. I would lose 2 or 3 parking spaces, but the loading bay would have been there. What I thought would be is we've got a space for the soft delivery area, and other than those 2 or 3 times a week that the truck comes, I still have 22 parking spaces.
And you've answered my question sufficiently there. I want to go to a bigger issue, and that's your tower. I don't understand why it needs to be so tall. I've looked at your pictures, and I agree. I think the taller one you've designed is much more aesthetically pleasing to the eye. I like it. Why does it have to be so tall? Why can't you shorten those legs down? I mean, there's some standards in place, development standards. They're there for a reason. I don't see why you can't develop it to that height.
Okay.
Tell me why.
Architecturally, it would look very awkward. When the legs, when you see the elegance of this right now, the reason why you like it is because of the scale of everything connected to everything.
No, actually, I was looking more at the features on the front versus the other one where you just have Caroline's Court written on it.
Now
it's just kind of
imagine
blank.
if this was what if I was to do what you're suggesting, this would be your tower.
Yeah, it looks good,
35
just like
feet.
that, and it complies with the development standards and everything. It seems to me that's
You
doable.
find- okay, well, I mean, I have to respect your taste, but it's like somebody doing this on somebody's head. You know
Chop
what I
it
mean?
down.
The legs have gone into the tummy. Personally, I would just stick with the original one. I want to be proud of this project. I've named it after my wife, Caroline. If it's right, I will do it. If it's not right, it's better not to do it. You know, it's either pregnant or it's not pregnant. It's either got to be properly done to get that effect, to get that feeling of, you know, Amalfi Coast or wherever you want to take, Tuscany. Otherwise, you're not going to get that flavors. Then you may as well not do it and do something else.
And I respect your style as well, and I see why you want to make it taller. It does look nice, but we have to balance that with the development standards that were in place long before, long before you're doing your development. And so we have to balance that. And
sure.
and you have the burden to show us why we should grant an exception to the rule or to the development standards that are already in place. And I'm looking for
Holiday Inn is 4 or 5 stories high because they're making money off of that height. I'm not. It's there for beautification. So sometimes, you know, you have to when city comes out with rules and regulations and code, it's for the mass. But once in a while, in that mass, you have to bend a rule. You can't apply it all the time at everything. So once in a while, if somebody comes with something special, and it's over 1,000 feet away from everybody else, all the residentials, and it's 20 feet lower than the homes on the north side over here, whereby, you know, these homeowners, they loved it. You know why? Because this is going to increase their home values. They didn't see it as, oh, this guy, if you let this guy, this developer, this money grabber. That's not their attitude. They know that what I'm trying to do here is to the benefit of the community. That's why I had the neighbors meeting. The planning staff told me I don't need to. I said, no, but I want to. If they don't want it, I won't do it.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a few questions so we can move this forward?
Please, let's do.
Yes, thank you. Sir, I understand and respect some of what you're talking about, but it doesn't entirely make sense to me. You talk about a Tuscan village concept. Somehow when I think of Tuscany and a village, I don't think of a Del Taco with a drive-through. So that doesn't quite resonate with me. I don't care so much about the height of the tower, but I am curious. It looks strange to me on stilts, but you know, I would defer to other people for that. You don't want a loading dock, and it sounds like you don't want the loading dock because that's an exchange for additional parking or something of that nature. My question to the staff or to you is, what's the detriment to no loading dock? I'm assuming there's a reason, and perhaps it has to do with public safety. And lastly, there's some landscape issues. Can you tell me why you can't comply with the landscaping? It looks like there's quite a bit of landscaping there, but I'm curious why you can't meet these standards, and if you cannot, give me some legal basis to be able to push the button for green. And can we do that this evening?
Yes. As hard as I'm, bringing Del Taco in here, I'm also trying just as hard to bring a couple of Italian restaurants, which the neighbors were very excited about. The Del Taco, even though if it's a Del Taco, and they wanted their own colors and their own their standard box, we forced them to have their elevations within the overall look of the center. So yes, just as, you know, Tuscany is not here, Del Taco is not in Italy. But you can fit a Del Taco in the architecture, and this is the architecture. This is the original elevation, and this is the proposed elevation.
Tell me about the drive-through. I understand there's a house near the drive-through.
And then the drive-through.
Isn't there a house in foreclosure within a few feet of the drive-through?
within a few feet, 226 feet is this one. And I met with with the owner of the third house. None of them had any problems.
Well, they're all empty, right?
This one, no, she's living in here. They're not living there. I don't know, it's bankrupt or foreclosed.
At some point, people will be living in homes, and they're fairly close to the drive-through, as I understand. Is that correct?
Correct. The first one is living there. They had no objection. The second one is in foreclosure. The third one is in support of Del Taco. We doubled up on the trees over here per Councilman Ross's advice, sound advice.
Yeah, the folks at home.
There's a 6 foot.
We can zoom in on it.
Yeah, there's a 6 foot wall between us and the residential homes. There's 230 feet from the closest point of the building to the nearest house. There's a 20-foot
When you make the
trail.
turn to the drive-through, do the lights of the cars shine into the people's homes?
Very good remark. That's what Councilman Ross
It's
was.
a yes or no answer.
Okay. We put trees in there on his advice for the lights not to be bothering anybody. There's a 6 foot wall also.
Do you have a floor plan of the Del Taco?
Yes.
If you can lay it down, we can zoom in. We actually get to see it up here a little better. Can you point to their loading area, their loading door?
Their loading door is...
we got to zoom back in. That's good.
There.
Okay, which would be at the exit of their drive-through, right?
Exiting to the drive-through?
The drive-through exit is right here.
Right.
Right.
And there's the
So if you look at where their trash enclosure is, the exiting of the drive-through, it is a natural solution for even a small semi that they will get deliveries almost every day if they're doing any kind of decent business that could easily back up to that door.
Correct.
All right. And this is just for staff because it's late and we're getting tired. None of these fast food restaurants use these loading zones that we make them build. They put crates out in the middle of the parking lot and they park their semis there. And no matter how much we think we're improving the fast food industry, it's a wasted effort.
Yes.
Your plan right here makes a lot of sense. Where the where the truck can back right up next to that trash enclosure and load right into this thing. So I support your no loading zone. I don't support your high tower, and you made some great arguments, and I support your landscaping.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no other comments, I'd like to make.
I'd like to just ask a question before you do make a motion that goes to the tower, and this question's more directed at staff. Is there any type of height restriction applicable to that tower? Because the way I read this right now, we had a tower that was approved for 39 feet, and at this juncture, all we're doing is a request to increase the height of the tower. It doesn't appear that the applicant is seeking any type of variance.
The town center development standards indicate that in this zone, the maximum height of any building is 2 stories, but no feet are associated with those stories.
So it's really then, the point is it's unclear whether or not there is a height restriction as to this tower. So really what we're looking at then...
I would suggest that 72 feet would not be 2 stories in any...
Well, I understand that, but really what we're not... It doesn't appear that the applicant is seeking any type of variance here. Again, it seems that the applicant is seeking merely an increase in the height of the tower that was previously approved.
It's a waiver, not a variance, yes.
I think,
or do we even have a waiver at this
There was
juncture?
a 39, as I understand, 39 feet was previously approved. What everybody seems to be missing is the very concept of town center, that we spent a lot of time and a lot of years, many years ago, trying to elevate the architectural standard and the site circulation standard and to create something that was spectacular. I think it's failed. So I don't have an issue with the height of the tower specifically, but I don't know why we create these ideas and we don't follow through with them. The woman said it earlier. It's death by 1,000 cuts. It's 72 feet, I think, it was previously approved at 39, right? Okay, and now you want 72 feet.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make some motions.
Please.
If I may just say one thing on the planting.
Ask the chairman. there.
Sorry, sir. On the Jack in the Box and the other building, on the original plan, we already were given the 10-foot approval because we were providing the 20-foot trail.
Very good. Thank you. Ready?
As to item number 39, I would move that we approve that item subject to the conditions of staff.
Okay. A motion for approval. Please cast your vote. Post. Okay, that one goes.
As to item number 40, I move again that we approve item number 40 subject to the conditions of staff.
Motion's been made. Please cast your vote.
Excuse me, the motion, does that include the trees that were shown in there that would help restrict the visibility?
We're on the SUP right now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please cast your votes and post. That carries.
And then as to item number 41, I vote for denial, or my motion is for denial. Yeah, just vote for denial.
Comment? Motion's been made. Cast your votes, please. Post. Okay, motion goes.
If I make a brief comment to the applicant, I do like your design of the second one. I just can't support the height of that. I don't want to see the development standards die of the 1,000 cuts as we were discussing. So
Honestly,
don't give up. Let's make it look good and let's.
Honestly, I agree with you, but there are some times when there is no economic gain, and it is architectural. It is because you sat down 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and came up with the Centennial thing to make it better architecturally, this, that, and the other. There are times when you say, okay, well, this guy is going for the beautification of it, or
no doubt.
something we haven't had.
I think we can continue this conversation over bacon and eggs in about 20 minutes.
All matters go forward to City Council on December 2nd.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much on behalf of Caroline.
Item number 42, special use permit 35838. The applicant is Mundo LLC. The owner is WMVC Phase 1 LLC to add a proposed liquor establishment tavern use within an existing 6,621 square foot restaurant with waivers to allow a 660-foot distance separation from a similar use for 1,500 feet is required, and an 885-foot distance separation from a child care center where 1,500 feet is required at 595 South Grand Central Parkway, Suite 116. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff supports the waiver request as the protected uses are separated from the proposed tavern by the I-15 freeway. The use can be conducted in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding uses, and staff recommends approval. Please note we have received additional protest after publication.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Yeah, Jorge Cotto, Quality Choice Construction Contractor representing the applicant who could not be here this evening. Simply, Will, we accept the endorsement of staff and look forward to your endorsement as well.
And accept the conditions?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on this matter, please approach the microphone.
Good evening. John Lelu. I'm the General Counsel of the World Market Center, Las Vegas, 495 South Grand Central Parkway. It's been a long time since I've seen a lot of you. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you again. For those who I have not been in front of, welcome. I'm going to enjoy working with you guys. As I stated, I am the General Counsel of the World Market Center. The World Market Center is in support of this application. We look forward to a long tenancy of Mundo. We look forward to Mundo increasing the foot traffic and the vibrancy of the Las Vegas Design Center. We believe that it's going to create a great synergy between the Las Vegas Design Center, the consumers and the designers. And it's going to be a great anchor meeting place once we see the Union Park project actually start moving. We do have one issue with the application, and the issue is this. The issue is the connotation of gaming as it goes along with the tavern SUP. We've worked with staff. We've been discussing with staff this application for about a week, and I'd like to thank Steve Gebicki for taking our calls and working with us on this project as well. The issue is Mundo's size, the amount of people that it holds, its location, allowed it to essentially back into a tavern SUP application. And the owners of the World Market Center just don't want gaming at that property. At the time that we did the lease with Mundo, which was about 6 months ago, that wasn't an issue. Parkway Center development standards didn't allow video poker gaming. It didn't matter until yesterday. And yesterday, all that changed. There was a text amendment, as you all know, and now the video poker gaming is allowed. And it would be allowed as, I guess, tangent to this tavern SUP. So what we're asking, and I don't know if there's a mechanism for it, but what we're asking for is a condition on this approval stating that no gaming shall be allowed on this property. And with that, I'm happy to leave it in your hands or take any questions that you ask.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on the matter? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed and turn over to planning commissioners for discussion. Mr. Cotto, how do you feel about the restriction against gaming machines in your tavern?
Well, on behalf of Mundo LLC, I guess we'd like to have that possibility still available to us.
So, in essence, what was presented to us by Mr. Lalo is that you're a restaurant, but you really want to be a slot bar.
Well, I'm just saying that the
No, I mean, no. It's either it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Either you're a design-oriented restaurant in one of the largest buildings in Southern Nevada, in a kind of a trendy environment, or you're a slot bar. And not that I have a problem with, I just don't see that being the appropriate situation here. I actually was down there the other day by chance, and look, you got a great location. It's a great opportunity. I see it as a good restaurant, but I just don't see it as a place where you want regulars hanging out playing video poker. So I wouldn't support the tavern application if it, with the gaming without limiting the gaming. And like I say, it didn't change till yesterday when the city council was yesterday.
Well, we couldn't have the application prior
Right.
to that.
So.
But do we have the discretion to approve this with the limitation of that? Isn't that a contractual matter between the parties?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I mean, I don't want to comment on what World Market Center did or did not do when it constructed its transactional documents with the lessor. What I can comment on is discretion. I've got to say, in the 5 years I've been here, I've never seen this commission or our council once eliminate tavern with a condition of no gaming. That doesn't necessarily mean that you can't. This is a land use item. Many would argue that what happens within the use is part of the discretion of this board. So I guess the long-winded answer is you've got the discretion to restrict gaming, but I just haven't seen it done.
Any other comments? I think we're ready for a motion then.
Just for Mr. Lewis's, there was an application approved by City Council, a use permit, I think 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, that was a tavern application approved with the limitation of no gaming in the establishment. On Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yeah.
So,
well, I stand corrected.
So I think, and quite honestly, in that situation, I think it was the appropriate solution as presented. So, if I would make a motion for approval with the added condition that there be no gaming. Slot machines, video poker.
Gaming machines.
Gaming machines, however it's defined.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes.
Is this a historic vote here? First of it.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Matter goes forward to council on December 2nd.
And I would correct the thing, it's the World Market Center is upon build-out. It's not just going to be one of the largest buildings in Southern Nevada, it's going to be one of the largest buildings in the Southwest. So you're getting a nice opportunity there.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 43, special use permit. The applicant is Francisco Lujan. Owner is Hemidan Mercedes Starkus Living Trust for a proposed 988 square foot thrift shop at 1412 East Charleston Boulevard. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this request is for a proposed thrift shop within an existing retail office building. The proposed thrift shop will not alter the square footage of the existing tenant space and will not modify the existing condition of the site. The proposed use is compatible with adjacent surrounding uses and meets the minimum special use permit requirements for a thrift shop use. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this request. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and approval for this item.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wish to speak on the matter, please give your name for the record.
Yeah, Francisco Lujan, and I live in 5974 Blue Trail.
Thank you, Mr. Lujan. You have the staff recommendation for approval, but there are 3 conditions. Do you accept those conditions?
Yes.
Anything else you'd like to say on your behalf?
No, I'm just
Very
looking
good.
forward for your support.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in attendance like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed and turn it over to planning commissioners for discussion and possible motion.
Yes, sir. Are you a tenant in that shopping center? Will you be a tenant?
Yes, I'm the owner of the.
Are you the owner of the whole center?
No, just
that
exactly.
space.
Yeah.
The reason I ask is because that center, I live not far from there, and that's in my neighborhood. Over the years, I think there have been a lot of problems with the center. I know we voted on some matters before this body with regard to that center. Ingress and egress, getting in and out of there is often difficult. And in the daytime, there was usually no place to park, and there was always a protracted battle between the 7-Eleven next door and that center. And then at one point, and I didn't see any of them in the backup, but there were a number of restaurants that were the garbage from the restaurants were in the alleyways, and there was an infestation of rats and lots of garbage through that alleyway. It looks like it's somewhat been cleaned up, but the center itself is often filled with a lot of what they call sign spam. There's a lot of illegal signage, or there used to be anyway, on that property. So I guess that's something that you can't necessarily have any control over, but you're asking for a special use permit to operate a thrift store. And I'm the king of thrift stores. I love thrift stores. But I will tell you that whole stretch, there's a lot of thrift stores in there. And I'm always very disappointed because there's bail bonds, payday loans, thrift stores, car title loans, tattoo parlors. It's kind of a shame that area that was once a nice area is not. But I do see in your backup that you talk about, I'm not sure that, I hope that you would be successful, but it sounds like you're trying to get some real high-end.
It's not really high, The thing is that, I believe that I can, I make a free shop that is, a unique free shop. That's what I'm looking for. It's not like one that you go in, it's really smelly and things like that. I'm going to, since I'm a designer, I plan to just take some decorative items and, and so people really can buy something that is really inexpensive and they can have a good use.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, through you, if there was no discussion, I would like to be able to make a motion for approval, but I'd like to have a period of a review in 1 year, since it's a special use permit. And Ms. Wheeler, if you don't mind, that could be an administrative review.
The additional condition would be there shall be a administrative review 1 year after issuance of business license?
Do you understand what that is, sir?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So that would be my motion, and I drive by there almost every day, so I would encourage you, please don't put those little table tent signs out on the street.
This is going to be unique. It's going to be really nice.
Well, it's looking better, but over the years, there have been a number of years where that was pretty ugly and through there. So I'm looking forward for you to do the right thing and to
yes,
run
I'm
a
going
good
to take
business.
out all the signs and everything, but I'm trying to make something,
Very good.
much.
Well, that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Post. And the motion carries. Thank
This
you.
matter
Good
goes
luck.
forward to the City Council on December 2nd.
Thank you very much.
We now move all the way to 47, now that we're starting to get our second breath. 47 is a special use permit, 36-142. The applicant is Verizon Wireless. The owner is Aries Holdings LLC for a proposed 70-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design monopine at 8430 West Lake Mead Boulevard. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed wireless communication facility will be a 70-foot tall monopalm stealth design located at the rear of the subject site. The proposed use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing future surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this request. If the application is denied, the proposed wireless communications facility will not be allowed at the location. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and approval for this item.
Thank you. Now I'd like to declare the public hearing open. Anyone in attendance wishing to speak, please approach the microphone and give your name for the record. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. My name is Mike Sloop. I work for WFI, representing Verizon Wireless tonight, with offices at 7030 Snake Ranch Road. First, I'd like to thank staff for their recommendation of approval, and I would like to just add very briefly that this is an area of the city that is not well covered by Verizon. Currently, there's some coverage there, but it's relatively small. Verizon really wants to be able to serve this area better. They went to extensive use, or extensive effort to look at different alternatives, stay within the city ordinance criteria, and come up with a design that would do this. This is a design that does very greatly expand their coverage in this area and provide much better service, which is what obviously they were hoping to do within the city criteria. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that come up.
Thank you. Anyone else in attendance wishing to speak on the matter?
Yes, my name is Michael Marvin, 8440 West Lake Mead. My property is directly adjacent to the proposed site. Where we are, there is a office building with professional complex. What these folks are proposing to build a 70 feet tower right smack in the middle of the office complex. it's directly in front of my building. They're proposing to put 9 antennas on this. It is completely inappropriate for such a structure in the middle of a complex. Just because it's in the rear of their building, that doesn't mean, and is in front of my building. So this absolutely makes no sense, and I completely oppose it at this point. And furthermore, we are all belong to the same association. Ironically, I get a phone call late afternoon by a lady named Melissa Gibson trying to win my vote, where this building is professionally managed by MDL Group, and nobody has ever gotten a phone call to sit down and try to design this thing or get us to agree with this monstrous tower that they're trying to build right in front of my building. And I do appreciate you turning this down at this point.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Brian Sonjan. I live at 2104 Rico Peak in South Shores. I would ask that you deny this special use permit. I believe this will negatively affect the property values, and we had a long discussion many hours ago regarding some residents who did not want to undergo further regulation from a historical preservation district, yet many of us do choose to live in communities where where we are bound by CC&Rs and certain architectural requirements, so as a means of keeping our property values up. So we've worked very hard in South Shores and Desert Shores to maintain an architectural congruency throughout our areas. I would like to also bring into question the statement by the Verizon representative, with all respect, that there is no coverage from them in this area. That's actually their cell site right there. And I have to say that is a pretty good stealth design. It is actually where it says South Shore International Center. At least I believe it's their cell site, because just doing a walk of the area, I was able to find equipment with their sticker and a contact number on it. And actually I have a photo of that as well. So it appears to be partially underground, and it's right at close to the corner of Harbor Island and Lake Mead. In addition, I know they're proposing a monopalm site, but monopalms are not always what we think they are. For example, there's another one. That doesn't appear too stealth to me, and that doesn't seem to be in keeping with much of the with many of the ways we've tried to build South Shores. And these are all from the general area of Lake Mead and Rampart. Show you another. There's another one there. That's the same cell site, but if you notice on the building behind it, there's another cell site on that one. And it appears there are just cell sites all over this location, although most of them do try their best to be somewhat in keeping with the architecture of the location. I noticed at the Lakeside Shopping Center in Desert Shores, we actually have a cell site there. And in speaking to some of the shop owners, they say there's actually 2 cell sites in there, and it was actually built out. So it kind of goes back to the previous applicant. I think we had another tower applicant this evening, and we had this discussion about, do we do towers or do we do build-outs? And I'm sitting here kind of thinking about that. We already have what I think Mr. Chairman and some of the other commissioners consider to be the ideal cell site. This is very stealth. You don't even know it's there. And yet they're proposing to come in with a 70-foot structure in this location, and that seems to be much higher than anything else there. I don't really have measurements on the other towers in that. And while I know this is not exactly the most common thing to happen, these are common failure points with monopole designs. Just a little research on us will show that they don't crumple, they actually fail right at the base. Therefore, we must take into account a fall radius equal to the height of the tower. So if it falls 70 feet And if you look at, I have a whole presentation. If anyone would like to see it, I have it digitally and hard copy, which I can give to you now if necessary. But recommended that you do a fall radius, the height of the tower, plus 10% safety factor. My guess is that's well within your business, is it not? Okay. So I really think this needs to be reviewed more closely, and I hope that you would deny it. And available for any questions if you want.
Mr. Chairman, for staff, weren't we, at some point, we were getting maps showing other cell locations? Okay. All right. And do we have, there's 2 cell locations on the south side of the street? Do we have any information on those? The height or whatever they are?
It may add I thought the site was at 8420, the existing site for Verizon Wireless.
No, these are across the street.
Yeah.
Over there by the Starbucks and Zabba's and Shearing Eye Clinic.
Verizon's there now?
I don't know. It's not Verizon. I don't know who it is. But
No,
the issue there is they've got
right? Yeah.
1 or 2 monopalms in a grove of other palms. And actually with seating area around it and a very attractive environment that visually is appealing to the senior center behind it and also the medical building adjacent to it. It's on a walking area through their center. And, you know, I know when Verizon, they touted very heavily in the paper many, many years ago when they put their cell tower in the sign saying that, you know, it gave them a great opportunity to be in Summerlin and shows how they could do a good job and hide this sign. Well, it's only good for a couple of years. It's like the guy that wanted to raise the tower earlier. You know, things change, I guess. But this is right in Summerlin. This is right in the heart of housing, high density, and to me, we don't need to just start throwing the standards of Summerlin away, the standards of South Shore, Sun City. Those are the 3 communities affected by this. And they all have standards. They all have and an 80-foot palm tree or 75-foot palm tree doesn't meet those standards, no matter how we can paint a nice picture here.
If I might, I believe I can clarify a couple of those issues for you.
Respond if you'd like.
Yeah. First off, I would like to no, oh, I'm sorry. I was hoping you had the other one back on with the two existing monopalms there. One of them, I believe, is the picture that the other gentleman showed that we would admit is probably not the best-looking monopalms. Fortunately, monopalms have come quite a long ways and do have the ability to look considerably better. We would actually like to distance ourselves from those 2 monopalms in that we don't believe that they're the best-looking monopalms that are available now. I would show, for instance...
with all due respect, you know, you're going to make your argument better by saying how ugly their palm is. Come on, I mean that's one neighbor saying my tree is better than the other guy's tree. That's not a good argument.
Well, okay, no, I'm sorry. Put that way, I agree with you. But the point I wanted to make is we have the ability to produce a better monopalm. I will agree with you that based on earlier comments, if you look at it closely enough, you'll never mistake it for a real palm. The intent is just to take the eye away so that you don't dwell on it. But I would note, for instance, here that monopalms can be made to look quite a bit better. The industry has learned how to do that, and we would just as soon produce a much better monopalm than that. With regards to the issue of the immediate neighbor, they actually have an owners association for those 5 lots that were there. We do have the recommendation of that association, and I'll just leave that as it is. The PhotoSim, this is not actually in the front of anyone's building here, so it in the parking lot, it's meets the setback requirements for both the property and the residential to the south. With regards to the coverage issue, yes, what I said before was obviously that Verizon's coverage here is not what they would consider very adequate. This is not really showing up very well, but I think I get the idea. The red coverage is the current coverage from the existing site in the sign. As I think you can see, that unfortunately that doesn't provide very much coverage. The coverage from the monopine would be the green. This represents both a very increased area in coverage. It also represents an additional antennas and technology for the provision of high-speed data. So my comment was not that Verizon didn't have a site there, but that the current site really does not fill the needs of Verizon, or we believe really provide very good coverage to the community, and hence we're looking to provide coverage that's much more on the order of what you see in the green area here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may speak to some of those issues. Many of the people in my cul-de-sac have Verizon and actually are quite satisfied with the coverage. I'm glad that you did agree you do have a site there. I found that, and I was kind of curious. It talks about calling if there's a hazmat response, you can call this number, and it does have Verizon Wireless on it. So I do believe that is a Verizon Wireless site in that marquee. I think that's an excellent way to stealth these things and to meet the needs of the community and to provide coverage. It allows us to maintain the rules that we've established, that people have agreed upon when they enter into these communities, and meet the zoning requirements of South Shores, Desert Shores, Sun City, and Summerlin. In addition, I'm very happy the industry is working very hard to produce better-looking trees, but I don't really think that's an old pole. In fact, I think the members of this commission would know better than I when that was approved, but it seems to me like the Zabas next door went in about 2 years ago, and that's only about 18 to 24 months old. So we've heard many times today from the council that if you pass this special use permit, how are we sure that these conditions are going to be enforced, or that it's going to be what we consider a good-looking monopalm, as opposed to one like this, or that perhaps later on they don't change the antennas and they look the way they do here, which is something we do not like. This is the other monopalm at that location. In addition, you notice it has a co-located carrier, if I may point, at the end of that pen, and it's using antennas that are kind of close to the body of the tree. So there's actually, it appears to be 2 carriers or some extra antennas on there. I have to ask if the applicant has even looked at doing that, because it seems co-location is something that we like to recommend. And then finally,
I don't mean to cut you off, but I just saw us a couple of items ago go through this. Do we want the cupola or do we want the tree? By a narrow vote, we ended up with the tree. My preference is the cupola, so you don't see these things. But it's 12:15, and let's make a decision. Are we going to give them the best tree we can get tonight, or are we going to give them a cupola?
And may I just comment on that we chose to go with the pole in that former case simply because there is no extant site. In this case, there is an extant stealth site.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Are we ready for a motion?
May I make a quick comment, real quick, please?
It's okay. Thank you. I think we got your position clear. You want to jump in and tell them?
Just before we make the vote or make a motion, I just want to ask a couple questions. First of all, are you going to give us assurances that the tree that you've shown us in the pictures that you presented to us is going to be the one we get, or are we going to get the one that Mr. Soljan just showed us a little while ago?
Yes, the tree I showed you before is in fact a Verizon tree. Verizon is committed to providing these trees, and so the answer is yes.
Because see what inevitably happens, we end up getting the other one, and what we don't want to see, because you're kind of, that tree there is kind of standing out by itself in the open. And we approved one in Summerlin here on my very first meeting here a few months ago, and because the palm tree was in a whole stand of palm trees and it was pretty well concealed. But this one here standing out by itself, and if you get that other one that Mr. Soljan showed, that's not going to cut it. And then the second thing is you're presently located in that sign on the property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how high is that sign?
40 feet. 40 feet.
Now the question becomes, why are we moving?
Basically because of the graphic I showed you with the red and the green. Two things: expanded coverage.
Is it going to make all that much difference? I mean,
yeah, it expands the coverage if you work out the percentage of additional area. It's several 100% greater. And then the second half of that answer is that the low sign at 40 feet, and because of the constraints of the size of the sign, does not provide data services on the system. They need the ability to get more antennas in there, which they can't get into that sign for data coverages. What would be called 4G these days, but it just means enhanced data coverage.
And the next question would be, what about collating with those existing towers across the street, or co-locating?
Those towers, one, are shorter. Two, we have to go below those towers. Three, you really can't put out an array because, as you saw on the one, you have to go close to the trunk if you have a monopalm to work with. So you essentially end up with a site that basically has the same constraints as the sign does, and doesn't provide any of the advantages of the increased coverage or expanded services.
Commissioner Flang, sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I say there's a possibility if you're going to approve a 70-foot mono palm, which is taller than any of the others there, you could approve it at that existing location for a co-location, and they can do a pole replacement.
Thank you for your thoughts. We're ready to go?
There's no other dogs here in this fight. I don't think the applicants proved a case for this variance for this height. I think it's not compatible to the existing type antennas in the area. It's not compatible with the neighborhood, the surrounding structures, and is inappropriate to be this standalone tree there. So I move for denial.
The motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Opposed? The motion carries.
That denial is final action in the absence of an appeal to the office of the city clerk within 10 days.
We now move to item number 48. The special use permit 36147. The applicant is Big League Dreams Las Vegas LLC. The owner is the City of Las Vegas. It's for a proposed 12,664 square foot liquor establishment tavern with waivers to allow a distance separation of 0 feet from a city park, 100 feet from a similar use, 100 feet from a religious facility, and 400 feet from a school, where 1,500 feet is the minimum distance required at 3151 East Washington Avenue. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the use to be compatible and harmonious with the surrounding uses and the operation of the stadium baseball proposal, and recommends approval. Please note we have received additional protests and support since publication.
I'd like to declare the public hearing open and ask anyone in attendance wishing to speak on this matter to approach the microphone and give your name for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commission members, and staff. I'm Scott Letelier. I'm the CEO of Big League Dreams USA, and also the applicant, Big League Dreams Las Vegas. With me is Gary Weinstein, who is our Vice President of Construction, who's working with the city in the construction of the project at Freedom Park. I'll let him give a brief update on where we stand in the construction process. I just want to let you know that we're delighted to be here in Las Vegas. We're looking to a January 16th grand opening of the sports park. We're expecting, we've got space left in one of our leagues for a planning commission team. We look forward to having you all out there and having your chance to go play. The Yankees won their 27th World Championship last night. We'll have a replica of Yankee Stadium available for you to play, as well as several others, including Fenway Park and Wrigley Field. We're excited about what this opportunity means. We've been at this for several years since the council approved this, I think 4 or 5 years ago now. We've gotten to know a lot of different segments of the city in this process, as it is a public-private partnership with the city. But we're really very excited and appreciate the efforts, and stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Let me have Gary give you just an update on where we stand in the construction.
Good morning. We're about 78 to 85% completed. It's a $28 million total project. I did not want to build a Yankee Stadium, but they made me. We are the synergy is really building around the project. It's very obvious where we're at. If you drive anywhere close, you can see our high poles, but you can see our facades, and the facades are a great draw to the project. We're 100% on time, and we're actually 100% on budget. We're going to get substantial completion by December 15th, and all the vendors and everybody's getting ready to start stocking the park and getting ready to open. All the parking lots have been completed. Our utilities are on. Actually, the lights are being tested tonight, and we are very, very excited, as Scott said, to be here. And I can feel it as the last couple of weeks have gone by. Just the synergy is really building internally with the city, with us internally as the park, but also people are coming by every day asking questions about when they can play at Yankee Stadium. Thank you.
The tavern been built as yet?
Yes, we have 2 taverns, so it's actually 2 6,000 square foot taverns, sports restaurants, and one is about 90% completed, and the other one's running about 2 weeks behind. So.
And do they have gaming in them?
No, not at this time.
Just to be clear, at the time that we did the agreement with the city, Councilman Reese was very clear on this. He asked us to restrict sales of alcohol only to beer and wine, and also that we have no gaming associated with the park. He left open the opportunity that if we operated for a couple of years, that we could come back and ask to be something to be done differently, but that was down the road. And we agreed to those restrictions, and thus while the application here for the SUP is a tavern opportunity, it will come with conditions that will restrict the sale of alcohol only to beer and wine. And the actual license that we obtain through the business license will be only a beer wine.
Does the written contract with the city include the provisions for no gaming and for only beer and wine?
Yes, it does.
It's in the written
maintenance and
document.
operations agreement with the city does have those restrictions, yes.
Excuse me, what are the hours of operation of the tavern, sir?
Our food and beverage facility itself, which includes where the beer and wine is to be sold, operates from 4 o'clock in the afternoon on weekdays through 1:30 a.m. or sooner if our patrons have left. On Friday night, it extends until 2 a.m. On Saturdays, we begin at 8 in the morning. Saturday night goes until 2 a.m. And Sunday night is the same pattern of 1:30 a.m. that we are in for weeknights.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no discussion, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick question. You say you're going to sell alcohol from 4 in the afternoon till 1:30 a.m.?
The food and beverage is open during that time. We don't sell much alcohol during that particular time, but players do come earlier to play. It is available. We don't sell much, but it is available when they show up.
Because I thought in the major league parks, didn't they stop serving it after the 7th inning?
You know, this is a different. There's a different concept between a passive crowd that is watching others play and what in our park is primarily individuals or participants themselves. The park is and their immediate family members typically who accompany them. The goal is to let them play softball, and they typically will come in and have a meal, and if they want to have a glass of beer, they can do so, but they typically do that after the game. However, in some cases, depending on what their timing is, if they want to have a meal beforehand, they have the opportunity to do that.
So what's the latest the ball game would start?
We have the latest on the league games on the evening, which is actually the same time as what we do on the weekends, is a 10 o'clock game.
10 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
But don't you have a tournament play that could go considerably later?
No, we have the same restrictions on the tournament play on the Saturday and the Sunday nights that we have during the league play. The latest
no game starts after 10?
Well, we schedule the latest game at 10. I think there's the restriction that it can't actually start before 10:30 without an approval of. In other words, there are occasionally times we've done police and fire tournaments. And we do some things.
I've played them at 3 in the morning.
Yes, but those
guys were drinking and they were sloppy.
To hold a tournament, any time that we would have a game that starts later than those hours, it would require city approval. We'd have to go to the city and ask for a special approval.
Call the park and rec director at 10:30 at night and say, "Hey, we're running late. We need to start a game."
No,
I didn't think so.
Wouldn't you pick up your phone, Glenn?
Well, our schedules are done nearly a year ahead of time for the tournament weekends, and if it were something like this, we'd have that scheduled weeks ahead of time.
I've never known of a specific time you could say when a ball game's going to start, because it's like they still run in innings, and you got to make 3 outs and stuff like that, and you really can't tell when they're going to be over, can you?
Well, we've got a model that depends on our ability to do that, because we play 5 games a night, and what we have is a timer restriction. It's actually the umpire operates it from behind the home plate, and there's a clock and the game no inning can start once you hit 55 minutes on that clock, so it stays within the hour. Each game lasts 1 hour, and our livelihood depends on our ability to roll those games over so we can play all 5 of them.
Very good. And I'm assuming that by granting this contract to you to construct this facility, that contract indicated the guarantee that you could have a tavern in the middle of the public park?
The contract authorizes us to sell beer and wine. It's essential to the model that we've done. This is the 10th park that we're open. We have beer and wine, and in some cases mixed drinks licenses in all of those locations. We've not had an alcoholic beverages citation from the ABC in any of these states in now a combined 30 years of experience.
Chairman, if I may, if this will go on to council, what I can do, I don't have the contract here with me tonight. Certainly between now and council, I'll be talking with Councilman Reese. And so we'll just verify what's in the contract to make sure that, in fact, those restrictions exist. If not, we'll be having that conversation with the councilman.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Then.
Special use permit, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Make a motion. Let's go.
Thank you. It's SUP 36147. Follow the recommendations of the staff to allow the waivers for the tavern. My motion would be for approval.
Motion's been made. Please cast your votes. Motion carries.
And that goes forward to council on December 2nd.
We now speed ahead to item number 5.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I think you're going to like this. I'm going to ask you if you would like to obey items 50, 51, 52, 53, and 56 to your next meeting.
I'll make a motion that we follow the
you're gonna
director's
like it.
request and do
What
that.
happened to 55, 57, 58?
54 has already been
I know.
handled. 55 was obeyed. 57 was obeyed. 58, I do need you to approve.
Okay, that's the only one we have remaining is 58?
Yes.
Okay, let's jump ahead to item
Take the
number...
motion for the abatement.
Motion's been made for abatement of multiple items. Please cast your vote.
Told you were going to like it.
I wanted to go straight to the office from here.
Post.
Thank you.
Squeaked by. Okay,
58.
item number 58 is the Director's Report 36450. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, is to approve the 2010 Planning Commission dates.
There's your dates.
Is there a
In your
motion to
package.
approve the dates as suggested? Who wants to make a motion?
Yeah.
No one wants to meet anymore.
Move for approval.
Mr. Chairman.
We've had a
Thank you.
motion for approval. I'm sorry, did you? Oh, okay. Motion's been made for approval. Please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries. We now move to item number 59, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Anyone wishing to speak, please approach the microphone.
Just want to say that I missed Todd Farlow tonight. I wish you were here. Todd, if you're watching, I wish you well.
Very good. Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll declare the public participation portion of the meeting closed and adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Good night.